Chapter 401 I will reward you again with a stick. Beauty, go forward at full speed. Gong Zangia hissed loudly, ordering the fleet to attack the Zhou army warship that appeared from behind at full speed. The distance between the two sides is getting closer, but has not yet entered the fire range of the thunder cannon. Ding Fengyun ordered the warship to be ready to attack. My lord, the enemy's third warship sends a semaphore. It should be the flagship. The watchman on the mast reported loudly. Okay, remember your work. Ding Fengyun grinned and ordered the two warships to stare at each other's flagship. Be sure to sink it. Thunder cannon, shoot. After the enemy ship entered the fire range of the thunder cannon, the officer's sword slashed down and ordered the soldiers in each turret to fire the thunder cannon. A huge arrow with a thick arm whizzed out, leaving a thin blue smoke in the air. It was the smoke produced by igniting the explosive fuse tied to the arrow. Several violent explosions sounded, and the first Japanese warship that rushed into the front burst into flames, billowing thick smoke, and quickly tilted. Subsequently, 3 more Japanese warships caught fire. One of the ships broke and seawater poured in and sank directly. This time, Ding Fengyun did not order to reverse, but rushed forward. This was a war of siege and annihilation, not an entanglement war. Even if it was hit by an enemy ship and sank, he could not retreat. The distance continued to narrow, and it was within the fire range of the stone throwers' attack. The stone throwers on the Japanese pirate battleship fired one after another. The boulder that was shot into the air fell from the sky, smashed into the sea, and stirred up water jets. With a bang, Ding Fengyun's boat received a heavy blow. The ship's building broke, 2 soldiers were smashed into meatloaf, and several soldiers fell and were injured due to the violent shaking and shaking. The battleship was damaged, but the bottom of the ship was not broken, which did not affect the battleship's continued fighting. The other warship was not so lucky. It was hit 3 times in a row. The hull broke and the seawater poured in. The commander of the warship decisively ordered the abandonment of the ship. The warships of the two sides fought fiercely on the sea. The Japanese pirate fleet caught in the siege desperately broke through, and the Dazhou warship desperately intercepted, and the two sides became entangled. The distance narrowed, the archers' rockets began to shoot, and one rocket roared into the air, shooting onto the decks of the ships of both sides, but they were almost extinguished by their sailors, and some rockets passed through the sails, fall into the sea. The arrows of the Dazhou Navy are specially made. The arrows are in the shape of a small cross. When you shoot the sail, it gets stuck on the sail and ignites the sail. Mizora Kamaji's flagship was stared at by the 2 Dazhou warships, and the thunder cannons fired them in turn. He found that it was not good and ordered to reverse and retreat to avoid the intensive firepower of the enemy ships. A huge arrow screamed and shot, and there was a bang. The ship building was hollow, and the Japanese soldiers inside were howling, and Mizang Turtle urged his men to check the damage. With a loud bang, the air wave generated by the explosion lifted the entire ship tower, and Gong Zangaiji's huge body flew up. He felt that he was flying into the air, followed by the boundless waves of pain. He drowned. As soon as the coach died, the Japanese pirates and dragons had no heads, and they became separate battles. Some warships rushed forward at full speed, trying to make a bloody way. Some warships reversed because of the Zhou army's firepower and evaded, and some warships turned and wanted to take the side road. Fleeing, the whole chaos became a ball. 2 warships collided in a panic. The hull broke and the seawater poured in. The Japanese pirates on the ship were so scared that they abandoned the ship and jumped into the sea. The sea was covered with black and crushed human heads. The Japanese pirates in the water desperately called for help, but the Zhou army surrounded them. Next, there is no time to escape. Who has time to save you? Many Japanese pirate soldiers were knocked to death by their own warships, sank to the bottom of the sea, and chaotic on the surface of the sea, and the stern cry for help even overwhelmed the shouts of battle. Bang! A regressive Japanese pirate warship was hit by the only 5-toothed giant ship of the Dazhou Navy, and it snapped and broke. The 5-toothed giant rammed and destroyed 2 Japanese pirate warships at once. With a bang, the front deck of the giant five-tooth ship received a heavy blow. The plank broke, and the giant ship shook violently. It continued to charge, and the ship's thunder cannons fired in turn, and Nanshaw sank. An enemy ship. Damage 1. Naval warfare is different from land warfare. A dense infantry phalanx can be used to block the encircled enemy forces. The two warships are too close. If one is on fire, you have to reverse your car as hard as possible to prevent the fire from igniting your warships. In this annihilation battle, there were still 3 Japanese warships fleeing the battlefield by chaos. The Dazu warships did not pursue them, but concentrated their efforts to sink all the remaining Japanese warships. A man's head was floating on the sea, and there were a lot of wood fragments. The Great Zhou army began to salvage the prisoners, and the injured prisoners were cut over and thrown into the sea. This is also what Yi Tanzi meant. I am very poor. I don't have money to treat your injuries. Let me give you a happy life. If you don't have any injuries, let me serve as free labor. Nearly 600 Japanese captives were tied up with thick ropes, and they shrank wet in the cabin. Their faces were pale and bloodless, and their eyes were full of fear. Before, they robbed past merchant ships, harassed the coastal material, burned and robbed them. This time, the Feng Shui took turns, and it was their turn to be abused. The battleship of Midori and Midori Hideo also salvaged many prisoners of war. In the face of the betrayed children and those subordinates, the two were merciless. All the betrayed Mikura family members were all taken by Akai, put to death. If it weren't for Ji Yuling's order, those who betrayed him would also be slaughtered. In this battle, 3 large warships and 2 medium-sized warships were damaged in this battle, and the rebellious forces of Gongaji were wiped out. It can be said that it was a perfect ambush. With an order from Ji Yuling, all the warships united together, carrying hundreds of prisoners of war and boxes of gold and silver jewels to return to the voyage. The improvised fleet returned triumphantly, and Yi Shanzi personally led the crowd to the port to greet him. The soldiers labored to lift a box of large wooden boxes from the ship. A guard came forward and opened it. Yi Shanzi glanced at it, his mouth crooked with joy, and the contents were all gold and silver jewelry. Although it is known that these gold and silver jewels were accumulated by many years of robbery by members of the palace clan, the people of Diezu who died in their hands do not know how many people were, but Nianzu's Anglai Hui sincerely took refuge in the palace and gave so much silver. Just let them go. On the same day, the naval base held a big banquet to celebrate all the soldiers who went to war. Yi Daishan clearly rewarded and punished them. Those who made military exploits were rewarded. Those sailors who shook the oars also received 5 tals of silver. They all smiled happily. The emperor, the minister has counted, and the discounted silver is about 10,313,500 tals. Wai Wuji has been busy calling for a long time before he counts the gold and silver jewels. The count was dizzy, and the saliva was drained, but he didn't dare to be greedy for half a coin. People with black clothes guards and Habayashi guards were staring at him, and he didn't dare to stretch out a black hand without giving him 100 guts. Thanks. Yi Daishan patted him on the shoulder. After I go back, I will reward you with another stick beauty. Chapter 402 Currency War Jinghai City. The residence of Gongzhang Ryui. Yi Daishanzi sat comfortably on the thick brocade, with one big foot resting on Gongzhang Rai's leg. The latter was massaging the soles of his feet with great effort. Rimizura's massage technique is really not bad. He pinched his eyes half closed, and he hummed a very comfortable expression. Seeing his enjoyment so much, Mizuri worked harder and tried his best to please. Yi Daishan said indifferently, I will designate your Navy Advisor Chief and stay with Ling to assist her. Would you like to? He asked Ji Yuling about this matter, but Ji Yuling readily agreed. Rimizura also worked hard to design a fleet to encircle and annihilate the palace and Turtle too. The plan was devised by the Emperor Yi Da, but it was specific. The implementation is indispensable for the help of Mizuri. She points out the best place to hide in the ambush. This ghost woman was quite capable, and Ji Yuling didn't dare to look down upon it. Besides, the Imperial Navy needed a lot of talents, so she agreed. Gongzanglihuimi smiled and said, "The slave is already the emperor." What the emperor calls a slave, the slave naturally obeys his orders. Yi Daishan smiled bitterly. Does this ghost woman really dare to hit a snake and go with a stick? However, thinking of her wave of energy, this heart inevitably jumped a little suddenly. Isn't it a bit too much? However, to be honest, this ghost woman's appearance and figure can be called a shameless flower and a closed moon, Shenyu Oyan, a natural stunner, and besides, her hand massage technique, Feng Nishang, is really incomparable. Hideo Mizuru is a brave general who is good at naval warfare. However, he is unwilling to fight for Diezu and massacre his own compatriots. Emperor Yi Daishan had to let him serve as a naval military instructor to help him train lower-level officers. Hideo Mizuru was happy to accept it. It was his subordinates who joined the Imperial Navy and became Imperial soldiers. They were also considered to have joined the Dazu nationality and became the citizens of Dazu. The Emperor, how do you deal with the traitors around the slaves? Huimi asked with a smile. You take care of it yourself. Danzi didn't bother to take care of this. It was a household chore, and he didn't want to intervene, so he asked casually, what's his name? Porfi. Yi Daishan's tea just squirted out, and he was blushing with a thick neck after coughing. It's no wonder that he reacted a little. In the modern world of the internet, there are everything on the internet. A vigorous young man like him naturally downloads some small videos on the internet to enjoy. Sister Wu is very well known in the Avenue industry, and I don't know on the internet. It's vain to read all Avenue with the same name and surname. He naturally thinks of that Sister Wu. Oh, the Emperor. What's the matter with you? Gongzangri hurriedly helped him beat his tube top with a nervous expression on his face. Emperor, are you tired? Do you want to rest? The slave serves you. Yi Daishanzi almost jumped up, but fortunately he almost held his breath after coughing and didn't drink tea, otherwise she would definitely be choked to death by her scare. Seeing Mizura's nervous and expectant expression, his heart jumped wildly. 2 days later, the Emperor Yi Dai set off back to Beijing surrounded by Yilinwei. Yun Zongyang sent another 2,000 cavalry to escort him. There were more than 20 carriages in the team, and the car was carried by Missouri. 10 million kills of gold and silver jewelry donated. There was heavy rain on the way back, the treasure chest was too heavy, and the wheels left deep marks in the mud. 10 million kills of silver is inconvenient to carry, and it is too troublesome to send soldiers to escort. Yi Daishanzi, who was resting on Feng Nishang's legs, moved in his heart. Modern electronic remittance, N billion is also a blink of an eye. It seems that brother has the entire empire bank. Thinking of the main bank of the empire, this guy's mind is spinning fast. We can't get electronic remittances or something. It's always okay to transfer money manually. This is not only a great convenience for businessmen, but also the savings of the people can be used to spend all kinds of funds. Once a war breaks out, the money will burn wildly and it will be painful. Also, this silver coin is too heavy. How inconvenient to carry it on your body. Paper money is much more convenient to carry around. However, copper coins and silver have been used in the wild continent for thousands of years, and they are deeply rooted. The exchange process must be very long and people have to slowly adapt. Although it is a modern high-tech traveler, he doesn't know much about banking. He intends to put forward this idea, and then let the ministers under him take their brains. The currency thing is too esoteric and complicated. After thinking about it, he thought of some posts he had read on some forums. It is said that Media once waged currency wars against China. The Japanese pirates. Under the 4 little dragons in Asia, the economy is booming. What a glorious scene at that time. It was once clamoring to buy the entire Wall Street. As a result, a paper plaza agreement, the fruit of the Japanese pirates' efforts over the past 20 or 30 years, was taken away by Medi. The vitality is greatly injured. He doesn't know how to play this kind of economic warfare, but it is much easier to play counterfeit currency. The currency of the wild continent is mainly copper money and silver, supplemented by gold. Copper coins are mainly made of copper, bronze, brass, and cupronickel. The copper content of red copper is as high as 90%. The copper coins used in various countries are different. There are also differences in the color and luster of the cast coins, but they are all commonly used in the mainland. Fake copper coins means that excessive lead is infiltrated during the copper melting process, and the cast copper coins are soft and easily deformed. If a large amount of such fake copper coins are minted, and then taken to the two countries of Yan and Chu to buy grain, iron ore, etc., I believe that in a few years, the prices of Yan and Chu will be turbulent and an economic crisis will break out. This is not considered to be the history of the mainland. The first currency war. Of course, Yi Daishan did not dare to tell the ministers of this kind of damaging method of harming the people. The consequences, he can imagine. Even the chief minister of the cabinet who most supports his reform, Dan Zhao, will definitely strongly oppose it. It will be spread out. Public enemies all over the world. This obscure thing can only be carried out in secret, and it is up to the guy Why was he to fuck it. After returning to the imperial city, the Emperor Yi Daishan deposited all 10 million tals of silver into the treasury, and then summoned the civil and military officials to propose the imperial bank's idea. For a time, the Manchu civil and military were making endless noise. Anyway, this is good for the country and the people, and it must be done. You can discuss the details for your brother. You have to wait for the issuance of banknotes until the people adapt to the imperial bank. After leaving the court, the Emperor Yi Daishan summoned the dog's head soldier Wai Wuji into the imperial study room alone, and whispered to Datong, hearing the eyes of the servant staring straight up. The emperor is wise and martial, and his ministers admire him so much. Wai Wuji sighed thousands of times and did not forget to slap the emperor's flattery. This counterfeit currency war is invisible, but its lethality is terrifying. Of course, it takes a lot of time. Long. Anyway, the empire is still in the period of recuperation. Playing slowly. The Emperor Yi Daishan entrusted him with the important task, and did not forget his promise, and rewarded him with a great beauty. Chapter 403 Chinese Empire. Wai Wuji carefully selected a group of people from the black-clothed guards and madly forged fake copper coins in the farms outside the city. In addition to the poor texture, the workmanship of these fake copper coins was even better than that of real copper coins. After that, these black-clothed escorts swaggered into the kingdom of Chu or Yan as merchants, using real and fake copper coins to buy food, iron ore, and other stuff. During natural disasters or wars, the price of food soars. In peacetime, the price will be very cheap. These black-clad escorts, posing as merchants, transport the purchased items back to the country or outside the Great Wall, turning them into national stocks or transferring the empire to several continents outside the Great Wall, the food of the government and so on. In short, the currency war cannot show its terrible effects in less than a few years. You can only wait slowly, spend the least money, buy a lot of food, etc. Yi Daishanzi is still very happy. He saved a lot of money. Next, now recuperate. It seems that there is nothing serious about it. In addition to presiding over the early dynasty every day, Yi Daishanzi throws most of the things to Tan Jiangmin, the Prime Minister's cabinet chief for national affairs, and then he leads a life of drunkenness. A super darking was installed in the ecstasy pavilion, and this servant didn't have to work hard every time. The concubines had long been used to his absurdity and evil, so he just let him go. At the same time as ridiculous, the Emperor Yi Da was also thinking about it. This fellow was planning to change his country's name. The Empire of the Great Zhou Dynasty sounded not mighty. Changing the title of the country is a very serious matter. The Dongdong inherited from the ancestors is deeply ingrained in people's thinking. Therefore, the Emperor Yi Daishan first gave Empress Jin a bit of expression. As for Leaf and other women, basically all the above acquiesced in his misconduct. If you want to persuade Queen Jin, you must first communicate with the old god Wu Tani Utanshai, and ask him to calculate the calculation. Wu Tanshai, the famous old god stick of the Great Zhou Empire, is said to be an old god who can call the wind and call rain, throw bins into soldiers, and be admired by the people. Empress Jin also moved the phoenix several times and went to the Yuxu Taoist temple of Wang Tanshai to cultivate immortals. There are several safety charms, one of which is under the pillow, and one is in the sachet on her body. The ancients believed that there were ghosts and gods, and there were gods 3 feet above their heads. Even if Yi Daishanzi was an atheist, he wanted to persuade Queen Jin and persuade the ministers of the court, so he could only bring out the big brand Wang Tanshai. Therefore, surrounded by Yilinwei, the Emperor Yi Dao came to Yuxu Taoist temple. When the emperor came, it is said that he had driven a crane to cultivate immortals, and Wu Danshai, who was hard to find, appeared in the Taoist temple, and all the disciples in the temple welcomed the holy driver outside the mountain gate. The god Wu, who was dressed in a purple robes, had a thin face and a somewhat celestial spirit. Although Yi Tanzi was an atheist, he still gave enough respect to the god Wu, who was admired by the people. As a courtesy, the Emperor Yi Da was personally led by Mr. Wu, and watched the scenery in the middle of the mountain. Old God, I want to change the country name to the Chinese Empire. Do you think it is appropriate? The Emperor Yi Daishan didn't bother to grind with him, and directly stated the purpose of going up the mountain this time, which is appropriate. Brother has the final say and asks you because he respects you. Observing the color of the face and trying to figure out the mind of the customer is the most basic common sense in the hunch and stick industry. The old god Wu has been trained to become an immortal. How can he not know what is good or bad? The emperor said that eating fruit like this, only fools would say no, silly. If the emperor is annoyed, let alone the incense money is not cheated, the guys who are not able to eat on the neck have to move. The emperor can rest assured that this celestial master will do his best to make a proper calculation for the emperor. I know that the old god has this true ability. Yi Daishan patted the old god Wu on the shoulder. I have a great reward for everything is done. That's certain. The old god Wu's dizzy eyes suddenly lit up, and his saliva almost flowed out, and he was estimating how much silver the emperor's reward would have. After communicating with Elder Wu, Emperor Yi Daishan went down the mountain with satisfaction and continued to enjoy the life of the faint monarch in Juchi Rulan. 3 days later, the old fairy Wu, who had never seen the end of the dragon, suddenly appeared in the Imperial city, causing a sensation in the city and worshipped by the people. Wu Shengxian entered the palace, because of his special status. Yi Daishan was received in the court. The old god Wu spoke astonishingly in the Golden Liuang temple, saying that it was found that there was a difference when observing the stars the day before. The emperor's taboo was in danger of skyrocketing, so he rushed to the capital of the face holy. In the ancient times that believed in ghosts and gods, the words of the old god Wu were more effective than the imperial edict of the Emperor Yi Da. With the approval of the emperor, the god Wu immediately set up an altar in the temple of heaven, which is quite evil. The god Wu in a yellow headrobe said something in his mouth. The sword pointed at the sky, and there was really lightning and thunder, and strong winds, flying sand and rocks. The civil and military officials knelt in a hurry. After doing the ritual, the old god Wu looked tired, and the Emperor Yi Daishan said with a sorrowful expression, "Old god, it's really hard work." The emperor is the first emperor in the ages, and the world is graceful, and the poor Dao just conforms to the destiny. Wu Lao Shengxian looked solemn, and then sighed. It took 30 years of the poor Dao's immortal power to crack the omen of the sky, so I implore the emperor to give the cauldron to be repaired. Ding furnace? Yi Daishanzi was slightly startled. Xiaomi Dongdong. This old god stick really dared to speak. The emperor, is the meaning of the female way. Xiao Luzi took a step forward and explained in a low voice. The Emperor Yi Da was speechless. He didn't expect that the wash and stick was still an old man, and he was going into the coffin quickly. He even wanted to ruin a woman. Well, for the sake of your hard work, I will give you 2 stick beauties. Anyway, these stick beauties remain in the palace to spend their youth, and they have to spend money to support them. After Wu Shenkon chose the auspicious day to change the year, The Emperor Yi Daishan ordered Yilinwei to guard him. The harem concubines heard that the legendary old god was in the palace and tried every possible means to ask him to count it. Yi Daishanzi didn't want the concubine to be deceived by the old god Wu, so he hurriedly sent the person away. The old god Wu took the 100,000 taels of silver awarded by the emperor, as well as 2 different female Taoist priests who did not lose their flowers. Under the escort of 500 Yilinwei, he returned to Yuxu Taoist temple with joy. After returning to the Taoist temple, the old god eagerly took the 2 sticks and Taoist ants to practice the way of gods. The auspicious day to change the country name was selected on the first day of the first month of the first lunar month. Although it would have to wait for a few months, it was already a nail-biting matter. The Emperor Yi was not in a hurry, and continued his life in Juche rule. And 3 months later, the empire's first beauty pageant officially began. Those literati, inkmen, celebrities of the King Liu, and many aristocratic dandies and countless people watching the excitement gathered on the banks of the Qinhuai River to watch the first empire in mainland history. Level of Beauty Contest. Chapter 404. A huge platform was erected on the open space on the right bank of the Qinhuai River, surrounded by fences, surrounded by Imperial soldiers to maintain order. Only well-dressed people can enter, and ordinary people can only squeeze outside the fence to watch the excitement. This kind of activity is originally the activity of the rich. It is not bad for the poor people to fill their stomachs with 3 meals a day. How can there be any surplus? Furthermore, even if you have a little money left, it's better to go to a blog, and if you win a big prize, you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. Yi Daishanzi, dressed in casual clothes and a fake beard on his face, sat in the corner of the VIP stage, surrounded by concubines such as Feng Nishang, Shang Xiaoru, Zheng Yinhong, and Bai Ling Yunayu. They were all in the same color, men's clothing. In such a grand scene, all the concubines wanted to come and watch the excitement, and the Emperor Yi Da led them, and scattered a large number of plainclothes guards and black guards around to ensure the safety of the emperor and concubines. Yi Daishanzi is looking at the large list of data in his hand. According to statistics, more than 300 people from all over the country have participated in the beauty contest. Half of it, in the audience, there are countless celebrities, literati, and family members. They gather in groups, drinking tea, eating snacks and fruits, talking and laughing in a low voice. Not many of them are beautiful and moving. The young women, there are also many aristocratic daughters and celebrities who have not participated in the competition. They do not have the courage to participate, but they sneak out to watch the fun and cheer for the sisters who want to meet. When the hour came, an official in charge of the competition came to the stage and gave an opening speech. He said something about the love of beauty, everyone has it, and then announced the official start of the competition. In order to show the fairness of the game, the order of appearance is randomly selected by the official hosting the game. Whoever draws the girl's name will take the stage. If you want to win, you have to show your own specialties as much as possible. In the first row of the stage, there are 10 judges who are also scoring. There are more than a dozen tables and chairs on the left and right sides. They are specialized in selling flowers. Guests who enter the venue are not allowed to bring flowers in. Violators are not allowed. You must be beheaded, but you may be punished for ruining your family. Who dares to do it? The first person to come on stage was Xiaofen, a red girl from Xiaoxiang Tower. She played swordsman by Yi Daishan's innovative. Although Xiaofen's solo can't perform this song perfectly, the vigorous momentum. She also showed her superb piano skills, won a lot of cheers, and won 345 flowers. Next is the 5th Miss Wang Xinang from the Wang family of Yunzi Prefecture. She played and sang the Chunjiang Night that she had done by herself. Her literary and piano skills were equally good, and she also won the applause of talented scholars. With strong support and 500 flowers, it should be very stable to advance to the next round of the event. Next, the girls who read their names came on stage one by one to show off their amorous feelings and talents. and some girls were so nervous because of stage fright that they could not perform to the required level, and naturally they got fewer flowers. In the first round of the knockout, the situation was not very fierce, but the number of participants was quite large, and it would take at least 5 or 6 days to end. Yi Daishan didn't care about the result of the competition. What he cared most was how many flowers he sold. After the first day of the competition, the statistics showed that more than 53,000 flowers were sold, and more than 1,500 flowers were deducted. The actual sales were 51,000 flowers, and one flower sold for 12 silver. That is, 510,000 tals. After deducting the cost, the net profit is 500,000 tals. The knockout competition continued on the second day, and nearly 60,000 flowers were sold, and nearly 600,000 tals were credited to the account. In the following 3 days, nearly 2 million yuan was credited to the account. The beauty contest entered the second round. In the 5-day knockout round, the Emperor Yi Daishan had already received nearly 3 million tals of silver, and he was so happy from ear to ear. Li Jin, who specializes in money and food, sighed in his heart. The emperor made money. His ability is really staggering. If the emperor is in business, he must be the #1 merchant in the empire. More than 300 girls signed up for the competition, and nearly half of them were eliminated in the first round of the knockout. Most of them were girls from county townhouses. They had no relatives and friends, and they all depended on their usual benefactors. It was normal to be eliminated. Of course, there are also some powerful red girls who have won the favor of the benefactor and entered the second round of the competition. For them, they are already content. At least, they have shown their own skills, which can be regarded as showing their faces. After entering the second round of the competition became increasingly fierce. On the first day of the competition, the official earned more than 1.3 million tals of silver. In the 3-day competition, nearly half of the players were eliminated, and only 50 girls advanced to the third round. After deducting the water from their own support, Yi Daishan made another 2.5 million tals in total. Estimating from this trend, the beauty contest of the flower of the empire can earn more than 10 million tals of silver. Coupled with the tens of millions earned from auctions of antique calligraphy and paintings, the empire's finances are very abundant, as long as food is needed. After 2 consecutive harvests, the empire's war machine was able to start again. At the end of the 4th round, there are only 10 players who have successfully promoted. The reputation of the flower of the empire will be produced between them. This will definitely be the most fierce championship competition, and it will also be the most tragic shopping for those family members. Match. Regardless of the outcome of the competition, in short, Yi Daishanzi smiled happily. By the end of the 4th round, he had already made nearly 9 million tals of silver. Among the 10 girls who were finally promoted, the top 9 were all daughters who came from a family, and the last one was a red-card girl from Kaihongwu, which caused many people's glasses to fall sharply. If you talk about true talents and learning, the women in the dust may not lose to the daughters of the aristocratic families, ladies, but the beauty contest compares not only personal appearance and talent, but also silver. These girls only rely on the power of some benefactors. It's hard to win even if you hold it. Most of them were eliminated in the second round of promotion. The girl who can reach the third round is definitely the top card with outstanding appearance and talent, and the popularity is very good. Guanfi was able to successfully advance to the 4th round, which really surprised many people. No matter how beautiful the Guanfi and his talents are, it would not be possible to reach the final round of the finals without the help of a cow. Many people have the same guess in their hearts. This must be because Guanfi has some kind of agreement with the person who secretly supports her, and that person will give a lot of money to support her. The agreement, you don't need to guess. It was naturally the great man who helped Guanfi to show his face, earning full fame, and then she was kind enough to marry that great man as a concubine. Chapter 405 Mysterious Hawker. In the face of all kinds of rumors, Guanfei only smiled bitterly. Although she was praised by some of her usual benefactors, Her support was also limited. Only a fool would fight against those wealthy family members and suffer both losses. She couldn't even make it to the top 50, but at the last moment, a mysterious guest suddenly gave her 3,000 flowers and held her to the top 10. The official Fae was surprised and disturbed, and reached the top 10, which has made her reputation soaring. The first Toiron is also in her bag, and the price has naturally risen. Maybe you can find a satisfactory one. Ruai Goodman. She spent all the money and praised her and achieved her reputation. There must be a purpose here, which is also the reason for her nervousness. Mother Wang was also surprised and uneasy. I don't know who made such a lavish move. It was 30,000 tals of silver. She raised the scarlet clothes to the sky. The scarlet clothes were trained by her, and the scarlet clothes were so red that she was a mother. There is also light on his face, and he has made a lot of money. What is worried is that the mysterious hawk has another attempt on Scarlet. When Mum Wang was young, she was also a big red girl in Kaihongwu, but she was unsatisfactory, and she returned to Kaihongwu to hold the banner a few years later. She can be regarded as an old fox who has seen strong winds and waves. She spent some silver. I finally found out that the young man in Xingyi who spent 30,000 tals of silver on flowers was called King Jia. Inquiring further down made Mother Wang's heart more uneasy. King Jia's master was sitting on the stage to watch the game. Only the ranks 1 or 2 or above were qualified to sit in those seats on the stage. Is her little Chi Hongwu who can afford to offend? Fei, did you know those high officials in the court? Mother Wang, who came back from inquiring about the news, looked worried. Guan Fei shook her head. She knew some officials in the court, but most of them were small officials of rank 5 or 6. Those of rank 3 and above knew a few, and those of rank 1 and 2, she knew people. They might not know her. Sister Fei, that King Jia is here. Several sisters who are usually good friends rushed over happily. After they lost the election, they tried their best to cheer for the official Fei. The meeting was over, but the scene was extremely chaotic. Many people left while talking, and there were also people who gathered in 2s and 3s to talk and discuss. A very handsome Xingyi young man came over and said that at the order of the mistress of the house, he handed a jade flute to Guan Fei, so that she didn't have to worry about it, and she could compete in peace of mind. Seeing that jade flute, Guan Fei breathed a sigh of relief. She and Liu Xiang just Bei Ling, Yunai and other women are close friends in her boudoir who can talk about everything. This jade flute was originally hers. Seeing that Sister Feiyan is good at Dong Xiao, she presented this jade flute to her. Since Bei Ling and the other 5 sisters have been married since they were married, they are no longer in contact. Now seeing this jade flute, Guan Fei knows that the mysterious hawker must be Feiyan and other women secretly cheering for her, and I can't help but have mixed feelings for a while. Not only envied them all have a good home, but also lamented their own destiny. King Jia, can you give me a message for my sister? Just say that my sister hosted a banquet in Xuexianlu to show her gratitude, and the mistress of the house must show her face. Guan Fei said politely, and she must thank others for the support of her former sisters. King Jia went back to spread the word. Bei Ling and the other women looked at each other, and all looked at Yi Shanzi, naturally asking him what they meant. Now they are all noble concubines with unusual identities, and every move is related to the reputation of the royal family. Yi Shanzi shook his folding fan and nodded. Guan Fei hosted a banquet in Xuexianlu to thank them. They were good sisters in the past, and they should go to the appointment because of their feelings and reasons. After Guan Fei left the arena, he rushed to Xuexianlu to book a private seat and ordered a full table of wine and food. Yi Shanzi went upstairs with Bei Ling, Yunai and other women who were disguised as men. The official Fei was full of blessings. Fei has seen the sun. She sneaked a glance at the young man in front of the famous mainland, and she felt a burst of excitement in her heart. Is this the legendary playboy? It's not as well known as I saw it. It is indeed the dragon among the people. The official girl is polite. The Emperor Yi Daishan would pretend to be a personable and gentle brother of the family. Facing a beauty, he would naturally show the demeanor that a gentleman should have. Sister Fayan, whose heart was pure and sexual, screamed with joy, and he hugged Guan Fei sturdily without being rude. Beiling and others all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Does this Nizai not look at the occasion? If people see it, the fame of the official Fei will be broken. The sisters stepped forward and greeted them one by one with the red-cheeked official robes. Looking at the 5 sisters of the past, Guan Fei can't help but sigh and sigh. The 5 sisters are glorious, and the day must have been very moist. Although the colleague is a husband, it is somewhat embarrassing, but I have to admit, the 5 sisters live happily. Isn't what a woman wants in her life is a happy home, a successful career, and a caring husband who can ask Han Wenyuan? They all said that there are 2 women in one drama, let alone 6, and they have been separated for several years. Since there are many thoughtful things to say, the Emperor Yi has become an outsider. The son Yunayu realized that the Emperor had been left out in the cold, and hurriedly drank wine for him. The whole cheek was flushed with shame, for no reason. One of the Emperor's hands was secretly touched on her lap. Although it is an old husband and wife, the Emperor still has these bad things, and the 4 sisters such as Beiling are fine. The Emperor usually plays ridiculously, really crazy to the level of 6 pairs of shoes on the ground, but in front of the official Fei sister face, how embarrassing she made her. Drinking and drinking, Yi Deshanzi said with a smile, holding a wine glass in one hand, but the other arrogantly under the table. Seeing the strange expression on Yunayu's face, Beiling and the other 4 women naturally understood what was going on. They could only show a bitter and helpless smile, but their hearts were sweet. The Emperor did not feel tired of them. Although Guan Fei felt that Yunayu's expression was a bit strange, how could she think of the universe in it? To thank Playboy Cher and the 5 sisters for their support, she frequently toasts to show her inner gratitude. Situation. During the dinner, Fian asks in a low voice, Sister Fei, haven't you found the person you like? Guan Fei's jade cheeks were reddish, and then he sighed helplessly. There were quite a few high-ranking officials who wanted to marry her as a concubine, but none of them could satisfy her. She had to wait and wait. The red girl in her Kaihongwu has already accumulated enough silver to redeem herself, and she still stays in Kaihongwu to do business, with the purpose of finding a good man who pleases her. After the banquet, Yi Deshanzi and others put the official scarlet clothes on the carriage, and watched the carriage disappear into the crowd. It was about to return to the palace, but was blocked by a few menacing family elder brothers. What are you doing? Yi Daishan frowned. The security of the Imperial city has been rectified several times. Usually, some of the family princes who have done evil and made the most trouble have been punished, and the black sheep have been greatly reduced. Those who are not afraid of death block the way and cause trouble. Chapter 406. Official beauty Gong Fei's promotion has caused many people's glasses to fall sharply. Everyone knows that behind Gong Fei, there must be a big hawker in the dark to fully support. There are several big money for giving 5,000 flowers at a time, but 3,000 flowers is not a small number. Many people are curious, and some families are not convinced. The competition has reached this level. It is not just a pure beauty pageant, but has evolved into a wealth competition for families. Facial problems. Someone stared at Gong Fei secretly, and the hard work paid off, and finally caught the big hawk who secretly supported her. Stopping the way were several family members in the Qinquan mansion. Zhao Bishing Zhao Sanxiao was the leader. Their Zhao clan was the #1 prominent family in Qinquan mansion, and Zhao Sanxiao was the local #1 hegemon. It was also very arrogant to come to the imperial capital. Zhao Sanxiao is not a dragon crossing the river, but the family relationship is complicated, and there are inextricable relationships between family members. The gang of dudes in the imperial city were scared by the Emperor Yi Daishan, and a lot of restraint, but Zhao Sanxiao, the foreign dudes who hadn't personally experienced it, naturally went wild. Some impatient guys dared to trouble the Emperor, and the guards of the inner palace who accompanied them secretly huffed and surrounded them. What do you want to do? Zhao Sanchao was arrogant again, and it also depends on the situation. The people who saw the other side was several times more than the others, and their faces were gloomy, and their whole body exuded a murderous aura. The sturdy man, his face was pale and bloodless in fright. Yi Daishan had earned a lot of silver and was in a good mood. He didn't bother to care about him. The concubines who were dressed as men and women walked away. The guard leader Jiang Huang, who was secretly accompanying to protect, patted Zhao Sanchao's face. I don't want to bring disaster to the family, hurry up. After all, he left with dozens of trumpeters. Zhao Sanchao had a sullen face. His face was ugly. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was a child. Boy, wait for Sui, it's so hard for me to ask you. Zhao Sanzhang gritted his teeth and let out cruel words. The third cousin. A few family members of the Imperial city just passed by and saw what happened. Among them, the children of the Duga family ran up nervously with a pale face. Third cousin, you almost messed up, it's a disaster. While he was talking, he wiped the beads of cold sweat on his forehead with the fragrant silk kerchief with one hand. He didn't know the people who walked in front, but he knew Jiang Huang, the big disciple of the Kongdong school. The last was Wang Yuan, and now he is the lieutenant of the Inner Palace Guard. The duty of the Inner Palace Guard is to protect the safety of the Inner Palace. They usually stay in the palace and rarely come out. The people who allow these Inner Palace Guards to guard secretly are naturally the big figures in the palace, and their identities are not the same. How can they be the children of their families? Can you provoke casually? The emperor likes to visit privately through micro-services. Didn't the few famous families in the city be so scared by the emperor? Well, maybe it's the emperor's micro-service visiting again. Zhao Sanchao was sweating profusely, and his face was pale and bloodless. He hurriedly took people back, packed his bags, and hurriedly left the Imperial city. This little episode did not affect the championship game the next day. The game went on as scheduled. There were more lively people watching than in the previous days. Everyone is curious about whom the crown of the flower of the empire will fall into. Before the start of the competition, a small yellow gate in the palace announced the imperial decree and added bonuses for the ranking. The first place was as high as 100,000 tals, the second place was 50,000. The third place was 30,000, the fourth place was 10,000, and the fifth place was 8,000. The sixth place is 5,000, the seventh place is 4,000. The eighth place is the 3,000, the ninth place is 1,000, and the 10th place is 800. As soon as the imperial decree came out, the audience was in an uproar, which greatly stimulated the contestants and their supportive relatives and friends group, and they all began to calculate their accounts in their hearts. Later, Gong Fei, who won the number one, was the first to play. She was good at singing and dancing. The song King Pinglu won her a lot of applause. She stood in front of the stage to thank, and some of the fans began to present flowers. Gong Fei has a lot of supporters, but most of them are the sisters of the brothel. A few flowers can still be supported. Even with the support of the benefactor, there are at most dozens of hundreds of flowers. In the corner of the stage, Fian elbowed the tiger and leopard riding commander Huxioyan, who was sitting on the side, and the latter had a reddish face. The good emperor summoned him to watch the beauty pageant together, which made him very surprised. As soon as Gong Fei appeared on the stage, several imperial concubines bombarded him with preaching, talking about the benefits of Gong Fei. Fools all know that several distinguished imperial concubines secretly said that the match was made. Gong Fei's appearance is definitely called a shameful flower and closed the moon. Shenyu Liu Oyan, she is generous, without the slightest taste of dust, but she is like a well-knowledgeable lady. Huxioyan moved a little bit. He already has a wife and he has a son and a daughter, but his family concept is deeply rooted. If he wants to revive the Fox clan as soon as possible, he must have concubines and children. What's more, a beauty like Gong Fei, it's likable, and besides, this is the matchmaker of several imperial concubines. If not, it may be the emperor's meaning. Before The emperor had rewarded stick beauties, but he declined. Regardless of whether the emperor meant it or not, why not take such a beautiful woman without spending a copper plate? The Tiger and Leopard Cavalry commanded Master Fox Xiaoyan to present 8,000 flowers. The scoring young man sang promises loudly, causing the audience to shake. Many aristocrats exposed such an attitude, and some talented men who were struggling to pursue official scarves were sad. General Fox is not only the emperor's favorite, but also a military exploit. Even more prominent, the tigers and leopards rode out of the Great Wall, and they are very talented, and they can easily capture the hearts of beauties. The official Fei who was thanking guests on the stage was shocked. There were good sisters from the old days. She was already satisfied with the 10th place. Unexpectedly, there will be surprises in today's finals. 8,000 flowers are worth 8 eatals of silver. What? Fei thanked General Fox. Gong Fei bowed down and thanked her. The valiant young general in front of her made her heart beat suddenly. The General Fox galloped outside the Great Wall, and smashed the prairie. The heroic deeds of raising my great Zatanwai have spread throughout every corner of the empire. Who does not know his outstanding reputation? Yesterday, Sister Feyin mentioned this matter. She didn't care at all. She was afraid that it was Sister Feyin's joking joke, but she didn't expect it to be true. Although she had seen big winds and waves, her heart still jumped suddenly. Another handed the manuscript paper, and the scoring young man read aloud, "This is the meeting joy written by General Fox for Ms. Gong Fei. Going to the West Building alone without a word. The moon is like a hook. The lonely phoenix tree in the deep courtyard locks in the autumn. It's sorrow to keep cutting, and the reason is chaos. Don't be the general taste in my heart." If it is said that Gong Fei had hesitated before, at this moment, her heart was completely fascinated. Drunk. Chapter 407. The Flower of the Empire. The expression on Hu Xiaoyan's face was quite weird. The emperor himself wrote poems and lyrics to help him win the hearts of beauties. When he came into contact with Guan Fei's affectionate gaze, his heart jumped suddenly, and his cheeks were flushed. He was really ashamed, but he couldn't live up to the emperor's kindness. Only bitterly acquiesced in this matter. Guan Fei scored 8,520 flowers. She thanked her unanimously on the stage, and then went behind the scenes, and then the second player appeared on the court. Yi Deishanzi smiled happily. Because of his status, Guan Fei was destined to be the bottom, but if you want to surpass her, you have to get about 9,000 flowers. The 8,000 flowers in Guan Fei are water. The next 9 players are all real money. This last game must be very popular. Under the shopping, it is strange that the empire does not have an income of more than 3 million tals of silver. In the next game, Yi Deishanzi and others did not watch, but went to the Zuixianlu for a drink, with the purpose of hitting the iron while it was hot and matching the two of Fox Xiaoyan and Guan Fei. This is what Bailing and the 5 girls meant. Yi Deishanzi left them to arrange. Anyway, there are people in the field. If the income is less than 2.5 million, they will raise the top price until the minimum amount is reached. Until the Emperor Yi and the concubines acted as light bulbs this time. They had the awareness of light bulbs. During the dinner, they used to excuse that something was going on. They got up and left, leaving only the two of Hu Xiaoyan and Guan Fei. Seeing the meaningful smile when the good old sister left, Guan Fei and Jade cheeks are full of red clouds, and her heart is chaos. The final result of the game. She doesn't care at all. A woman asks for it all her life. It's nothing more than marrying a good man. Now, she must seize the opportunity in front of her, and she must not let her sisters down. Hu Xiaoyan also felt a lot of emotions in his heart. The emperor treated him, it was really nothing to say. Even if the emperor wanted him to die now, he would never frown. Thank you, Fei girl, for her face. Hu Xiaoyan clasped his fists, and suddenly he was left alone with Gong Fei, feeling a little nervous, but he quickly calmed down, and for a while, he didn't know how to speak, so he had to start talking at will. It should be Fei. Thank you, General. Guan Fei got up, solemnly yinning Yifu. The Scarlet Girl. Huxion also hurriedly got up to pay the courtesy. Hei Fei Yan's playful low laugh suddenly came from outside the house. Oh, I said you too. Come and buy. Sister Fei Yan, you, go quickly, don't get in the way of others. Yu's soft laughter followed. Both Huxion and Guan Fei made a big red face, and the two stood up with their heads down. For a long time, they couldn't help laughing out loud. Girl in scarlet clothes. Please. Huxion coughed lightly, and stretched out his hand to give in. A gentleman with full demeanor. Yeah? Guan Fei responded in a low voice, and the smooth jade cheeks merged with Hongxia. When she sat down, she glanced at him. The General Fox in front of her was as cool as she was in her eyes, and as tall and heroic as she was. How tall and heroic! The first beauty pageant of the Empire finally came to an end. The name of the flower of the Empire was acquired by the 7,000 Jinshu Yuan of the Chu family of Jingnan, and Miss Chu Chi had a great reputation. The Guch portrait of the greatest beauty in the Empire was presented by his subordinates to Yi Daishanzi. Miss Chu Chi is indeed pink and supple, dignified and gentle, and can be called the allure of the country. Yi Daishanzi now owns a top beauty who is a disaster for the country and the people. He has a lot of weakness for the beauty of fishing and hunting. What he cares most about is how much money he made in the finals. The Emperor. The total income of this game is 4,538,980. On the way to the Blackguard office, Feng Nishang reported softly. In Xian is his heart, the Emperor is omnipotent. God, there is nothing in the world that he can't do, so this talent is naturally not a problem. Yi Daishanzi grinned and smirked. The country is well stocked. The weather has been good this year. It is estimated that there will be a bumper harvest in various places. In addition, he did not know how many counterfeit coins he bought. A large amount of food in both Chu and Yan. The granary reserves in the major towns of the Empire also began to increase slowly, and they could set off at any time after the beginning of spring next year. The Emperor, Feng Fu, was reviewing various official documents in the official office, and when he saw him coming in, he hurriedly got up and saluted. Look at it. Don't you have another berth? Yi Daishanzi smiled and reproached. I've said, a family. Don't need such a job. I will punish you if I do this in the future. Feng Fu's jade cheeks were slightly red. Although she had never seen the Emperor's so-called punishment, she could hear it in her ears, but it made her blush and heart beat, feeling that the punishment in the Emperor's mouth seemed to reveal an indescribable evil. Go, let's go out to eat today, Yi Daishan said involuntarily, grabbing her hand and walking out. Feng Fu was startled slightly, and said hurriedly, the Emperor, the minister still has official documents. Just take a break and work mentally. This is called the combination of work and rest. Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, besides, you are so damaging, I see it in my eyes, and it hurts in my heart. Feng Fu smiled bitterly. The first few people spoke with high-sounding words, but the latter words made her helpless. Feng Nishang on the side covered her mouth and smiled, holding her arm. Sister, the Emperor is right, we must combine work and rest. Feng Fu glared at her irritably. Her only sister, she had no opinion, and she was an echo worm. The Emperor would follow whatever he said, and there was no semi-smooth machine, which made her very helpless and worried. It is another matter to favor or not favor the Emperor. There are many concubines in the harem, and the competition for favor is inevitable. The younger sister has a simple heart, and she is very worried that she will suffer. At the gate of the Imperial Palace, Chu Tanfeng enthusiastically took the hand of the little five-son, five-grandfather. This matter, Chu pleases you. His niece Wan Yun won the beauty pageant and won the supreme aura of the flower of the Empire, but the Emperor didn't even summon him, which made him feel uneasy. Then he ran to the palace to see Beiling and other 5 daughters. The Chu family didn't have a lot of money and nowhere to put it, and they smashed so much money at once, desperately trying to push her into the palace, and the Emperor's favor. The Chu family also made a big deal. Although there are 5 god-daughters in the palace, including Beiling, who have also washed their bodies, but the elders of the Chu clan still feel that they are not enough. so they are desperately trying to beat Xiaoqi, hoping that the emperor will see it. Xiao Wuzi said politely, Master Chu, don't worry, Xiao Wu will do his best, but this is an ugly story. If you can help, I will try my best to help. But the emperor didn't see your 7 daughters, it was her blessing. With the help of others, Xiao Wuzi accepted the gift of Chu Qingfeng this time, and the 5 noble concubines including Beiling and Yunayu also asked, can he not do his best? Chapter 408, acting as a matchmaker for the Emperor Yi Daishan had accompanied Feng Fu for dinner, and he returned to the palace satisfied after he had wiped out the oil. Not long after he won the beauties, he wanted to knock him down before he was so anxious. Feelings have to be cultivated slowly, only in this way can there be sentiment. The realm of Yi Daishanzi has now risen by n levels. Back in the palace, the little 5 came over and whispered, the emperor, concubine Ling Yan seems to have something to ask you. Yi Daishanzi thought it was Beiling Yunayu and other women who were responsible for the official Fei and Fox Xioyan. But he did not think otherwise. Fox Xioyan is one of his favorites, and the marriage can show his emperor's grace. House Swing, earn enough of Xioyan's loyalty. Yi Daishanzi and others came to the dormitory of Beiling, Yunayu and other women, and all the women bowed to blessings and greeted the holy driver. If it were in normal times, he would be punished by Yes family law if he was so well behaved. But Yi Daishanzi saw Chu Waniyun who was saluting behind the 5 daughters, and swallowed the evil words from his lips. The 5 women recognized Chu Qingfeng as godfather, and are commensurate with Chu Waniyuan's self-confident cousins. It is normal for Chu Waniyuan to compete in the imperial capital and appear in the palace, with outsiders around. The Emperor Yi Da was naturally orderly, showing the majesty of the emperor. A banquet was set up in the bedroom early, and Yi Daishan had just eaten with Feng Fu, but in order not to discourage the 6 girls, he still sat down to accompany them to eat in order. At this time, he had the opportunity to see Miss Chuki's face. Although she was a fame of the empire captured by smashing silver, he would not be able to make it to the table without the slightest bit of truth. The appearance of Miss Chuchi is indeed worthy of the glory of the flower of the empire. When one is dignified, in the same category as Queen Jin, a standard famous lady. During the banquet, Fian smiled and said, Miss Yuan, you won the first prize, and you should offer a song for the emperor. The girls wanted to sell the 7th cousin to the emperor, and naturally clapped their hands to agree. Chu Waniyuan didn't have the slightest coy, but she gave her a generous acceptance. She had her own court ladies set up a short table and used the long piano. Chu Waniyuan tried a few tones and then played it. It turned out to be Yi Daishan's favorite swordsman and swordsman theme song. Chu Waniyuan is known in Jingnan as a master of color and art. He is proficient in everything like piano, chess, calligraphy and calligraphy. When the song Swordsman was played, the Emperor Yi Daishan was so excited that he could not help but raise his hands and clap. The desk should be in harmony. The 5 girls looked at each other, and all showed a knowing smile. As long as the Emperor appreciated them, the 7th cousin would have a chance. Fei Yun also took out the jade flute and played it, playing the piano and flute ensemble, playing the song Swordsman and Proud Chiang U so exciting. With pride in her chest, she couldn't help but want to sing her neck. The 5 women tried their best to promote Chu Waniyuan, and naturally they desperately asked her to show off her talent. Then, with Yunayu's suggestion, Chu Waniyuan made another landscape painting. Chu Waniyuan's ink paintings are very skilled, and the brush is done in one go. In the clouds and mist, the distant mountains are looming, rolling, flying, birds hovering, breeze passing, wrinkling a river and spring water, a small village hidden by bamboo forests, smoke curling, shepherd boys riding cows homecoming, vivid and vivid, can be called a master of danking. The Emperor, Sister Wan Yuan is not bad, right? The Emperor, Wan Yuan's sister, when one, is dignified and knowledgeable. In Jingnan, she is hailed as a double talent. Excellent talents. When Yi Daishan heard this word, he instinctively remembered Daishuangxin's Is he too evil? Miss Chuchi is a decent son of a good family. Jingnan's talented lady, how can she compare with her? But what happens tonight is a bit weird. How can Bailin Yanayu speak nicely for Chuan Yuan, like a matchmaker for others? Thinking of this, Yi Daishan's heart jumped wildly. Wouldn't it be true? This servant once again looked at Chuan Yuan seriously and confirmed that he couldn't pick out the slightest flaw, so he just let the flow go. In these years, no one would bite his hand because of more money, and no man would have too many beautiful women, who would be squeezed into a corpse. At night, Chuan Yuan stayed in the palace, and Emperor Yunayu and Feiyan took the shower. Yunayu asked cautiously, "The Emperor, do you think Sister Wan Yuan can get by?" Yi Daishanzi pretended to be confused, and said with a careless grin, "She is the flower of the empire elected by the public. Isn't it just a way to go?" Then, "The concubine will take her over tomorrow to greet Empress Jin." "Well, you are also sisters. She is a rare visit to the palace. You will accompany her to walk around and take a look." Yunayu and Feiyan looked at each other, both of them showing knowing smiles. The two of them took Yi Daishanzi's pretended vague remarks as a default. After Mingja took them over to Empress Jin, they chose a good one. She officially took Sister Wan Yuan into the palace. The next day, Emperor Yi Daishan had to end the corrupt life of the dignified monarch and became busy. A few days ago, the Imperial Bank plan he put forward was strongly supported by many ministers. Yi Daishanzi also gave suggestions to the ministers based on the little knowledge that he had learned when he went to the bank to deposit and withdraw salaries. The specific implementation plan was discussed by them, and appointed cabinet university scholar Qin Kashwan to be responsible for setting up a discussion group to list various details. In the early dynasty, Qin Kashwan played a band and presented a thick stack of manuscripts. Opening a bank is not a trifling matter. After the Emperor Yi Dalai left the court, he honestly stayed in the Imperial study room to review Qin Kashwan's long memorial. The long memorial is full of densely packed words, making him dizzy, tadpoles flying randomly, and even more terrible are the ancient articles, and it takes a lot of effort to understand the meaning. Yi Daishan's head was as big as a fight, so he told him to read it word by word, and he also had to say it in plain and easy to understand words. His old brother lay on whose bed comfortably and listened. If you hear a problem or have a confusion, immediately ask Wai Wu to modify the pen or mark it next to it. Qin Kashwan's super memorial can't be dealt with in a day or two. Wai Wuzi has been living in the palace these days, and the emperor has spent his life staying up all night, and he has to grit his teeth no matter how tired he is. In these days, in addition to presiding over the affairs of the court, the Emperor Yi Daishan reviewed Qin Kashwan's memorials every day and found a problem. The next day the court took it back to Qin Kashwan for discussion and submitted it to Qin Kashwan after it was resolved. Opening a bank is a major event that benefits the country and the people. It can even be said to be the foundation of the empire. The sooner it is opened, the better. Is it strange that Yi Daishan is not in a hurry? He has practiced the sevenfold emperor's heart. When he is sleepy, he will be fine after a few weeks of practice. Why has no plan? His eye sockets are sunken, his eyes are bloodshot, and his face is haggard. Hearing this guy yawning, Yi Daishan smiled bitterly. "Give you 3 days off, get a good rest." "Thank you, the emperor." Wai Wuji was happy to kneel down and thank the Lord Longjun immediately, and then Ladiandian ran home. The servant was really exhausted. When he returned home, he fell asleep on the bed. Chapter 409 Imperial Bank. Fortunately, the Imperial Bank in Yi Daishan's mind did not have any complicated business ideas. It was purely manual operation, saving and withdrawing money, withdrawing cash from other places, and transferring accounts. It took him 10 days to get the impression list, all the details you can come up with, and give your reply after review. With the order of the emperor, all the prefectures and counties throughout the empire began to renovate their houses to serve as the business halls of the branches of the Empire Bank. This year, there are many desperados who dare to fight for tentals of silver. The business hall must be safe, tall iron railings are erected outside the business counters, and each business window is set up with a barrier, and guests who handle business must line up. There is a row of large iron cabinets in the business room to store cash, silver coins and books. At least one bodyguard is guarded in the business room every day. The cash silver is escorted by bodyguards and the army every day. It is stored in the treasury at night, and then escorted to the business room in the morning. There are 2 sets of books. One set is kept in the safe where the business is going, and the other set is kept in the treasury. The accounts must be settled daily and monthly settlement, quarterly settlement, half-yearly settlement, and year-end summary. The size of the business hall in a small county can be smaller. 2 windows are open to handle business at the same time. One business window has 2 people, 1 accountant and 1 cashier, and 2 people review to ensure that the money and accounts are correct. There are 4 people in each shift, half-day rotation. All the class is 8 people, and 1 more person can be on duty at any time. There is 1 deputy in charge of internal services, 1 person in charge, and 1 person in charge of all aspects. Because it is a purely manual operation, the workload is huge, and in terms of salary, Yidation offers a discount of 8 tals of monthly salary for ordinary employees. He can also receive some white rice every month. It is issued on major festivals and is calculated at the end of the year. Depending on the net profit income of each business office, some bonuses can be given appropriately for the new year. As for the staff, Danzi is not worried at all. Although the Imperial examination system has undergone major reforms and the chances of being elected are increased, there are still many talents who have failed each year. They continue to study hard and continue their lives for next year's scientific examination. The old Imperial examination required all-round students and students. Mathematical studies were a compulsory course. Even if they were not very proficient, it was more than enough to be a clerk or bank clerk who counted and settled accounts. Although the talents are pedantic, home-to or reading books, thinking about goods and the emperor's family, so that they can stand out and shine. But the work of the bank staff is also very decent, and they are white-collar workers. I believe there are still many poor students who are willing to do this for their livelihoods. Working recruitment is only notified inside schools across the country, and it can be regarded as a kind of care for these poor students by Yide Shanzi. As a matter of fact, the Imperial Bank incident has spread throughout the empire. There are all kinds of discussions, with mixed praise and criticism. Most people wait and see with curiosity. Find new things. Such reactions are normal. As long as people find it, the beauty of it will naturally be accepted slowly. There has been a lot of rumors in schools everywhere, and students are discussing this matter. Some self-aware poor students signed up for their livelihoods. They only received $2 or a couple of dollars in military salaries for a month as a soldier. They worked in the bank, and they could receive $8 or $2 in wages each month and some white rice. It's enough for a family to live a pretty good life, and bonuses are given out every holiday or something. It's a very decent job, and it's not shameful not to be an official. After all, with so many students from across the empire taking part in the scientific examination, the chances of enrollment in the middle school are too small. Those who think they have limited knowledge and hopelessness in the scientific examination can only retreat, so as to at least allow their families to live a good life. All registered students have undergone rigorous assessment and screening, and will receive short-term training immediately after admission. They are all cultural people who are proficient in mathematics, and the training is easy. When the official notice was posted, not only did the empire once again become a sensation, but the major empires in the mainland also became a sensation. Those big businessmen who had read the rules once read the rules and looked forward to the opening of the Empire Bank soon. These giant businessmen who go south and north to do big business, the transaction price of each business is more than 10,000 tals of silver, even hundreds of thousands of tals. Think about it, 10,000 tals of silver. How heavy is the weight? You have to use ox carts and carts to pull the goods from the south to the north to buy goods, and then pull the goods back to the south for sale. Pulling so many cash on the road is already very inconvenient in itself. You have to worry about any unexpected accidents along the way. Although the Empire crab, but who can guarantee that there is no desperate person who wants to make money? Let's talk about the cost. Bring so much cash, the schedule is slow, and the cost along the way is negligible. You must hire some martial arts guards. This is a lot of expense, in case the high-paying person hired is the Jiang Yang thief. If the money is gone, and the life is lost, it will be wronged. This kind of thing has never happened before. Even if the government seizes the murderer and beheads, no one will compensate you for your losses. With the Imperial Bank, you don't have to pull so many cash on the road in fear. You only need to go to the bank to apply for a flying ticket, pack it lightly on the road, and when you reach your destination, use the flying ticket to settle the money at the local bank. Of course, the bank has to charge a certain fee. Anyway, it saves more than half of hiring a bodyguard with a high salary, which is convenient and safe. The Imperial Bank established by Yi Daishanzi is mainly aimed at the rich and the poor. It's not bad if you can get enough food and clothing. Even if you have savings, you won't have much. Of course, you can also make a fresh one and spend a dozen silver dollars. Open an account to play. In short, there is no interest when depositing money. The bank is obligated to help you keep the money. If the amount exceeds 50,000 tls, a certain custody fee will be charged. The ratio is very low and can be ignored. Thousands of millions, or even tens of millions, are hidden at home and buried in the ground, for fear that you will sleep uneasy and worry that you will be caught by those gentlemen of Liangshan. After 2 months of meticulous preparations, the branches of the Imperial Bank in Zufu County, the major towns throughout the empire, opened one after another. On the day that the head office of the Imperial Bank of the Imperial City opened, tens of thousands of people gathered to watch the excitement, which seemed extremely lively. After Yi Daishanzi personally cut the ribbon and gave a speech, the Imperial Bank officially opened for business. He became the first customer of the Imperial Bank and was the first to deposit 100,000 tls of silver. The emperor set an example, the ministers had to follow suit. After that, the ministers enthusiastically opened deposits and opened accounts with tens of thousands of tls. No one had more than 50,000 tls of cash, and there was no need to pay a storage fee. Throughout the morning, all the ministers of the DPRK and China joined hands to open accounts. It was not until the afternoon that some giant commercial wagons that were doing big business pulled in many wooden boxes filled with cash to open accounts. Someone started, and naturally someone followed. In the following days, merchants in the Imperial City and people from all major families came to deposit money and open accounts, and even some noble women also used their usual private money to deposit. After some giant merchants took the flying tickets to pay for the goods and paid for the convenience and safety, more merchants and wealthy people also began to deposit their silver in the Imperial Bank. Banks have begun to be accepted by the public. Chapter 410. While people are still arguing about the fresh stuff of the bank, the Emperor Yi Dia has been escorted by 2,000 Yilinwai and 15,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, quietly leaving the Imperial City to patrol outside the Great Wall. On this tour, there was one more special guest, Chi Hongou's top official Scarlet. She was dressed in black leather armor, white cloak, and sabre hanging on her waist. She was a bit less charming and much more kind of sassy and heroic. She redeemed herself for herself, temporarily staying in a small house in the city, waiting for Fox Xiaoyan to marry the door. But before waiting for her love, Yi Daishan sent someone to ask, "Do you want to visit outside the Great Wall?" The scenery of the prairie made countless people dream that the important thing was that General Fox also went. Guan Fei did not hesitate, and immediately agreed to become a guard next to Yi Daishanzi. Hu Xiaoyan didn't know that the official scarlet clothes were mixed in the army. He had 20,000 Dayan cavalry to escort, the front army 10,000 cavalry, the rear army 5,000 cavalry. The Chinese army 5,000 cavalry guards the emperor. The coach, he sits in the army, by the side of the emperor. Guan Fei has always concealed his identity, silently watching the energetic sweetheart give orders, secretly admiring his heroic figure, and listening to those tiger and leopard iron cavalry soldiers telling the various deeds of the war outside the Great Wall. The whole heart has been tied to General Fox's on the body, the phoenix eyes are fascinated, and the pulse is affectionate. In this era, scholars are more important than martial arts. Scholars are rampant, and talented men are most favored by women. Great heroes are also favored by women. They are both civil and martial. They are so perfect that they can't be more perfect. Hu Xiaoyan is not only brave and martial, he is also quite talented, young and handsome, and very gentlemanly. He is the Prince Charming in countless girls' dreams. There are many famous ladies who come to ask for a kiss and are willing to be concubines. There are many famous ladies, but he doesn't feel that way. He has always refused, but when he met Guan Fei, the bright, twinkling phoenix eyes of the other party made him shocked. In Yi Daishan's words, both parties called. Hu Xiaoyan was riding a tall horse, accompanied by the emperor's carriage. I don't know why, but he always felt as if he had a pair of eyes staring at him behind him. When he looked back, the weird feeling disappeared again. Maybe, he was suspicious, right? He laughed self-deprecatingly, cheered up, and led the army to continue marching. The route of Yi Daishan's to this time was from Human Pass to the north, then south back to Zenyang Pass. The four important towns outside the Great Wall had to go again to show that the Emperor's grace was sway and was born. Slowly all the way, through Zufu counties and towns, the local officials led the people to greet them on the road, shouting the Emperor wise, long live the Emperor, the first emperor of the ages. These slogans came from the local officials who had previously ordered the people to practice on a temporary basis. Of course, many people cheered from the bottom of their hearts, and they sincerely supported the young emperor who had so much criticism. In the hearts of the people, the emperor who allows them to live a good life is a good emperor. This is their criterion for judging whether the emperor is good or bad. As for what others say, they don't bother to care about it. The cheers and praises of the people made Yi Daishan float all over. In this world, nothing can make him more triumphant than the praises of the people. Passing by many counties and towns, some of them are quite poor due to traffic, local resources, etc. Yi Daishan verified that it was not because of the ability of the local parents and officials, and decreed to reduce taxes on the spot, which won the praise of the local people. Came to Human Pass in the next day. The army rested for 2 days, and left early in the morning on the third day. Guan Fei came outside the Great Wall for the first time, looking at the green bacteria extending to the sky, and couldn't help but sigh at the beautiful scenery of the vast prairie. There are many tribes outside of Serbia, but many tribes have been moved into the pass, and many people of the Great Zhou dynasty have moved out of the pass, living together with the Dangzai tribes. These Great Zhou people also brought various advanced production technologies to the tribes, greatly improved the local living conditions. The locals were instinctively vigilant and alienated towards outsiders, but over time, the local tribes felt the kindness of these outsiders. The gap gradually melted, and the two sides gradually merged and accepted each other. Some tribal men also married Han women, wife, some tribal women married in the past. Of course, there are also tribes in some places that are extremely repulsive to the newly moved Daza people, causing disputes at one time. When swords and soldiers met, Mu Chunfing brutally suppressed them with thunder and iron, and deterred them with countless heads. If you kill 10 and 100, you may not be afraid, but if you kill tens of thousands, you will be afraid of having nightmares every day. After the bloody suppression, a third of these troubled tribes were slaughtered, and all the rest were moved into the Guan, scattered around and settled, waiting to be slowly assimilated by the Han dynasty. Intermarriage, integration, assimilation, these are exactly what Yi Daishan expected, and they are also the foreign policy he is desperately pursuing. There is no national distinction, all assimilation. The people of the whole country are united, The whole world is the only one in the great Chinese Empire, and the whole world is only one family. He is a wise and martial emperor, for thousands of years, an unprecedented emperor. On this day, the army arrived at Chengbai Bay City. The city wall was made of mud and lime. Although it was not as strong as the stone city built by the huge stone rampart, it was still a strong city outside the wall. When the emperor visited here, Chengbiwen guard Gao Zongsun freely led the crowd to welcome the holy driver. The ratio of the tribes in the city and the people of the Great Zhou was half. These tribes have been slowly affected, and assimilation is only a matter of time. The emperor, recently, the two countries of Yan and Chu are going to buy a lot of horses. Gao Zongsun cautiously reported. He guarded the Chengbai Bay and worked hard. Even if he didn't make a big achievement, he was not bad. You don't need silver when you trade with Chu state. As long as you need food, you will need food for all future transactions. Let Yan state do whatever you want. Yi Deshanzi was giving his holy command. The best horse in the world came from the prairie beyond the Great Wall. He killed him. In addition to the kingdom of Jin, the inclusion of the Great Wall in the Great Zhou territory is tantamount to possessing the best horse resources in the world, and it is possible to charge wildly. During the peace period, the price of food was very low. Now that the imperial treasury is abundant, he wants to start collecting food and grass to make full preparations for the battle 2 years later. Once a war breaks out, the price of food will skyrocket. It will change in one day and become too expensive. Even if the country has a good harvest for 2 or 3 years in a row, most of them stay in the hands of landlords who have fertile land at home, and they use the food. There seems to be no problem on the surface in exchange for war horses. Once the war breaks out, the problem will arise. The military will find it difficult to raise a large amount of food. In addition, the price of goods will be affected somewhat, and inflation will be affected if the military wants to raise a large amount of food. The coins are worthless, and if there is no fight, the inside has been chaotic by itself. The first empire that Yi Deshanzi wanted to attack was the kingdom of Chu. All the slanderous tricks were aimed at the kingdom of Chu. Well, the kingdom of Yan, it will not move for the time being. As for whether the 4 empires will form a coalition again, this is a possibility. It's still very big. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Everyone knows the truth. The empire is still the main diplomatic strategy of the empire at present. The minister obeys the decree. Gao Zongsun bowed his orders. The emperor was wise and martial, and he had a foresight. Now he is already conducting various preparations for the conquest of Chu in 2 years' time. The Eternal Sage Ming Emperor. Chapter 411. Only a few governors who were responsible for guarding the 4 important towns outside the Great Wall knew about the sacred mission of using war horses for food. They were secretive to the outside world and secretly prepared for the war 2 years later. The purpose of Yi Deshanzi's trip was to inspect whether the Cypriots outside the Cypriots can get along with the people who moved from Dezhou. The second is to check the planting of artificial protection forests on the prairie, and the third is to go to Hanmu City, the northernmost part of the grassland. See if you can find a trail that penetrates into the territory of Chu from the lofty mountains. After staying in Chengbai Bay for a few days, under the escort of the Iron Cavalry, the Emperor Yi Da set off again and went to Hanmu City. The defender of Hanmu City is Tang Feng's most powerful associate, Chang Peng, and Chang Peng, the son of the late Wu Gonghu Chengqing Shan. He is like Wu Gonghu, stable and good at guarding such an important border, and he is handed over to him. Yi Daishan is very relieved. When the emperor came, Chang Peng naturally led the city's lieutenant general and the people out of the city to welcome the holy driver. After entering the Sishi mansion, Tai Chenzu, the head of the local black-clothed guard, immediately presented a large pile of thick materials. After recuperating, the first empire to be attacked by Yi Daishan was the kingdom of Chu. Naturally, he did everything possible to find a breakthrough point. At the beginning of the year, he asked Feng Fu to send a large number of black guards to Hanmu City, using various identities as cover. Mixed into the northern border fortress of Chu State, Menglangwan, lurking, waiting for opportunities. Menglan Pass was built on Wulan Mountain. The terrain is steep and easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if the city wall is destroyed by explosives, the army will rush and kill, and the losses will be heavy. Therefore, a large number of black-clothed secret spies were led by the local hunters, desperately looking for the secret trail to bypass Menglan Pass in the Ulan Mountains. Ulan Mountain is steep, towering ancient trees, endless, and covered in smoke all the year round. Even the old hunters who hunt nearby all the year round are prone to lost and disappear. There are many unknown predators in the dark mountains and forests. As soon as the black-clothed secret spy who was going to explore the path entered, he never came back, and the roster was marked with a mark of death. Continue to search. Yi Daishan did not give up and ordered the black-clothed secret spy to continue searching. In order to increase safety, he suggested to form a team of more than 10 people. Keep a certain distance between the teams and leave marks along the way. If you are lost, you should call for help or warn with heavy smoke. It is best to tie your legs with a cloth tape to prevent poisonous snakes from biting. The tropical jungles are complex and sinister, and no one can guarantee that there will be any unexpected accidents. The Emperor Yi Daishan can only impart to them some knowledge that the later generations know as much as possible. The pile of information submitted by the Black Guard was the deployment of troops in Menglan Pass, the sex status of the guards, etc., as well as the information on the hidden situation of our secret spy. This is a heavy secret. After Yi Daishan read it, he took it the day to is burned. If you want to seize Menglan Pass, you have to find a secret passage from the rolling Ulan Mountains. Otherwise, you can only give up and seek a breakthrough from Kanyuan City. The day before leaving Hanmu City, Yi Daishanzi changed into plain clothes and wandered around the small business town between Hanmu City and Menglungwan under the protection of plain clothes guards. In order to facilitate the border trade between the merchants of the two countries, the buffer zone in the middle is not fortified, and the army is not allowed to enter. This is an unwritten rule on the mainland. The small trading market town is filled with a dazzling array of goods. Merchants and border residents are crowded, and both sides are engaged in trade transactions, which is extremely prosperous and lively. After wandering around, when returning to the empire, several children were kneeling on the grass at the border of the two countries and playing with small stones. Yi Daishan was walking, and a small stone rolled to his feet. He instinctively took a look, took the steps back, bent down, picked up the little stone, and immediately showed an expression of extreme excitement on his face. This is a quartz stone. The mainland does not know what its value is. It is just used to build city walls or stone houses, but it is not known that this thing is the raw material for making glass. It can be melted at high temperature and cooled to make glass. With glass, you can make telescopes and telescopes. It is another great invention in the wild continent, especially in the vast sea. With this thing, you can find the enemy early. The military fleet should make corresponding deployments or avoid them as soon as possible. Return me the stone. A child yelled, trying to come over and ask for his natural toy, but the guard stopped him. Copper coins. Yi Daishanzi squatted down in front of the children and said with a smile, "Little friend, tell your elder brother where the stone came from. Brother will give you the copper coins to buy sugar." I have had such an experience before. The emperor asked for copper coins, but the guards around him were all silver. Feng Nishang had learned how to accompany the emperor. When traveling with the emperor, she carried half a string of copper coins on her body. When the emperor stretched out her hand, she immediately reached out, took out a handful of copper coins and put them in the hands of the emperor. If you tell your elder brother where the stone was obtained, these copper coins are yours. Yi Daishanzi shook the copper plate in his hand to lure children. In that case, it is easy for people to give birth to strange uncles to Liam. Little Lorry went to see the evil thoughts of the goldfish. A stone is exchanged for a handful of copper coins. This business is very cost-effective. The child raised his finger to Wulan Mountain, and then both hands out, grabbed the copper coins in the palm of Yi Daishanzi's palm, and ran away, for fear that the elder brother would regret it. Go up the mountain. The Emperor Yi Da jumped up in joy and walked towards Wulan Mountain. The son, Feng Nishang, and the guards were shocked, and quickly stopped. I want to go up the mountain to find this stuff. Yi Daishan shook the quartz stone in his hand. The quartz stone contains too many impurities, and it is not shiny. You guys, go back and get the bag. The guards who were spotted were clever and directly bought some cloth bags with rice from the nearby people. The other two ran back to the city to inform Fox Xion that the emperor was going to Ulan Mountain to find stones, and quickly sent more. The man is guarding the mountain. Fox Xion was also taken aback. He hurriedly sent Tiger and Leopard Iron Cavaliers out, and the entire camp was immediately chaotic. All the generals gathered in an emergency, and the Iron Cavaliers rumbled out of the city, alarming Chang Peng, who was in the governor's mansion. Hearing that the emperor had gone up to the Ulan Mountains, he was also worried that he would lose, and hurried the garrison in the city to fully guard and enter a state of combat readiness. The whole city jumped for a while, and there was such a big noise. The people also ran home in terror, closed their doors, and even the small bazaars that carried out border trade between the two countries were in chaos. The frontier merchants hurriedly collected the stalls and ran back to their respective territories. When there was a move in Hanmu City, General Pang Zhaoxing of the Chu army in Menglan Pass was hugging Xina's concubine and was happy. He was shocked when he received an emergency report from a soldier. He jumped out of bed and ordered while wearing his armor. The city gate was closed, and the whole army entered a state of combat readiness. For a while, there was a turmoil in Menglan Pass. Everyone was anxious, and no one understood what had happened, thinking that there was another war. Later, the scouts sent out reported that Zhijun was also on guard, but there was no sign of siege. Chapter 412. I decided not to wash my hands for a few days after searching for 2 days in Wulan Mountain. Yi Daishan found a cave with a lot of quartz stones. He ordered the guards to put all the quartz stones into bags and carry them down the mountain. Then, he left Hanmu City with joy. Carrying a whole car of quartz stone, went south and continued to patrol. Along the way, you can see pieces of artificial forests, as well as some artificially excavated small rivers and water conservancy. The more you go south, the closer you are to the edge of the grasslands and deserts. The more artificial forests are, the denser you will be. Although it is still impossible to transform the big desert, at least blocked the invasion of sandstorm. Tens of thousands of sticks and Japanese prisoners of war are still digging artificial rivers nearby to bring water from the Tadakan River as much as possible to improve the difficulty of water in the prairie. These artificial rivers, water conservancy, and shelter forests can be said to have been excavated or planted with numerous bones. There are tens of thousands of sticks and Japanese prisoners of war, and now only tens of thousands are left. However, after the improvement of the food, the military doctors along with the army will treat them. The mortality rate has been greatly reduced. There are many strong or handsome prisoners of war who are favored by local women, get married and have children. Because of their good performance, they have joined the nationality of Dazu and become citizens of the empire. If they want to return home, they have to wait for the Emperor Yi Daishan to rule the world. There will be a chance later. Winter is approaching, plus a cart of quartz stones. Yi Daishan is back home, and after visiting Mu Chunfing and his Black Wolf army, he returns to the imperial capital. Hu Xion finally found the official scarlet clothes mixed in the guard group, and he was surprised. The two looked at each other with affection, expressing their inner emotions with their eyes. When the first snowflakes fell, Emperor Yi Da also returned to the imperial capital. 5 days later, the Emperor Yi Da gave the marriage, and the bright and graceful Nagyuan was a concubine. Next, Yi Daishanzi started to get busy again, burning charcoal, melting a small amount of quartz at high temperature, and starting to make glass. After cooling, the quartz liquid solidified into glass, but with various colors. Fortunately, his chemistry was not fully returned to the teacher. When it melted again, he added some pyrolucite to neutralize it. After several experiments, finally created a colorless and transparent glass. The telescope is based on the principle of optics. Yi Deshanzi used the clay model to make the concave lens and the convex lens, and the telescope was assembled, but it was only a wooden single-tube telescope. The workmanship of the binoculars was more troublesome. Later, he ordered people to melt all the quartz stones, make a large number of concave convex lenses, which were polished by people, and put them into the wooden barrels made by the carpenter to create more than 200 monoculars, leaving more than 24. A concave convex lens, used to install binoculars. This is the clairvoyance he invented. He kept 2 of them, one for Empress Jin, one for Leaf, and one for Feng Fu, and 2 for the concubines to play within the harem. He assigned the rest. Of course, the first one to see the celestial eyes of 1,000 miles serving Feng Nishang, and the second one is Feng Fu. Although Feng Damai had acquiesced in her heart, she hadn't eaten it yet, she just held hands a lot. She hadn't really wiped the oil and ate soybean rot. After building the single-scope telescope, the Emperor Yi Daishan excitedly ran to the Blackguard's office. Apart from anything else, he pulled up Feng Fu and climbed to the top of the city. Feng Fu is a little accustomed to his Mao with Mao feet. However, he held a hand in the public, and the smooth jade cheeks were still full of red clouds. Seeing his face was excited, guessing what it would make him feel excited. It's up to him if he is very happy. Ascended to the south of the city and stood on the wall, letting the cold wind blow and snow falling. Yi Daishan took out a single-scope telescope and said with a smile, "Come on, try it." Feng Fu didn't react for a while, and the Emperor Yi Daishan enthusiastically taught her, "Raise it to the right eye, squinting the left eye, yes, that's it." When teaching Feng Damai to use the single tube to look through the mirror, the servant took the opportunity to wrap her waist. Feng Fu's jade cheeks were red, and he instinctively earned a bit, but did not break free, so he had to let him hold his arms. Anyway, it was his person sooner or later, let him alone. When she looked into the distance through the lens of the wooden tube, she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. This stuff was really amazing, and she could see clearly from such a distance. It was clairvoyant. Fun? Yi Daishan asked with a smile, the expression on his face clearly saying that this is my invention and creation. The Emperor is wise. Although Feng Fu was shocked by the various things he invented and created from time to time, this time of clairvoyance shocked her greatly, and she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. I really don't know that he still pretends to be in his mind. How many amazing ideas. This person is simply a god sent from the sky to save the common people. Apart from being a bit lustful, he is perfect. The Emperor. The Crimson Phoenix with jade cheeks twisted her body uncomfortably, and her heart jumped suddenly. This person, let him eat tofu with oil, and he has to keep an inch. And, although she was unmanned, there was a reaction somewhere in Mingren, and she could feel it, and she couldn't help being ashamed and nervous. Fortunately, although the guards gathered around, they all turned their backs to them. Otherwise, they would be ashamed. Yi Daishan sternly defended himself. In my heart, I don't have any random thoughts, but it is disobedient and always defies my sacred decree. So I can't do anything about it. Feng Fu's phoenix eyes turned white. So can you tell? However, she couldn't help it. She could only sigh in her heart. If he didn't have this shortcoming, he could be comparable to a perfect saint. Yi Daishanzi seemed to see through her thoughts. He smiled and said, I am not a saint, and I don't want to be a saint. All saints are fools. Liu Xiaohui is not chaotic. And he is a super fool who has let down the beauty. Affection. I don't want the beautiful woman to be heartbroken. Feng Fu really had nothing to say, and whatever the wrong reason was said from his mouth, it turned into a magnificent principle, which made her feel helpless. The Emperor, the city is very windy. Be careful of the cold. Go back to the palace. Fu still has many documents to review. Feng Fu desperately grabbed the wolf's paw that had penetrated through her chest, and if she didn't find any excuses to escape, he would stay here. It's getting better and better. Yi Daishanzi let out a heavy sigh, and reluctantly pulled out the wolf paw. Ancient times were not as open as modern times. There must be a limit to eating tofu with oil, so as not to be annoyed by beauty, and can develop to this level is already considered a big victory. And after a few more visits, you can attack the city and plunder the pool. I decided not to wash my hands for a few days. Feng Fu also reacted for a while. Yi Daishan raised the oily wolf paw under his nose, twitched his nose vigorously, with a very intoxicated expression. The hand has a lingering fragrance. I want to take a good aftertaste. Feng Fu's jade cheeks rose red, and in a hurry, his jade fingers stretched out and pinched fiercely in the fleshy place. Wow! Chapter 413 Great China Empire Qianli Shenyan. This is another name for the telescope invented and created by Yi Daishan. The telescope. The name is too common, not a bit of majesty and magic. Qianli Shenyan. Just listen to this name, you will know that it is very mysterious and majestic. Even though he was arbitrary, he had to comply with the will of the people. 1,000 Miles Eye is one of the secret weapons of the Imperial Army. Naturally, it must be kept strictly confidential. Not many people know about it. Few people are qualified to touch this stuff. The production method is only known by Yi Daishanzi. The three main armies of the Empire and the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry were each assigned 20, which were assigned by the Commander-in-Chief. For example, the local commanders Tang Feng, Chang Peng, and Du Bikangxiu also received 5, and the Imperial Navy received 50. Haiyi also got 50, and the rest was temporarily sealed up in the country's inventory and kept for future use. It wasn't that Emperor Yi Dai was particularly pampering Ling Fai, but that naval battles were different from land battles. The sea was vast and endless, and the ships sank and died. Therefore, it is necessary to detect the enemy fleet as early as possible and make corresponding adjustments as soon as possible. Haiyi is his important eyes and ears for knowing the affairs of the world, and is one of the sharp tools for stabilizing the emperor's position. Naturally, he needs special attention. Also, the reason why he is so stingy is because he secretly made a secret order to let the Black Guard look around for quartz stones. This thing should have talent everywhere. But Black Guard searched all the way, but he never found a half grain of quartz stone. This kind of ore has become a gem in the wild continent. If he is not stingy, it will be gone if he breaks it. During the period when the Emperor Yi Daishan created the Eyes of 1,000 Miles and the black-clothed secret spy was ordered to search for quartz ore, small frictions occurred between the Great Zhou Empire and the Kingdom of Chu and the Korean Empire, which once turned into a serious incident of army siege. The merchant Luo Jianping of the Great Zhou Empire was beaten by Jiang Zongxing, the evil young man of the Chu state, at the small bazaar where the Zhuchu border traded. The goods were looted and suffered heavy losses. The first envoy of Zhuchu's border guard, Gong Qingfeng, demanded that Chu state severely punish the murderer and compensate Luo Jianping several times for his losses. The Chu state categorically refused. Gong Tangfing tried his best to lower 200,000 Flying Eagle soldiers and approached Kanyuan city. The Thunder Chariot once again raised its might and blasted Kanyuan city into the sky. The Chu ruling and opposition parties shook, and the Great Zhou Empire did not hesitate to start the battle for a group of untouchables. Whether you believe it or not, in short, the Dazu military has bombarded Kanyuan city frantically, and the situation has evolved into a war between empires. Is it really necessary to start the war again? The court of Chu was in a quarrel. Some advocated war and some advocated peace talks. Chu Wangsong's questions were as big as a fight. This matter is about the face of the empire, right? It's not worth the slightest. Wars will cause you to suffer from all kinds of astonishing consumption. There are also unpredictable risks. Wars between empires offer some kind of benefit. If there is no benefit, war will be launched. Only lunatics can do this kind of thing. The emperor of the Great Zhou was a lunatic, unreasonable. You really want to be true to a lunatic? Then you are a lunatic yourself. In the end, the peace talks had the upper hand. and the Jiang family apologized and compensated Luo Jianping several times for the cost of medicine and the loss of goods. This matter was considered a peaceful solution. Another incident was that when Chen Adi, a neighboring resident, was shopping at the Zhuhan border trade fair, he was deceived by Korean businessmen. The two sides had a quarrel, which turned into a fight, and Chen Adi was severely injured. Jinning's heavy guard General Duga Kangxiu sent an envoy to protest and demand compensation for the damage. After being rejected, he also took tough military action. The army crossed the Yao River and used thunder chariots to bombard the city of the Korean Empire. The cockroach court was also chaotic, blaming that the Zhou Empire did not have the grace of a big country, and there was no civilized etiquette. It was purely a barbarian empire, cursing, and several times the damage compensation was delivered as quickly as possible. There were always 3 such incidents, and the parties involved were all low-ranking poor people. The Duke of Diezi was so aggressively engaged, it was unreasonable, and he was completely a lunatic. The great empires screamed, but the prestige of the Great Zhou Empire had undoubtedly reached its peak. A common, low-status Great Zhou in a foreign country also kept the people of other countries away, and did not dare to provoke them easily. What Yi Daishan wants is this kind of effect. He understands that strength is the supreme truth in a continent where the weak and the strong eat. Only with a hard fist can you be qualified to speak. Such seemingly unreasonable behaviors of lunatics actually win the support of the people and the hearts of the people. Xiang, why not worry about the unification of the mainland? On the first day of the first lunar month of the following year, Master Wu Tan practiced in the Temple of Heaven. The Emperor Yi Dax told the sacred decree and changed the name of the country to the Great China Empire. According to mainland practice, when the new emperor was enthroned and the country was changed, the emperor announced an amnesty for the world. Even death row prisoners had the opportunity to pardon, but Yi Daishanzi did not issue an amnesty. Feng Fu is in charge of the Black Guard, and the Emperor Yi Daishan ordered to add a report box. Many unjust, false and wrongful cases have been revealed. Now the prisoners in the prison are all committed crimes, and the Emperor Yi Daishan does not want to pardon these wicked people. Let it out and then do harm to the people. Really caring about the people's suffering is to reduce taxes for them and allow them to get actual benefits. Only then will they be grateful and sincerely support you. Of course, tax reduction must be established on the premise that the imperial treasury is abundant. The people of the Chinese Empire are grateful to the Emperor Yi Da, and praise the sage of the present day as the wise sage that the empire has never seen in 1,000 years. The image in the minds of the people has been rising, and Yi Daishan is inevitably triumphant. What makes him most happy is Feng Fu's reaction now, because he has won the hearts of Feng Damai by reducing taxes again. The original strong fortress, now it can be said that it is basically undefended, letting the monarch attack the city and plunder the pool, and act recklessly. Conquering the heart of a beauty makes a man feel a sense of fulfillment. At this moment, the Emperor Yi Da is just like a triumphant man. This couple embraced the beauty of Fengda in the warmth of spring in the room, enjoying the beauty and happiness. My Majesty. Don't make trouble. I'm busy with official business. Feng Fu with the crimson cheeks angered, and firmly grabbed a certain arrogant wolf paw. Combine work and rest, so that the office is efficient. Yi Daishan chuckled, I just help you with a massage to relax you. Feng Fu was speechless. How could his massage relax her? The more mischievous, the more tense her heart. But the body is soft and without a trace of strength. It is almost life-threatening, but she has never compensated for that feeling. She can't say it, but it feels very strange. Well, anyway, sooner or later, it will be his own. Besides, how is this behavior different from a losing touch? Feng Fu sighed helplessly, gave up the last resistance, and let him do anything wrong. After Yi Daishan got what he wanted, he couldn't help humming Song of the Bridal House under the complacency. The bridal chamber, Mayan Mei Jiaoniang Cave. Wow. It hurts. The extreme joy was sorrowful, and the fleshy place was pinched again. and Yi Shanzi let out an earth-shattering howl. Why are all beautiful women violent? Chapter 414. The Emperor is crazy again. 1 year in the Chinese Empire. In March of Yangchuan, hundreds of flowers bloomed, contending for beauty. The year's plan is in spring. The people are busy with spring plowing and planting for the fruits of autumn, while Yi Shanzi is busy making private visits to understand the sentiments of the people. Understanding the people's sentiments is indeed one of the goals of the Emperor Yi. Of course, he has ulterior motives. Therefore, he went on a tour in a light suit and quietly came to Jining. The safety of the emperor is the first priority. Jining Guard Duga Kangxu naturally received a secret report from the Black Guard. He knew that the emperor liked private visits in microservices and did not like to be disturbed, so he pretended not to know. However, when he received that the emperor had already crossed the Yao River and entered the territory of Bangtsai country, he couldn't help being frightened. The dignified emperor, even if he made a private visit in the domestic microservices, he even ran into the enemy's territory. This is a lot of trouble. Duga Kangxu can only send all the masters in the army, as well as the dead masters brought from the clan, as much as possible to mix into the stick country with various identities to secretly protect the safety of the emperor. At the same time, he sent someone to report to his father Duga Jin with the queen. Not to mention that Queen Jin was half deadly scared. Even the trained old fox Duga Jin was also scared to death, cursing a certain lunatic repeatedly. This is crazy, it can scare people alive. Crazy. Duga Jin is going crazy, but he has not lost his reason. He is ambitious and capable, and finally developed the power and prestige of the Duga family to the peak. But if there is no emperor, the Duga family will be nothing, and the tree will attract the wind. This is why I understand. Duga Jin sent all the elite masters of the Duga family to the country of Styx, and even the few pampered elders also invited out. At the same time, he invited his wife into the palace and gave his daughter face-to-face advice. Leaf did not follow the emperor on the tour this time. She stayed in the palace to teach Kingja to step up her training. Kinga's magic mentality has made a breakthrough. In addition to her lack of actual combat experience, she has squeezed into the ranks of masters. A court lady reported that the middle lady was here. Leaf was startled slightly. What is she doing here? She had assassinated Queen Jin before. Strictly speaking, she was a deadly opponent. However, for the emperor's hard work, she did not embarrass Queen Jin. Queen Jin also wisely did not give her empty shoes, and both sides retreated. One step, it's safe and sound. My sister's martial arts is invincible in the world, and she still practiced so diligently. Empress Jin did not hold up the air of Zhong's empress, and spoke politely. Sister laughed. Leaf was also polite. Although the two houses are side by side, strictly speaking, the main palace is bigger than the East Palace, so it should be called sister. She doesn't have any interest in fame or anything. Just having a name is enough. People are polite, and she is naturally polite. Empress Jin sighed suddenly. Her cheek had a sad expression, and she was hesitant to speak. Leaf wondered, why is my sister sighing? Empress Jin sighed, I'm not angry with the emperor. The emperor? Didn't he go for a private visit? Leaf Liu frowned. The emperor likes to visit privately, appreciate the people's sentiments and understand the sufferings of the people. She thinks it is nothing. The wise sage must know the sufferings of the people. The emperor's heart has reached the 7th level. Even if it's not an enchanting master, it's not much worse. Besides, there are 2 eunuchs with small 5 sons and small 6 sons with very powerful martial arts, and the martial arts of the 8 dragons and tigers. Not bad. There are also a lot of skilled inner palace guards, and there are even black-clothed guards who accompany secretly to protect them. There should be no problem in safety. Queen Jin smiled bitterly. He likes to run out. Everyone is letting him go, but this time he has gone to the Korean Empire. Can you say that sister is not worried in my heart? The Korean Empire? Leaf was taken aback. This dead man is really too ridiculous. So why did he run into the enemy country? Sister will be out of the palace. Leaf also followed with a helpless sigh. She understood the reason why Empress Jin came. and asked her to persuade the emperor to come back. Although the emperor spoils the concubines of the harem, they may not have persuaded the emperor, and they have never studied martial arts. Feng Fu can persuade them, but she is the only one in charge of the Black Guards, and she can't leave even half a step. The candidate is selected. Then please ask my sister. Queen Jin gave a polite blessing. Sister is polite, it's all a family. Leaf also politely returned the courtesy, and the estrangement between the two was reduced a lot. At the moment, Leaf went back to the room, changed into a man's outfit, brought silver and a few changed clothes, hurried out of the palace. Fakey rushed to Jinning. Feng Fu was also scared and pale when he received the emergency secret report from Hai Yui. This person must be crazy. Anxiety is useless. No matter how powerful the Black Guard is, it is limited to the Empire. In the land of others, she is beyond reach. In desperation, Feng Fu had to issue an emergency secret order, so that the black-clothed secret spies lurking in the Korean Empire must protect the emperor's safety at all costs. This person is getting more and more nonsense. No one cares about him. It is really unreasonable. It is always uncomfortable. She must enter the palace to discuss with Queen Jin, and he can't let him continue such nonsense. There was a lot of trouble in the palace. Many people were worried. But the Emperor Yi ate in a hotel in the small town of Bangtsai-Uljin. Each place has its own customs, but the stick culture and customs are all copied from the great Chinese Empire, and they have almost no special characteristics of their own. Moreover, due to geography, climate and other reasons, materials are scarce, and the days are worse than the impoverished people of the empire. Poor end times. What a look! Dong is extremely expensive. Yi Daishanzi regretted his trip this time. He came to the north of Bangtsai, which is also the poorest area in Bangtsai country. It's called reminiscence of bitterness and sweetness. Yi Daishan swallowed kimchi with a self-deprecating smile. This thing is good for freshness. If it's a meal, it's really terrible. Let alone him. He is one of the accompanying guards. All the guards frowned when they ate, and this was simply not something people could eat. He is not really stingy. Dong is too expensive. The price is almost 5 or 6 times, or even 10 times, that of the empire. Of course, there is wine and meat, but it is a bit less than usual. This is for the guard who is used to big fish and meat. That said, it's really very concise. Yi Daishan was eating, but his eyes were looking at the pedestrians passing by on the street. But he was sighing in his heart. Is there really no beautiful women in Bangtsai country? Collecting all the beauties in the world in the harem is his biggest goal and ideal in life. The beauties in the world naturally refer to several empires. This is called exoticism. There is a red concubine in Chu country and Yun concubine in Yan country. There is a queen swallow. Jin has Rongo. The Japanese pirate has a flower, and there is no one in Bangtsai country. His purpose in coming to Bangtsai this time is to make a stick beauty to enrich his harem. However, after walking a lot, he was a little disappointed. Chapter 415. Yi Daishanzi nibbled kimchi in his mouth. His eyes continued to chaotically. He saw a few sticks in official uniforms approaching. The hotel owner hurriedly greeted them with fists, and the few officials also politely responded with a polite expression, obviously flattering. All empires on the mainland have very strict distinctions between high and low, with strict hierarchy and low merchant status. Even if you have 10,000 possessions, you are not even as good as a landlord with only 100 acres of land. Those few officials are so flattering with the owner of the restaurant. It is inevitable that the Emperor Yi Da was born curious. However, he did not understand bird language, so he had to ask the hired interpreter to translate. Master Yi, several adults are congratulations to Boss Jin. The translator respectfully translates, this young man from the Great Zhou Empire must be extremely powerful. Just look at the domestic slave bodyguard who embraced him and called after him. He was generous in his shots. This time, he earned a family and family's living expenses for 3 years. And he also offered rewards from time to time. Of course, he had to wait cautiously when he came across such a gold guest. He translated carefully. Boss Kim's youngest daughter, Kim Sun-hee, is very beautiful and has the reputation of Jindal in the north. The king took a fancy to him and sent people to Kim Sun-hee to enter the palace. The team to pick them up was already on the way. If Kim Sun-hee can please the emperor and is canonized as a noble concubine, the Jin family will be prosperous, and the local official will run to congratulate her. This is also a normal response. This is called emotional investment. There are women who enter the palace and become the emperor. The family is developed and should have been madly happy, but Yi Daishanzi could see from the smile on Boss Jin's face, that smile was very reluctant, even with a bit of sadness. This more and more aroused the curiosity of Yi Daishanzi. He took out a silver coin and asked the interpreter to find out. Transliteration was so happy that all his saliva flowed out. The super big gold guessed, a reward is 5 pils of silver. He collected the silver, and rushed out to inquire about the news. Soon, he ran over and told the Emperor Yi Daishan what he had discovered. Jin Shunji did not want to enter the palace, and Boss Kim did not want his daughter to enter the palace. Who would dare to resist the emperor's imperial decree? There is a saying among the people that entering the Hu gate is as deep as the sea, let alone entering the palace. Most of the folk women would rather find a man to marry than enter the palace. Of course, ambitious women would do everything possible to enter the palace to win the emperor's favor. The sparrow flew on the jade branch and became a golden phoenix. My son, Miss Jin Shunji will go to the monastery and pray for the Buddha tomorrow. The translator said with a smile. She is Jindal from the north. Jindal, also known as azalea, screaming rhododendron, is the first open flower in the field. In the Korean Empire, it is considered a sign of the arrival of spring. The flower language is the flower of the empire that blooms for a long time, symbolizing long-lasting prosperity, joy and happiness. A woman can get the reputation of kind or lie, which shows that her appearance and character are recognized by the locals. It seems that this Miss Jin Sun-hee should be the first beauty in the north of the Korean Empire. Beauty, that's what Yi Daishan is most interested in. Naturally, I want to see the true face of Jin Shunji Slushan. The translation was quite appetizing for him, and Yi Daishan gave him another 50 pils of silver, and stayed overnight in the town that day, waiting to see Jin Shunji's face tomorrow. Jin Shunji has the reputation of Jindal in the north. If he still doesn't see him, he immediately pats his butt and leaves. The first beauties in the north have grown up like this. There is no real beauty in Bangtsai country. There is still a need to stay longer. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the interpreter led the way to Kuo Temple. Kuo Temple is a well-known local temple. There are many devout pilgrims who come to pray for the blessing of the Buddha, and the incense is also prosperous. Bangtsis Monk Temple is also from the Shansai Empire, so it is good to watch. Yi Daishan's purpose of this trip is only to see Jin Shunji's glory. He pretends to be the brother of the family. He is dressed in brocade clothes with a gold folding fan in his hand. He is handsome and handsome. The Yasu is in the breeze. He is loved by everyone. The flowers are blooming, attracting the attention of past pilgrims. Several brave ladies came up with excuses, teased and seduced. Xiaozi Xilius Guard is beside Yi Daishanzi, and the 2 eunuchs are also handsome, and they must be the targets of the concubines molesting. However, both of them revealed a feminine aura. Yi Daishanzi cultivated the emperor's heart art, revealing masculinity, and more pleased the noble ladies. My son, are you from the Chinese Empire? It must be, otherwise, I don't know how to be so handsome. Tsk tusk. This cloth is really good. The bold lady reached out and touched the cloth, and took the opportunity to pinch a few handfuls on Yi Daishan's body. Hey, it's pretty sturdy. The sun won't go back so soon, right? Stay a few more days. The concubine is as good as the landlord. Accompany the son to watch the local scenery and beautiful scenery, exotic style. Ensure that the son is satisfied. It is a worthwhile trip. One is quite beautiful. Yan's woman even sticks directly into his arms. The scenery, the beautiful scenery, and the satisfaction are all used in a special tone. The provocative taste is obviously fruity. and even the people of Mujian can hear it. Ladies, Xiaoxing. Yi Daishan wanted to pretend to be a romantic scholar. He naturally had the demeanor of a gentleman. He raised his hand, but he was brutally murdered somewhere. This lady, Xiaoxing. Will, what's going on? Will you get angry? The son will just send it to his concubine. That doesn't seem to be good. Yi Daishanzi usually has sharp teeth, but today it is a talented woman who meets the female king. It's impossible to make sense. The guards were both nervous and envious. They were nervous about the safety of the emperor, but the emperor had no hint, and they did not dare to forcibly drag away the nobles of the stick country. The emperor is the emperor of the true dragon, and this dragon's breath is powerful. With just such a stop, the women of the stick country will rebel and find it difficult to hold on to themselves. It is a great excitement to be molested by a woman who eats guogo like this. The appearance of these sticks and ladies is quite good, and it is also a great thing to be able to pay for the exoticism. The son must have come to the incense for marriage, right? The son has a peach blossom on his face. There must be a low marriage. My son, you are thirsty, and the concubine is setting up a banquet in the meditation room in the temple. Let's go in and have a drink. Thank you sisters for your kindness. Xiaoxing received it with my heart. Yi Daishanzi was so frightened that he shook him quickly, and went in with this group of ladies, not being squeezed into mummies. Chapter 416. My son, go in. These noble women squeeze Yi Daishan in the middle, eat tofu with oil, squeeze it with majestic mountain peaks, seduce them with language, but it is useless and you just follow. Sisters, do it well, let go of my little brother. Yi Daishanzi tried again and again, and came to this wild continent. It was the first time that he was softened and begged for mercy. All these ladies speak fluent Chinese. Did you learn this foreign language when you were bored? Oh, why don't you just go in for a glass of water and wine? My sister won't eat you. There was a lady who giggled. Her eyes were like a hungry she-wolf who hadn't eaten dong for a few days. You swallow the whole person with bones. Yi Daishan raised his hand to express surrender. Or, let's do it. Sisters, leave the address. Being entangled so much that there is really no way, Yi Daishan is anxious to be wise, thinking of the trick to get through by fooling. He will go ahead and talk about it. This trick worked as expected. Someone immediately found the pen and ink, leaving their addresses, and even secret signs. For example, if you see a pot of flowers on the windowsill upstairs, you can go in. If you don't show it, don't do it. Hey! A lady suddenly screamed, and she didn't know who pinched her in the chaos. She turned her head and looked at which bastard ate her tofu. Xiao Luzi squeezed in at the right time, winking at Yi Daishanzi. Yi Daishanzi looked in the direction he signaled, and opened the folding fan in his hand. This hand was very chic, and it made the ladies of those nobles even more excited. A girl in a floral dress with blue color is climbing up the level with her skirt hem. Her eyebrows are curved like a moon, her eyes are bright and agile, her nose is small and beautiful, and her slightly curled lips reveal a sense of sex. Sex with the wild, similar to Dan Junki's temperament, but with a little more sweetness and pleasantness. HMPH, Vixen. There was a sour curse from the women. That lady is. Yi Daishanzi smiled and looked at the imperial concubine who was squeezed by her side. Jin Sun He, future imperial concubine, son, don't even think about it. The lady kindly reminded, who would dare to get in touch with the woman the king liked? The gold folding fan in Yi Daishan's hand was suddenly closed, and he was used to sexually rubbing his nose. He didn't expect that there would be such a top-notch beauty in Bangtsai. No wonder the king of Bangtsai was attracted. This girl, brother fell in love with, the future imperial concubine. Brother's photo is not wrong. Kim Sun He lifted her skirt up the steps, and a pretty girl carrying a bamboo basket followed behind panting. Miss, you go slowly. Kim Sun He turned her head and said softly, Xiao Hyun, can't you hurry up? She continued to climb up the stairs, and when she raised her head, she met the direct shot of the eyes of the Emperor Yi Daishan. Her heart jumped suddenly, and her smooth jade cheeks became red in a strange way. I don't know why. The look in that young man's eyes and the faint smile on the corners of his lips made her feel an indescribable strange feeling in her heart. Yi Daishan's face showed the smile that he thought was the most fascinating person, and the gold folding fan in his hand opened with a scream, which was really unspeakable. At the very least, those noble ladies all have a fascinating drunken look that is difficult to hold on themselves, and they can't wait to swallow him with bones. Jin Shunji's head hung down and continued to climb up the steps. However, her steps seemed to slow down. She felt that her cheeks were a little hot, and her heart was jumping so hard as if she was about to jump out of her chest. She didn't know why she was like this, but when she touched the young man's gaze and the bright smile, she instinctively felt ashamed and nervous. This feeling was so strange that she couldn't figure it out. Xiaoxian was not as embarrassed as her. He looked at Yi Daishanzi with his big smart eyes. This young man was so handsome and unrestrained. He knew that he was not a native of his own country, but he did not know which empire he came from. It's a good match with the young lady, but it's a pity. Xiaoxian's thoughts were chaotic. When she was distracted, she stepped on the edge of the stone steps with one foot. Her center of gravity suddenly lost, and she instinctively screamed, "Be careful!" Yi Daishan had eyesight and quick hands, and he reached out and grabbed Xiaoxian's wrist in time. "Thank you, son." Xiaoxian's cheeks were pale. She was really frightened just now. She was about to fall, and she would definitely roll down the mountain. This death was also crippled. Yi Daishan didn't understand bird language, but she could tell from her expression that people were grateful. He smiled and said, "Welcome." "Thank you, son." Xiaoxian spoke Chinese this time and was extremely fluent. If it weren't for her natural persimmon face, she would really not be able to tell it was Xiom from the Han Empire. "Thank you, son." Jin Shunji quickly turned around to support Xiaoxian, and at the same time thanked him. She was also fluent in Chinese. "Miss Jin doesn't have to be polite. No one will die if you change the small things." Yi Daishan's face was full of harmless smiles. He didn't expect so many people in Bangzai to say it. "Chinese. Dare to ask the young master's surname?" Xiaoxian asked, blinking his big eyes. "Xiaoxing's surname is Yi Mingshan." Yi Daishan replied with a smile. In the face of beautiful women, his favorite thing is to keep his name for good deeds. How else would a beautiful woman know his name? "Thank you, Master Yi." Xiaoxian thanked again, then followed the young lady and went into the temple to burn incense and worship the Buddha. Yi Daishanzi wanted to keep up, but was entangled by the few ladies. Reluctantly, he sighed at the little woozy, motioned for him to follow, and stared at Jin Sonming Shunji. Several beautiful sisters. Xiaoxing already has. Well, that address, don't worry, Xiaoxing must be so. Yi Daishan had to beg for mercy. He has always been the most pitiful, so he can't beat anyone, right? Please remember. The noble ladies reminded again and again, and only then entered the temple in twos and threes. These awesome girls. Yi Daishanzi shook his head rather helplessly. He was about to enter the temple. A group of officers and soldiers gathered at the foot of the mountain. He couldn't help frowning. Could it be the guards sent by the stick monarch to pick up Jin Shunji? He didn't want to cause trouble for the time being, and obediently gave way to these rampage officers and soldiers. And more than 24 officers and soldiers swarmed into the temple. Looking at the costumes of these 24 officers and soldiers, Yi Daishan sighed with relief. These guys were sullen, their armors were old and faded, and the weapons in their hands were varied. It shouldn't be the Yulin guards in the palace. What are these guys doing in the temple? But don't spoil the good things of brother. At this time, Yi Daishanzi had given birth to the idea of letting his subordinates kidnap Jin Shunji. The Yulin guards who took her into the palace were already on the way, and he didn't have much time left. He called the guards who were accompanying him, gave a whisper, and watched them go down the mountain, which was relieved. Temporarily intending to kidnap the beauty. There is no preparation. I hope there is nothing wrong with it. He was about to enter the temple, but suddenly a woman screamed in horror. Chapter 417. Kidnapping. The whole temple was like a colony of ants that had blown up their nests, and the sound of frightened screamers rang out. Those pilgrims flee from the temple in panic. Some rushed too quickly, fell to the ground, and were trampled by people who fleed like a swarm. There must be no more screams. Yi Shanzi and the others didn't know what happened inside, so that the pilgrims were shocked. He wanted to rush in, but there were too many pilgrims pouring out of it, and they couldn't squeeze in. Young Master Yi, run quickly. The Red Robe King killed someone inside. The lady who had been entangled just now kindly dissuaded him. The King of the Red Robe, the leader of the rebel kingdom of the Bangtsai country, Wang Pumao, was given this title because he liked to wear the red jersey. He escaped many times during the encirclement and suppression of the officers and soldiers. These data are recorded in the data of the Bangtsai country collected by the Black Guard. Yi Daishan didn't have time to pay attention to her at this time, and thanked her. He was secretly lucky and forced to squeeze in. The little 5 and the 6 guards were worried about the Emperor's loss, and hurriedly surrounded him in the middle. The little 6 who opened the road in front gave a sharp shout, "Get out of the way!" This guy's arms shook, and the pilgrims pouring out of it were all shaken by him, and Yi Shanzi and others took the opportunity to rush in. Xiao Luzi opened the way in front of him. For the safety of the Emperor, how could he take care of so much? Silently practicing the magical power of protecting the body, and slammed into it abruptly. The people in front were all shocked by his domineering internal energy. Yi Shanzi and the others finally squeezed into it, and saw that the 2 guards sent in to track Jin Shunji were besieged by the group of officers and men. "My son, Miss Jin was robbed by them," one of the guards shouted loudly. The 2 of them are not weak in martial arts, but the officers and soldiers are also extremely fierce, and they are entangled tightly. 3 officers and soldiers fell on the ground, and several injured innocent pilgrims are groaning in agony. Those officers were in disguise of the rebel army. This time, they held Jin Shunji while she was going to incense. It was originally a secret operation. They kidnapped her without knowing it, but he didn't want to be today. But there were more variables like Yi Shanzi. The Emperor Yi Daishan also had the idea of kidnapping. He sent 2 guards to follow and monitor Jin Sunhee. The rebels dressed as officers thought that the guards were Jin Sunhee's bodyguards, and wanted to take the opportunity to assassinate him in close quarters, but they saw it through. The assassination failed, and 3 people died. As soon as life was lost, the entire temple was blown up. Everyone fled in terror and became chaos. The rebels took advantage of the opportunity to kidnap Kim Sun-hee and fled back to the mountain. A dozen people stayed behind. Before Yi Daishan's command, the little 5 had already jumped up. The person was in the air, the big sleeves flicked out, and the army screamed and spurted blood, and the meridians of his whole body were shattered by the extremely feminine internal force. Died. The 5 sons hurt the killer, and stepped the entire head of a rebel into the chest cavity with 1 foot. When it hit the ground, it was another king's elbow, smashing the other rebel and breaking his breastbone, killing him on the spot. Within a few breaths, more than a dozen rebels were killed by Xiao Wuzi, and Yi Daishanzi and others pursued them back in the mountains. Chasing, "We must take people back." Yi Daishan cursed with gritted teeth and flew down the mountain. 6 of the rebels had fled halfway down the mountain. One of them was carrying a long cloth bag on his shoulder, with a bag inside. It should be Kim Sun-hee. "Little Liu, come." Little Wuzi didn't raise his energy and flew by, but stretched out his right hand towards Xiao Luzi. The 2 of them usually practice together and cooperate tacitly. Xiao Luzi also stretched out his arms and held Xiao Wuzi's palm tightly. "Get up!" Xiao Wuzi yelled, vigorously, and with a loud cry, he flew Xiao Luzi away. Xiao Wuzi took advantage of Xiao Luzi's feminine inner strength, cast his momentum like a meteor, and immediately surpassed Yi Daishanzi, who was in front of him. The rebels who kidnapped Jin Shunji were rushing down the mountain, and the one who was pulling at the back heard a strange noise in the air. They instinctively turned their heads and looked around. They couldn't help but open their mouths wide when they saw someone falling from the sky. He still didn't understand what was going on. The stars flashed through the first floor in midair, and he immediately felt a severe pain in the vertebral heart from his throat, which would drown stubbornly like night. Xiao Luzi was still in the air. His right finger slammed, and another ray of starlight shot out, and fell into the heart of the second rebel after the pull, and the man fell down without even humming. The corpse fell down the mountain. The remaining 4 rebels were still rushing, suddenly hearing the sound of something rolling down behind them, and looking back in their busy schedule, they couldn't help being frightened. The 2 companions behind him were silently killed. The body rolled down, and the chasing soldiers were close behind him. Kill. Seeing being overtaken, a rebel army suddenly turned around and chopped with a knife. Xiao Luzi gave a sharp smile, threw his big sleeves out, curled up the slashed steel knife. His arm shook forward, and the army let out a stern cry and rolled down the mountain. Xiao Luzi continued to chase, flicking his middle finger again, and a cold steel pin shot out like lightning, sinking into the back of the rebel in front of him. "Brother, you go first, my house is behind." A might-looking rebel shouted loudly and rushed towards the little 6 with a sword. Looking for death, Xiao Luzi shouted sharply, his body suddenly violent, and jumped over the other's head. The person was in the air. His right leg kicked back suddenly. With a bang, the rebels behind the palace spurted blood and fluttered, and Xiao Luzi also took advantage of the rebounding force of that foot to rush forward again, and caught up with the nominal army carrying the long cloth bag on his shoulders. The man violently threw the long cloth sack at Xiao Luzi, quickly pulled out the saber around his waist, and kneaded his body and lunged on it. Xiao Luzi stretched out his hand to catch the cloth bag, and turned around. Not only did he avoid the stabling sword, but his shoulder slammed into the air, causing the opponent to spurt blood. When the person struggled to get up, Yi Deshanzi had already rushed and kicked the person flying with one kick. With this kick, he shot with anger, and the 90% Emperor's heart juice fierce and domineering internal energy directly kicked the person to death. The Sun. Xiao Luzi put down the cloth bag and untied the knotted rope. Jin Sun Huai was indeed inside, but she was dizzy and unconscious. Yi Deshanzi touched her pulse, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Shunji's pulse was still beating. It is estimated that the kidnapped rebels stunned. He motioned to Xiao Luzi to control Jin Shunji's meridians and tied the cloth bag to the 6 corpses on the ground. He also ordered the guards to carry down the mountain and throw them into the creek that crossed the mountain, and then lifted the cloth bag and drove off the path. The future of the Imperial concubine being kidnapped by the red-robed king of the rebel army soon shocked the officials in Legend Town. They ran out and searched for them. Then a team of officials flooded into Legend Town and made trouble in the town. Everyone was panicked. Before the official staff arrived, Yi Deshanzi and others had left Legend Town from the trail. They came to Anping County and bought a big boat for 200 tals of silver. They also bought a few days of dry food and clean water. The upper reaches of the Lujiang River flow down the river. Passing several checkpoints along the way, Yi Deshanzi and others revealed their identity as merchants in the Great China Empire. The stickman who set up the card didn't dare to embarrass him, so he charged them money again, and he issued the card without any further investigation. When Jin Sun Huai woke up, she realized that she was on a big boat, her dresses were neat, and she didn't feel any abnormalities in her body, so she breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Jin, be hungry. Here is dry food, just order." Ha ha. Yi Deshanzi walked into the cabin with a smile, holding dry food and a bowl of water in his hand. "Ah, young Master Yi." Jin Shunji was stunned. She remembered that she was kidnapped by the Red Robe King. She struggled desperately to call for help, and then she felt unconscious when her forehead shook. Chapter 418. I'm the one you have a crush on. Shunji thanked Yi Gongtsai. After learning that Yi Gongtsai had rescued herself from the Red Robe King at risk of life, Jin Shunji was moved to tears and thanked him again and again. A trivial matter, Don't worry about it, Miss Sunji. Don't take it to heart. Yi Daedan's this rare humility. I'm hungry. Now there is only dry food. First will be done temporarily. Jin Sun Hui took the dry food and water, and ate it unceremoniously. She was really hungry, as if she hadn't eaten food for a few days. She hadn't eaten anything for 2 days, but she had been fainted and fell asleep all the time. Knowing that the ship was on the Yao River and was going down the river, Kim Sun Hee was both uneasy and happy. She didn't want to enter the palace, so she took the opportunity to escape. But she was far away from Lejin and her relatives, and she was worried and nervous. Yi Daishanzi comforted her and advised her to go to the Chinese Empire for a while. King Bangtsai heard that the future imperial concubine was robbed by the Hongpao king. Thunder was furious, but he sent a large army to purge the Hongpao king. But no one knew. The Red Robe King has been killed by Xiaoluzi. Jin Shunji had no choice but to agree that if she stayed in the country, she would be found out. In the end, she would not be able to escape the fate of entering the palace. It would be better to follow Yi Gongtsai to the Chinese Empire for a while. Furthermore, she is very yearning for and admiring the culture of the Chinese Empire. Her birth mother is the Chinese Empire. She has been influenced and nurtured by her mother since she was a child. She has worked hard to learn Chinese and practice Chinese characters, hoping that one day she can walk around and take a look to appreciate the elegance and mystery of this great Eastern country. There are no language barriers. One has worshipped the Chinese Empire for thousands of years, and the other is deliberately flattering. It is easy for the two to communicate with each other. Unknowingly, they lose their sense of restraint. Jin Shunji was like a student with a strong thirst for knowledge, and she was not ashamed to ask. Yi Daishan tried her best to please, answer all questions, and have some things she didn't understand, so she used sophistry to get through. For Kim Sun Hee, Yi Gongtsai is not only knowledgeable, gentle and elegant, he has the demeanor of a modest gentleman, and is humorous and admirable. As soon as the topic started talking, it couldn't stop, and without realizing it, the sky had darkened. The two sat on the bow of the boat, with food and wine beside them. There was a bright moon above their heads. The moon was like silver, and the river surface was shining with silver light, and the breeze slowly sent bursts of intoxicating floral fragrance. Jin Shunji was fascinated, and couldn't help chanting, "When is the bright moon? Ask the wine to the blue sky." I hope that people will be long and there will be 1,000 miles of cicadas. Treasure Playboy's Shui Tune Song 2. Yi Daishanzi smiled happily. He didn't expect that there is such a beautiful fan in Bangtsai country. This fellow said that Su Shi's eternal swan song of chanting the moon was his own. His face was not red, his heart was not beating, and his plagiarism was grandiose. The sun knows about Playboy. Jin Shun Hui looked surprised. Playboy, the youngest and most talented talent in the great Chinese Empire. Every article he writes can be called a masterpiece, and it is spread among the people. Adorable. According to legend, it is said that the Playboy is handsome and romantic, and countless spring-born girls are fascinated by them. Kim Sun Hee is also one of them. If you can see the romantic talent in your dream, your life will be in vain. Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, "Well, very familiar, very familiar." "Really?" Jin Shunji jumped up in surprise, and said anxiously, "Can Yi Gongtsai introduce Sunji? It is worth death to see the peerless demeanor of Gongtsai, if you can." Her heart suddenly jumped wildly, and her cheeks were hot like fire. Fortunately, it was night and the light was dim. Otherwise, she would be ashamed. Like her thoughts, there are more young girls in the world, and some of the best girlfriends are even bolder and straightforward. If she can accompany and cherish the Playboy for the whole night, she will not be shocked in this life. Why does she not have this idea? I just didn't dare to say it. Yi Daishanzi smiled and asked, "Shunji, do you really want to see him so much?" "Yeah." Jin Shunji nodded desperately. "You may not know who the current emperor is and what his name is, but if you don't know the name of the Playboy, you will be worthless in this life, aren't you?" Yi Daishan didn't say a word. He didn't need to say the rest. No one knew what he meant. This was a bit abrupt. Jin Sun Hui felt hot on her cheeks. and her heart jumped suddenly. He hesitated for a moment, and nodded firmly. It takes a lot of courage to admit that it takes a lot of courage to like a man. Yi Gongzai is her life-saving benefactor at all risks. In order to repay her life-saving grace, there are too many things promised by her body. In front of the benefactor, there is no need what to hide. Yi Daishan coughed suddenly and violently. This fellow was so proud of it, but he didn't dare to laugh wildly, so that he could endure it uncomfortably, only to vent with coughing. The sun caught a cold? Jin Shunji said nervously. It's windy outside, so the sun should get in the cabin. Yi Daishanzi coughed, his face red and his neck was thick. He took a breath and exclaimed, actually. Actually? What does the sun want to say? Jin Shunji looked at him. Although the light was dim, she could still see the expression of wanting to say on Yi Gongzai's face. The Emperor Yi showed a new daughter-in-law, women who had just passed the door, and replied in a shy manner, and said, actually, I am ... I am a playboy. He actually wanted to say, in fact, I am the person you have a crush on. Young master. Jin Shunji opened her mouth wide, her face full of consternation and dazed expression. Her mind was confused and chaos. Yi Gongzai's words sounded like thunder in her ears, shocking her brain, roaring, Master ... you ... Can you say it again? Jin Shunji seemed to mutter to herself, and also seemed to say to Master Yi. She thought she had misheard, or she was dreaming. Yi Daishan said softly, here is Playboy Cherish. This time, Jin Shunhui heard every word clearly, and she pinched herself secretly. It hurt. Not a dream. Yi Gongzai is a cherished playboy. No wonder he is so knowledgeable and knows everything about the world. My God, I went on the same boat with the dreaming playboy, talked and drank face to face with him. He is still my life-saving benefactor. Jin Shunji's mind was chaotic and confused. She felt that she couldn't think for a while. This shocking gap was so big that she was suspiciously in a dream. The big ship shook suddenly, and Jin Shunhui in a daze suddenly felt that her center of gravity had suddenly lost, and she instinctively let out a cry of exclamation. Be careful. The Emperor Yi Daishan stretched out his arm in time, took the opportunity to take the person into his arms, and hugged him sturdily, with an evil smile on his face. The big ship swayed suddenly. It was caused by his secret internal energy. It was evil, but very effective. He used all means to soak the beauties. In the beginning, he played tricks for the charm of Yunai. Mingbo was ruined, and the Li clan of Boring was also cut off by the whole family. The Sun. The Sun. Chapter 419. Old Minister impeaches the Emperor. The Sun. The Sun. Jin Shunji, who returned to her soul, was so ashamed that she wanted to break away from Yi Daishan's hug, but she didn't have a trace of strength in her body. Her cheeks burned badly, her heart throbbed suddenly, and the healthy breath of the opposite sex made her whole body soft, and there was an inexplicable hot wave surging deep in her body. Yi Daishan put his arms around her and said softly, don't be afraid, you must be fine with me. Kim Sun-hee was extremely embarrassed, but unable to get out of his embrace. She had to curl up and lean in his arms, feeling his generous chest, the powerful heartbeat, and the youthful and healthy breath that made her almost lost. Oh my God, I was in the arms of Playboy Cherish. Isn't this a dream? Sun-hee. Jin Shunji responded in shame, not daring to raise her head. Yi Daishan decisively lifted her slightly thin chin, and the wolf kiss invaded that tempting vermilion lips without hesitation. Jin Shunji screamed, and at this moment, she was completely lost. 2 days later, the downstream ships docked on the right bank of the Yao River, and Yi Daishanzi and others landed ashore and returned to Pinyin City. Seeing that the Emperor came back safely, Duga Kangxu breathed a sigh of relief and ordered the soldiers to set off wolves to send a signal to notify the military masters and family masters who entered the Korean Empire in various identities to retreat. Hearing that Leaf and others had all entered the Korean Empire, Yi Daishan had no choice but to laugh bitterly. He just came out to play, but he didn't expect the domestic riots to be violent, as if the sky was falling down. Fortunately, After the retreating wolf smoke ignited, Leaf and others all came back one after another. No accident happened. Yi Daishanzi was relieved, but Leaf had to complain. Fortunately, he was thick-skinned and hugged her to coax. It took a while before Li Fei's full of resentment was eliminated. Seeing that there was another beauty beside the emperor, Leaf was also helpless. This person is good at everything, because it is hard to change her nature, and she can't see a beautiful woman. At this moment, Jin Shunji knew that Xungtsai was the emperor of the great Chinese empire, and Li Fei was the empress of the East Palace. This shocking huge gap made her fragile little mind almost unable to bear it. She didn't want to enter the palace, but her destiny was still arranged like this in the end. She had no choice but to accept this reality. Fortunately, Yi Daishan was very good at coaxing people. He said that after some time, her family would be quietly brought over to the empire. The worries in her heart were overcome. Under the protection of many masters such as the guards, the Duga family, etc., the Emperor Yi Dahao Dang and Dang back to Beijing. Back in the palace, the concubine in the palace had to complain again, but the eldest son had to do his best to comfort them one by one, and the resentment in the heart of the concubines weakened a little. The principal is the emperor, so what can Queen Jin and other concubines complain about? However, including the small 5, 6, 8 dragon and tiger guards, all the inner palace guards who followed to the country of Bangtsai were fined for 1 year and played 50 boards. Seeing this group of loyal subordinates were drawn so much that they were sore and howling, Yi Daishanzi was helpless, and the 2 palace empresses joined forces for an unprecedented time, and with the support of the concubines, he could not do anything. Fortunately, the little eunuchs who enforced law did not dare to beat them hard, otherwise, if they were to die, they would be almost immortal. For the mercy of his men, this butt was also drawn to blood, and it hurts you to cry and cry. These subordinates were loyal and were fined for half a year. The Emperor Yi Daishan was upset. In order to comfort people, he took out a sum of silver from the Book of Dan Yuntang and doubled it among these subordinates, earning enough of their loyalty. There are more beauties in the harem. Queen Jin and other concubines have long been accustomed to seeing it. If he sees the beauty of the country and does not bring people into the harem, then it is a disturbing strange thing. There are many rules in the palace. In front of the emperor, it can be halfway, but not too much. This rule still has to be followed. Queen Jin arranged for the female palace to teach Jin Shunji to learn the rules and etiquette of the palace. The Jin family had some assets in business and could only be regarded as a petty bourgeois family, and the merchant status was low. Jin Shunji quickly became a good sister with Bai Ailing, Yun and other concubines, which dispelled all the worries in her heart. On this day, the little six screamed, "If you have something to do, you will retreat. If you have nothing to do." The emperor, the old ministers of this play, the chief assistant of the cabinet, Dan Jiangmin Danj, went out of class to play. Quick play, Yi Daishan said lazily. In order to be lazy, he decentralized power. Old Prime Minister Danj has a high-ranking role in national affairs. Fortunately, although he is conservative, he knows how to adapt, and all kinds of new ideas are beneficial to the country and the people. The measures have been strongly supported by Danj Lao. The veteran impeached the emperor and disregarded the empire's century-old plan, disregarding the common people in the world and committing personal danger. The impeachment of Old Dan, like a blockbuster of 10,000 tons, shocked the entire court of the great Chinese empire. All the civil and military officials opened their mouths and looked at Old Dan stupidly, daring to impeach the emperor. There is no case in prehistoric times. Some ministers sneered in their hearts. The emperor spoiled you. That is true, but you are too proud of spoiling you. Impeach the emperor. This is slashing the emperor's face. Slap the emperor on the face. Wait for you to be unlucky. The chief minister of the cabinet, the prime minister in national affairs, has a high authority and authority. It can be said that he is under one person and above 10,000 people. I don't know how many ministers are staring at this man with eagerness. Ambitious people want to overthrow Danj. I sit on it myself, at the moment. Several ministers stood up to criticize Dan Jiangmin for being arrogant. He did not put the emperor in his eyes and deserved to be punished. Yi Daishan's face was full of black lines, and his temples were jumping wildly. He touched his cheeks. This was a big loud slap that made him feel fierce pain and anger. Nima, brother is the real Dragon Emperor, even if he is at fault. Can you tell or hint to him in private? Have to shave brother's face in front of the civil and military officials to make brother so embarrassed? Yi Daishan's temper is unbearable no matter how good he is. He stared at Tan Jiangmin. This old thing just now boasted that he would be flexible, and he slapped his slap, which is really hateful. Even if he becomes angry, he will not completely lose his mind and self-destroy the stupid thing of the Great Wall. He can't do it, but being slapped by this old man, the emperor's face is lost, so he has to think of a way to vent his anger. After the impeachment, Dan Jiangmin returned to the class, closed his old eyes, and stood like a statue in the golden Liuang temple. He could not see or hear no matter how others talked and criticized, how fierce the emperor stared at him. Yi Daishan was extremely upset, and cast his gaze on the head of the dog's army, Wai Wuji. This servant now has a place in the Golden Temple. Wai Wuji shrank his head, like an old tortoise, and did not dare to breathe. This situation is a bit wrong. Yi Daishanzi seemed to feel the unusual smell and frowned. At this time, a eunuch outside the hall sang a promise. Supervisor in black, Feng Fu enters the hall. Please play. Chapter 420 Secret Trail. The official rank of the Black Guard is not high, it is the 4th rank, but it is a special agency under the hands of the Emperor. It holds the privilege of cutting first and playing later. Who dares to contempt the slightest? The 4th rank of Zheng has the qualifications to enter the dynasty, but Feng Fu rarely enters the dynasty. This is also one of the privileges that Yi Daishan gave to the beauty of Fengde. This time, Feng Damai suddenly entered the palace to go to court, immediately making Yi Daishan anxious. Feng Fu wore a uniform black flying fish suit, but the piping was inlaid with gold wire, which also represented her identity as a guard. After the salute, Feng Fu bowed and played under the gaze of the civil and military officials. The minister seconded Tanj Lao. That is to say, she also agreed to impeach the emperor. The civil and military officials in the temple felt that there was nothing. The identity of her family was placed there. Not to mention the power of life and death. She would still be the future imperial concubine. The pillow wind passed, but Mr. Tanj, many ministers were still worried for him, and some even gloated and waited to see him throw away the black hat on his head. The emperor, the empress of the palace, and the Empress of the East Palace are coming together, and they are almost at the palace of Jinliuan. The little 6 behind Shili whispered, this time my brother is offending everyone. Yi Daishan stood up abruptly. Disperse. Regardless of the expressions of the ministers, he threw his legs away. This time, Empress Jin, Leaf, Feng Damai, and Tanj have all colluded. It is no wonder that Wai has nothing to do with his head. Dare to love is warned by the queen of the 2 palaces. Yi Daishanzi hid in Huazi's bedroom. Only the beauty and Feng Nishang of the Yanri Empire were obedient. He would do whatever he asked for, and would never ask why. However, it was too smooth and seemed to lack something. People can't be perfect, there are gains and losses. Anyway, having such a beauty is a so-so. Just humming ha-ha and enjoying Hang Arco's kneading, the little 6 rushed in sweating profusely, and whispered, the emperor, the palace empress and all the concubines are kneeling outside the hall. Yi Daishan was taken aback, jumped up and rushed out of the hall. Jaina, what are you doing? He quickly helped people up. What are you doing? Get up quickly. The emperor, please punish Jaina. It's none of their business. Empress Jin was about to kneel down again to plead guilty. Yi Daishan hurriedly grabbed her and coughed lightly. Jaina, how can I blame them? They are all so loyal ministers. The faint king will destroy the Great Wall by himself. Every time the emperor goes on tour, his concubines are very worried. Empress Jin said softly, experiencing the people's sentiments and understanding the sufferings of the people. It is what the wise sage has done, but the emperor goes deep into the enemy country. Well, that I just won't go in the future. Yi Daishan scratched his head. He was a bit reckless, and the concubines were so tired that they were terrified. The fault was his own. How could he blame others? Besides, they are all their own favorite concubines. In June of the year of the Chinese Empire, the Emperor Yizhi sent a black escort to take Jin Shunji's family to the imperial capital, and gave her father Jin Baimo several idle official positions. First learned Chinese, and then took over the management and sales of Danyantang. In the same month, Feng Fu officially entered the palace, and he was named a noble concubine. He still held the Black Guard, and Jin Shunji and Gong Zhangwazi were also canonized as concubines. In August, the Emperor Yi ordered 100,000 newly recruited soldiers to enter the Great Wall to take over the defense of the original Black Wolf Army and the Third Army. The two main armies withdrew to the pass. Zheng Zixia commanded the Third Army and stationed in Zenyang Pass to continue to deter outside the Great Wall. From all tribes, Mu Chunfeng led the Black Wolf Legion to return to their division and stationed in the Ningbo Mansion area on the west side of the imperial city to rest. At the beginning of September, good news came from Hanmu City. Hai discovered a secret trail in the Ulan Mountains that could go around to the back of Menglan Pass. The news reached the Imperial Palace in a rush of 800 miles. Yi Daishan was pleasantly surprised, and he was also extremely distressed. In order to explore the trail, the military masters of Hai and Changpeng lost 57 people. Most of them died. Some of the miasma in the forest were bitten and killed by poisonous insects, some were swallowed by beasts in the forest, and some stumbled and fell off the cliff, which can be described as heavy losses. In order to ensure accuracy and safety, Mu Chunfeng led the guards and scout camps to Hanmu City to investigate and observe the secret trail. The emperor gave him the responsibility of blitzing Menglan Pass, and he must make sure that nothing went wrong. In mid-November, Mu Chunfeng returned from outside the Great Wall and told Yi Daishanzi the feasibility of blitzing Chu State from the trail, and presented a detailed topographic map of the Ulan Mountains. He and his guards and soldiers in the scout camp were all thinner, and their skin was as dark as African refugees. They also damaged more than 20 soldiers. But you can imagine how sinister the trail is. The trail is rugged and steep, and it has to cross 3 steep and difficult mountains and pass through a swamp. It takes at least 2 months to march because there is a virgin forest that is shrouded in fog all year round, and the fog contains deadly poisons. Sex. There are cannibals in the forest. There is a big lake on the mountainside. There are also cannibals in the lake. You can't cross the lake. You can only bypass it. Mu Chunfeng's guards have a group of people to dry. While cutting bamboo to cross the lake, he was attacked by wild beasts in the lake, and no one was spared. Yi Daishan's head is as big as a fight. It takes 2 months for the army to walk through the tropical jungle and camp. The difficulties can be imagined, not counting all kinds of unforeseen accidents. The Emperor, this plan is feasible, and the minister will guarantee the victory of Menglan Pass. Seeing the emperor hesitated, Mu Chunfeng was worried that the emperor would not agree, and quickly promised that he was willing to issue a military order. Yi Daishanzi waved his hand and sighed. There are too many unknown variables and too much risk. I will think about it again. Mu Chunfeng had no choice but to retreat. Yi Daishanzi and Wai Wuji were lying on the newly drawn map of the Ulan Mountains. They carefully read it over and over again. In the end, both of them were disappointed. What a feasible miracle was discovered from it. Wai Wuji said cautiously, "The emperor, the minister thinks that as long as you make careful preparations, this plan is still feasible." Yi Daishanzi needed the painful temple acupuncture and nodded. It seemed that this was the only way to prepare, but there were too many things to prepare, so he had to rack his brains and write them down one by one. For this reason, the Emperor Yi Daishan called Mu Chunfeng and all the soldiers who walked through the trail, and the black guards, let them discuss, and asked some old hunters who lived in the mountains and forests for a living. It is necessary to travel through the forests. What to pay attention to, In order to ensure the success of this operation, he collected all kinds of suggestions as much as possible. After discussing for a whole month, after finalizing the plan, Mu Chunfing returned to the station of the Black Wolf Army, carefully selected 50,000 strong soldiers, and began to carry out intensive training for them to make full preparations for the Blitz at Menglan Pass. Chapter 421 March of the second year of the Chinese Empire. The Imperial Emperor drew pictures and suggested theories. The elites of the Imperial Scientific Research Agency successfully developed large-scale bellows. The iron smelting technology once again achieved a revolutionary breakthrough. The heat treatment decarburization technology improved the brittle and easy-to-break weakness of iron. Lump iron is used as the raw material to melt the liquid carburizing to make steel that is harder and harder to break. This is a revolutionary breakthrough in iron smelting technology. The Imperial Army began to replace weapons and equipment in batches. The 5-toothed giant ship under construction at the Jinghai Naval Base was urgently stopped, and the dozens of 5-toothed giant ships that had been produced withdrew from the battle sequence, reduced to a transport ship. The new 5-toothed giant ship is rebuilt with high-quality steel as the dragon skeleton. The deck of the battleship is covered with thin steel, which can withstand 2 or 3 hits from stone bullets. The defense capability of the battleship is greatly increased, but the weight of the ship is slow, so Yi Daishanzi copied it. The warship of Gaozu is equipped with sails to speed up. New breakthroughs in iron smelting technology are also regarded as highly classified and strictly forbidden to leak. At present, Yi Daishanzi is mainly conquering the great empires, and it is too late to replace the weapons and equipment of the combat troops. The various low-quality agricultural tools of the civilians are not considered for the time being. Inside. In May of the second year of the Empire, the Third Army quietly stationed in Potiguan on the grounds of changing defenses. While rested and reorganized, it was also making various preparations for the war in the spring of next year. In June, the Changpeng Division stationed in Hanmu City, under the name of military exercises, pulled the troops to Chengbai Bay in batches for field exercises. No one would care about this kind of normal military exercises. When the team came back, it was still the original designation. The battle flag and the standard armor remained unchanged, but if you look closely, you will find that most of the soldiers returning to the camp are new faces, and they all exude a chilling and killing spirit. Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf Army camped during the day and marched at night. It had already quietly stationed in Chengbai Bay in batches, replacing Changpeng's frontier army, and stationed in Hanmu City in batches. There was a shortage of food outside the Great Wall, and the empire had to allocate a large amount of food subsidies every 3 months. Huge military supplies were transported to the fortress in an imposing manner. The main combat troops also entered the Great Wall on the grounds of protecting food. The combat troops, mainly composed of Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf Army and Zheng Zixie's Third Army, have quietly arrived at the designated position, and only wait for the next spring to begin a lightning attack on the Chu Empire after the ice melts. In the border areas of Zonghua and Yanchu, Gong Tangfing's Eagle Legion is also making various preparations to prevent the 4 empires from forming an alliance again and forming a coalition attack. Everyone knows the truth. The 4 empires will surely form an alliance again and form coalition forces. Whether the coalition forces of the 4 empires can be blocked outside Pingtung Pass depends on Gong Tangfing and his Flying Eagle Legion. The burden is very heavy, and it can be said that it is related to the success of the conquest of the Chu Empire. Dugakangsu sits in Jining, separated by the Yao River, and the 2 cities of Pingjin and Piniyuan have been rebuilt. With the greatly enhanced defensive ability, coupled with problems such as the combat power of the stick, his pressure is not great. In Jinghai, if the Japanese pirates go mad and attack with all their strength, the 5-toothed giant ship will be rebuilt, and the number is still pitifully small. Jiuling, Lu Shaixan, and Yun Zongyang are also under great pressure, but Yi Daishanzi didn't. Far waited. The arrow was already on the string, and I had to send it. This is not a local war, but a war to conquer an empire. and to face attacks from the other three empires. The Chinese Empire must do its best, and the war machine is already operating quietly. In terms of diplomacy, Yi Daishanzi still implements the strategy of distant and close offensive, but the focus is on the stick. The Japanese pirates and wolf ambitions have always had the heart to destroy my Greater China. It is okay to have false feelings with them. Yan Wang is not a foolish and incompetent faint monarch. There are also capable people in the empire. They can't fool them. At best, they can take advantage of their hesitation and buy more time. Stick. Yi Daishan didn't know what to say. Anyway, he said he was a Martian. He clamored the most fiercely, but he was very courageous. He made hysterical protests for a little bit of trivial matters. The quality and combat power of the army were endless. That's nothing to say. So Yi Daishanzi took the initiative to stretch out an olive branch, and successively sent envoys to the country of Bangtsai with heavy gifts. Although the strength of the stick army was unbearable, it could cause a certain amount of pressure on the empire, and Yi Daishanzi tried to reduce Gong Tangfing's pressure as much as possible. The Korean Empire is still a vassal country in the name of the Great Chinese Empire. Yi Daishan suddenly stretched out an olive branch, but the king of the stick and their ministers were happy. He took the opportunity to open his mouth and demand all kinds of materials and resources. There are still some capable ministers among the great ministers. When things are abnormal, there must be demons. The great empire of China suddenly showed good intentions. They sensed the abnormality and said that the king should be careful. However, most of the ministers greeted the world with scolding. Zhongwu, regardless of any conspiracy or tricks the emperor of the empire has, let's be careful. The materials are free, so don't do it for nothing. In order to express his sincerity, King Bangtsai married the 12-year-old Princess Anyang to Yi Daishanzi as his concubine. He also included 20 beauties. Even if Princess Anyang grew up with a dinosaur, Yi Daishanzi could only bear the humiliation and avoid being embarrassed to accept it. The two countries once again signed a non-aggression peace agreement. This kind of agreement is a piece of waste paper in the wild continent and can be torn up at any time. The result of the empire's friendship was that the Great Chinese Empire had to support the Korean Empire's grain, silk, cotton, iron ore, war horse, and other materials. The Emperor Yi Daking accepted it all when he opened his mouth. Of course, the special envoy will go to the country to report, then go to the country, negotiate and negotiate, go back to the country to report to Mingxing, go out again, continue to negotiate, and wait until an agreement is reached. It is cold winter. On the pretext of raising Dongdong, Yi Daishanzi initially supported 50,000 shi of grain, some silk cloth, cotton, and 1,500 old war horses that have been eliminated. It took more than a month to give it away. In the country of Bangtsai, Princess Anyang and 20 stick beauties were also guarded by the Habayashi guards and entered the territory of the Great Chinese Empire, and then they were transported to the imperial capital by the imperial Habayashi guards. Princess Anyang was a victim of politics, and the Emperor Yi Daisy was helpless and could only be placed in the palace. Fortunately, there were Jin Shunji and a few court ladies from the Bangtsai country taking care of it, and it was not lonely. 3 years in the Great Chinese Empire. In March, hundreds of flowers were released, contending for beauty. Mu Chunfing personally led a careful selection from the Black Wolf Legion. After various special trainings, a total of 50,000 warriors in the 5-battalion death camp quietly climbed the Ulan mountain range. All soldiers in the army are lightly outfitted, except for dry food, clean water, wool blankets and light weapons. They don't even carry heavy equipment. They don't even wear armor. They only wear solid common clothes with cloth belts to tie their legs to guard against poisonous insects hidden in the grass. Sting. The black-clothed secret spy lurking in the area of Menglan Pass also received a notice from above, secretly preparing in a remote village near the Ulan Mountains to meet Mu Chunfing's 50,000 warriors. Chapter 422 Defection. The war machine of the Empire is quietly operating. And now, they are waiting for Mu Chunfing and his 50,000 warriors to send back news. In order to paralyze the Chu state, Emperor Yi Dacian successively dispatched envoys to the state of Chu to discuss the border issues between the two sides. The result of such discussions was that the two sides signed a mutual non-aggression agreement. At the end of March, Dazhuang County under the jurisdiction of Pingtung Prefecture, in an incense room of Chungxian Iyuan, Kuihua, who had finished his physical work, lay lazily on the bed. His old friend Fengji put on his clothes, slightly patched up her makeup, and said in a deep voice, "Brother Hua, what do you think?" "Yes, people are getting impatient." Kuihua just snorted and tossed for 2 hours. "He is now exhausted and just wants to get a good night's sleep." Sister Feng said, "You have spent a lot of the deposit, right? You know the methods of those people." Kuihuameng sat up on the bed, with a look of fear in his triangular eyes. He didn't do things well, but he squandered a lot of 200 gills of gold, and he would never be able to pay it off in a few lifetimes. "Brother Hua, when you get there, you will definitely be reused. Prosperity and wealth are indispensable to you. Don't forget others." Sister Feng continued to persuade. "You think about it, you committed a crime here and got beaten 5 times. Without talking about the 10 army sticks, and being relegated from the captain to a small soldier. What is the future?" "Stop talking," Kuihua yelled, with a terrifying expression on his face. He was originally the first corporal captain of the Shenji Battalion of the Flying Eagle Legion, with dozens of men under his command. For disturbing the people and molesting the good family, he was punished by the superior and beaten 5 times. 10 army sticks, reduced to ordinary soldiers. The Imperial Army emphasizes military discipline, and offenders will be punished by military punishment. If this matter is made known to the Commander-in-Chief Gong Tangfeng, Kuihua will be beheaded to show the public, and his superiors will be punished so lightly. Kuihua was not grateful. On the contrary, he was full of hatred, drinking boring wine and complaining. Then, a businessman named Wu Ren made friends with him and often invited him to drink and visit the brothel, until Kuihua found out that Wu Ren was Chu country. When rapist, he was already in the thief ship. Wu Ren bought Kuihua for only one purpose, which was to clarify the secrets of the Chinese Imperial Army's Thunder Chariot and gunpowder. The Thunder Chariots and firearms of the Chinese Imperial Army are very terrifying. The 4 empires have learned deeply, and the memory is very fresh. The kings of the empires also concentrated on the development of skilled craftsmen across the country. But the shooting range is not as good as the stone thrower. Far away, the only way to find out the secret of the Thunder Chariot of the Chinese Imperial Army. Kuihua also knew well that if the secret of betrayal was discovered, he would die without a place to be buried, and the strange goods could be lived. He took the opportunity to ask for prices, and Wu Ren agreed to send him out of the country secretly. Xu Yi, a high-ranking official under great reward, gave him 200 gold. "Splurge." "What about my family?" Kuihua said coldly. "Didn't you agree to send them out as well?" Sister Feng said, "Brother Hua, you can rest assured that you go out first, and our people will pick them all out later." "Okay." Kuihua reluctantly agreed. At this point, he has no retreat. "Well, you go back first. We will notify you to leave as soon as we are ready." Sister Feng smiled very happily. If she can really get the secret of the Thunder Chariot of the Chinese Imperial Army, she will die, and she won't have to lurch here, live in fear all day long. Pingyongguan, Blackguard's office. Fang Juai was the highest officer of the Pingtung Mansion's Blackguards branch. He was looking at the secret report submitted by his subordinates, frowning his brows. That was all the whereabouts of Kuihua's recent trips, which were clearly recorded, when and where they met, and even when they shit in the latrine. The reason Hai Ui focused on Kuihua was because of his source of contention. The monthly salary of an ordinary soldier was less than 3 kills of silver, and he was a poor man who had no money to go and fool around in the brothel. Sister Feng is a red girl from Chungxian Iyuan. She is quite worthy, and most people are not qualified to enter her incense room. But Kuihua has repeatedly entered and exited, and even stayed overnight. This in itself is very abnormal. It is a strange thing not to be targeted by the Blackguard. Anyone who has had contact with Kuihua, including Wu Ren and Sister Feng, has been blacklisted by the Black Guards. Fang Juai has sent someone to check the status of Wu Ren and Sister Feng, and these people have been closely monitored. 3 days later, in the evening, Kuihua entered the Chunxian Yuan again. He ordered a girl named Chun Hong, and then entered the room and closed the door. The 2 black guards who were in charge of tracking and monitoring could only wait patiently, and they ordered 2. The 2 girls drank in the cubicle of the incense room where Kuihua entered, eavesdropping on the movements inside. It was too late for the 2 to find out that they had been poisoned in the wine. When it was dark, the 2 black-clothed guards who took over from the replacement team discovered that their companions had not come back, and hurriedly reported Fang Juai. Fang Juai felt bad and immediately led people into Chunxian Yuan. Feng's sister and Kuihua were missing. The body of the black guard was found under the bed, and the 2 black guards who were monitoring Wu Ren also disappeared. Wu Ren is nowhere to be found. Fang Juai was so angry that he immediately ordered the closure of Chunxian Yuan. Everyone in the hospital, no matter what your identity, was detained. All black guards were dispatched to search for Wu Ren, Kuihua, Feng Ji, etc., and report to Gong Tangfing and Gong Tangfing at the same time. Shangguan, Gong Tangfing was also taken aback. Kuihua was a soldier of the Shenji camp and knew the secrets of the Thunder Chariot. He urgently ordered all exits at the border to be sealed off. The Pingtung Mansion area was strictly investigated and the official documents were arrested. Kuihua and Wu were arrested. Portraits of Ren, Sister Feng, and others were posted everywhere, and the reporter was rewarded with 100 gold. Gong Tangfing sent Fakey to report to the emperor, and at the same time ordered the soldiers to arrest all of Kuihua's family and put them in jail, waiting for the ruling of the divine. The matter was of great importance. He did not dare to be sloppy. When Yi Daishan received the urgent report, it was already 15 days later. According to the news returned by the black-clothed guards lurking in Chu, Kuihua had already appeared in Chu, and a large army escorted him to the Chu state. Spring. Kuihua successfully escaped to the Chu kingdom, indicating that the secret of the Thunder Chariot has been revealed, and Emperor Yi Daishan ordered that Kuihua must be killed at all costs. Kuihua's defection had a terrible impact. No matter how much he paid, he must be killed to warn the world. Baiguan said that according to the laws of the empire, Kuihua's crimes cannot be punished solely as treason, and his family and clansmen must be punished. Emperor Yi Daishan only ordered Kuihua's family to be beheaded to show the public, and Kuihua's family members were acquitted. He knows that Kuihua's family is innocent, but if there is such a precedent, people will not be able to stand the temptation to follow Kuihua's footsteps. In mid-April, Kuihua's family of 6 were decapitated for public display. At the end of May, Kuihua, who was named by the king of Chu as a supernatural machine general, was assassinated by assassins in his mansion. These assassins attacked Ku mansion like a lunatic until they successfully cut off Kuihua's head. 32 assassins fought all dead. This assassination shocked the Chu Empire. Everyone was breathing air conditioning. No need to guess, everyone knew that these assassins must be sent by the Emperor of the Great Chinese Empire. For only one Kuihua, he would not hesitate to lose so many masters. It was chilling madness. Chapter 423 Formal Declaration of War. Yi Daishanzi was looking for an excuse to start a war against the Chu Empire. He immediately sent envoys to the Chu Empire and asked Chu to return the defectors. Otherwise, he would go to war. Kuihua not only had his head cut off by the assassin, but Shuji was also cut off so that he could not be recognized. Even if Chu state was willing to surrender, Banghua could not be handed over. Before, the two countries also sent messengers to negotiate a peace agreement, which would turn their faces to a war, which was quite ironic. In short, this was a good excuse for Yi Daishanzi's hope, and the court of the Chu Empire blew up the nest. People can't be handed over, and everyone can see that this is an excuse made by the mad emperor of the Great Chinese Empire to go to war. The hundreds of civil and military officials in the Chu Empire unanimously agreed war. People have been bullied to their heads, and it is the empire's shame to stop fighting. At the order of the king of Chu, The Chu Empire mobilized all over the country to recruit soldiers and collect food and grass. At the same time, the king of Chu gathered all the skilled craftsmen across the country to imitate the thunder chariot based on the artwork provided by Kuhua. The reason why the thunder chariot's fire range is farther than that of the stone thrower is that the secret lies in the several large gears in the car. The ancient wisdom cannot be underestimated. In just a few days, the skilled craftsmen of Chu have imitated the first. A sample of a thunder chariot was successfully fired. Subsequently, the king of Chu ordered the craftsmen and carpenters to make the thunder chariot day and night, and named it the thunder chariot. The thunder chariot leaked because of Kuhua, and it must have caused great harm to the soldiers of the Chinese Empire. Fortunately, the iron ore smelting technology did not leak out. Although Chu successfully imitated the thunder chariot, the iron quality was not good enough. It is still as fragile and easy to crack as before. Each thunder chariot can only shoot 3 or 4 times at most, and the gears will break and fail, and the parts must be replaced. If it is a field battle where the two armies are facing each other, you have no time to change gears. Of course, if you guard against danger, you will have plenty of time, which still poses a serious threat and lethality to the soldiers' siege. In the middle of May of the 3rd year of the Chinese Empire, the Chinese Empire officially declared war on the Chu Empire. On May 20th, Gong Tangfing led the Flying Eagle Corps to attack from Yulin Pass, crossed the border of Chu State, and launched an attack on the dangerous pass of Chu State Kaiyuan City. On the same day, Chang Peng, the Lord of Hanmu, acted as the commander and led the Black Wolf Army to attack the dangerous barrier of Menglan. The situation of the mainland has changed abruptly. The King Yan, the Emperor of the Han Empire, and the Emperor of the Yanri Empire are closely watching the development of the situation, and at the same time, they ordered the army to assemble and stationed at the border to make all kinds of preparations. The two major dangers of the Chu Empire, Menglan and Kangyuan, were violently attacked. In fact, although the offensives of Gong Tangfing and Chang Peng's troops were fierce, they were all shooting the city with the wheels of thunder and blasting the city walls. It was crumbling, many houses in the city were reduced to ashes, and the soldiers did not fight in close hands. All thunder chariots have been replaced with new gears. These gears are all made of high-quality steel. The iron is harder and has toughness. It not only extends the service life of the gears, but also improves it once again. The firing range is 7 or 8 steps longer than the old gear. The Thunderbolt chariots made by the skilled craftsmen day and night in the Chu kingdom are given priority to these two dangerous passes to withstand the crazy attack of the Chinese Imperial army. Among the rolling hills, Mu Chunfing led 50,000 warriors on a difficult march. The uniforms of all the soldiers were ragged and unkempt, like a beggar on the street. After intensive special training and various meticulous preparations, there are still non-combat attritions. Several soldiers stumbled and fell off the cliff, and some soldiers were bitten by poisonous insects. Fortunately, a large number of snake venom antidote was prepared. These soldiers escaped. The mountains are steep, the jungles are dense, covering the sky, and overgrown with weeds. Walking through the mountains and forests, if it hits a cloudy sky, the day will be as dark as night, and you have to light a torch and move cautiously. What's terrible is the unchanging weather. The sun was shining just now. In a blink of an eye, there were dark clouds, strong winds, flying sand and rocks, followed by pouring rain, showering you like a chicken. And many soldiers caught cold and became sick. What's more difficult is that the mountain road is steep and difficult to navigate, and some places are even impassable. You can climb up and down the ladder. The soldiers climbed up one by one. After a heavy rain, the mountain road that was cut down by people became slippery and muddy. A few soldiers accidentally fell down the cliff. Mu Chunfing had no choice but to order a camp to rest. One by one, They were all drenched into chickens. The dead grass and fallen leaves on the ground were all wet. There was no way to start a fire. The soldiers could only warm each other back to back. Fortunately, emergency dry food was provided to satisfy their hunger. Military dry food was also invented by Yi Dacian. Foods such as flour and ground dried meat were sprinkled with salt and fried, pressed into small pieces, and then packaged in waterproof greased paper. They can be stored for nearly 20 days. Mildew. The storage time of dry food is nearly half longer than usual. Warriors, go down this mountain and cross a forest, and you will reach Sha County. Mu Chunfing shouted loudly, cheering up the soldiers. Everyone hold on, for the glory of the Empire. For the glory of the Empire. The soldiers shouted in unison. They were all carefully selected, they were exceptionally strong, and they had undergone special training. Except for a few comrades who were stung and injured by poisonous insects, no one was left behind. Mu Chunfing desperately cheered the soldiers. Today is May 20th. It is estimated that the Empire has officially declared war with the Kingdom of Chu. It will take another day for his warriors to reach Sha County. The soldiers are extremely exhausted and have to rest at least 2. Heaven can recover physical strength. When the 50,000 warriors successfully crossed the last forest, it was evening, and there was a clear stream at the foot of the mountain. But the soldiers were exhausted and all lay down on the trees and slept. Although there are few people here, there are some hunting hunters who will go deep into barren mountains and old forests to hunt animals. Mu Chunfing ordered his guards to act as guards. The 10,000 soldiers of the first attack echelon braced their exhausted bodies, washed them in the stream, took off their tattered fancy costumes, and put on the new red uniforms they had been carrying. That was Chu Jun. Uniform, but no armor. After all the soldiers had eaten the dry food, they all stepped up to rest. The snoring sound in the forest became a peace. In order to avoid mosquito bites, the soldiers wrapped their whole bodies tightly with clothes, only showing 2 nostrils. Mu Chunfing was awakened by the soldiers in his deep sleep, and 3 bonfires were found in the barren hills in the distance. That was the signal that the secret spy had responded, but in order to ensure safety, Mu Chunfing sent an army master to sneak in and approach the bonfire. At the same time, 3 bonfires were lit at the foot of the mountain to respond. Seeing that 2 of the 3 bonfires in the distance were extinguished, Mu Chunfing breathed a sigh of relief until the dispatched military master came back to report that there was no Chu Jun ambushing nearby, and the stone stuck in his throat was slammed. Fall. Chapter 424 The Emperor's Forgiveness. Early the next morning, Mu Chunfing and 50,000 warriors in Chu army uniforms swaggered into Shaxian County, quietly occupying this small county seat, and then the army set off. Dang went to Menglan Pass. At this time, Chang Peng had launched a formal attack on Menglan Pass according to the original combat plan in order to respond to Mu Chunfing's actions. Menglan Pass is known as the first dangerous pass in the northern part of the Chu kingdom. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack. The soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion launched 3 rounds of strong offensives and once captured the city's position. However, the underground area was narrow and the troops could not be deployed. The occupied position was again occupied by the Chu army. Retaken. The loss has exceeded 3,000. The reinforcement sent by the King of Chu arrived, and the lieutenant guarding the south gate immediately asked the soldiers to open the gate without even asking. Mu Chunfing led his troops into the city with a swagger, and the lieutenant officer stepped forward and asked, "Brother, which one of you do?" The action is quite fast. The commander-in-chief only sent for help the day before yesterday, and the reinforcements arrived so quickly, unbelievably fast. Mu Chunfing's answer was to lock his throat with iron claws. The lieutenant didn't understand what had happened until his death, and why his companions attacked him. At this time, outside the north gate, the soldiers of the Black Wolf Legion were launching the 4th wave of assault. After Mu Chunfing and other 50,000 warriors entered the city, they immediately launched an attack. The Chu army in the city had no defense at all. The brothers who were chatting enthusiastically turned their faces suddenly, white knives in, red knives out. The killings in the city shook the sky, The fire blazed into the sky, and there were people fleeing everywhere. No one knew what was going on. Anyway, they saw their own people killing their own people, and it was all chaotic. Mu Chunfing reconciled inside and outside, killed the 50,000 defenders in the pass, and successfully captured the dangerous pass of Menglen. After that, the Black Wolf army drove into the pass. Then, Mu Chunfing led his troops to sweep the nearby counties and towns. On the second day, Zheng Zixia led the soldiers of the Third Army into the customs, and then Chang Peng led his troops to station. A large amount of military materials were continuously transported in. Menglen Pass originally accumulated a large amount of military materials, enough for the army to last for more than a month. Mu Chunfing led the Black Wolf army to sweep down all the counties and towns under the jurisdiction of Menglen Mansion with the force of the wind. After capturing Chenzhou, the army took a short rest. Behind Chenzhouqing is the plain of Pingchuan, suitable for cavalry to charge and kill. The Imperial cavalry of tribes now have the opportunity to show off, and they are eager to make achievements. However, the first team into the Great Plains of the Chinese Imperial Army Fox Xiaoyun 20,000 Butch cavalry. When the war will play, he had petitioned the big day leaves the child, request battle. The military's duty thing is to rush ahead gallop on the battlefield. In mid-June, Mu Chunfing led the Black Wolf army to besiege Luoshui City, the northern important town of Chu, while Zheng Zixia led the Third Army to attack and advance southward, advancing side by side, and the north and the south echoed. As for Hu Xiaoyan and his 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, no one knows their whereabouts. In short, the mobility of the cavalry is fully displayed. They come like the wind and go without a shadow. They may suddenly appear at any time. Today it appears in the north and may raid certain counties and towns in the south in a few days. Menglen fell dangerously, the north gate of the Chu Empire opened, and the Chu court became chaotic. The Chu kingdom mobilized all over the country and mobilized the young and strong. It is said that 1 million troops have been recruited, one fast marching, reinforcements to Luoshui, and 2 armies. The 3rd Legion that flanked Zheng Zixia, another army rounded around, and the intention of encircling the 3rd Legion was obvious. The soldiers in front were fighting bloody, logistically busy, but Yi Dai Shanzi was in the harem, busy playing poker with the concubines. This poker is also an entertaining game he invented. The concubines have long been accustomed to his amazing ideas, and the admiration for him in his heart has reached the point of hopeless medicine. The victory of Mu Chunfing's surprise attack on Menglen Pass just reached the palace, and Yi Dai Shanzi was in a good mood, and Leaf, Rongf, Hongf and Roof played together on a super big bed in the Hall of Ecstasy. A small gambling is delighted, and a big gambling hurts the body. The Emperor Yi Dai Shan, who once ordered a ban on gambling, openly overthrew his sacred mandate to the world and started gambling in the harem. The stakes: whoever loses, takes off a piece of clothes. The concubines do not want to have a good time. They can only fight for the upper reaches of their lives, and the Donggong Empress does not give up the face. It was summer and the weather was hot. Everyone was dressed as thinly as possible. If you lose a round, your outer clothes will be gone, and only the tube-top belly band will be left. If you lose again, that person will be ashamed. Anyway, the emperor has always been ridiculous and evil in the harem, and they are used to it. They are afraid and love in their hearts, which can be described as the 2 heavens of ice and fire. I am faint, I want to enjoy it naturally. In this hot day, the Palace of Ecstasy is cool and refreshing. There is a large ice storehouse in the palace. The eunuch of the palace placed a wooden basin with ice in the hall and the temperature is lower. The child dropped a lot. Moreover, the luxurious bed placed in the bedroom is said to be 1,000-year-old jade from the bottom of the ice lake. It is carved by famous craftsmen. It can absorb heat and release a refreshing bit of cool air. There are several layers of thick brocade cushions, but people lying on them are as cool and comfortable as spring and autumn. In this game, Rong Rui had a bad card in his hand. Seeing that the loser was set, and if he lost again, the tube top would be gone. She looked at the opposite emperor pitifully, her smooth jade cheeks flushed red. shy and lovely. Yi Daishanzi grinned. He usually played cards. When there was no prize money, he naturally let the concubines. Now, playing this kind of game, how can he be merciful? He is simply a hard-hearted cold-blooded killer. And won the concubines. Laughter, one by one, was so ashamed that their heads hung down, and they dared not say anything. Yi Daishanzi did not cheat. He relied on his true ability. He wrote down the cards he had played and estimated the cards in the hands of the concubines. Even if he couldn't go upstream, he could at least be a mid-range player. He wouldn't lose his clothes and played for 10 rounds. This boy is still intact with his clothes up to now. In this round, it was Leaf's turn to have bad luck, and the situation was a bit bad. The downstream seemed to be doomed. When her eyes rolled, she yawned. The Emperor, the concubine, is a bit sleepy. Oh, I remembered the concubine. Mrs. Fugo said something was going on, and asked the concubine to go there. Don't think Shanxieru is a small person, but she has many ideas. Mrs. Fugo is the Queen of Yan, and she has a superb position in the palace. The Emperor has always been polite to her, usually ridiculously ridiculous, and he didn't dare to involve Mrs. Fugo. At this time, Mrs. Fugo was launched. It was indeed the best shield, and it was more effective than playing the Queen Jin brand. The Emperor, the concubine, the impatience. Although Zheng Yinghong is known as a talented woman, but her sexuality is also simple. She wanted to drive off, but she couldn't find an excuse. In a hurry, she had to resort to urine. Her cheeks were already full of red clouds in the retreat. When these words were spoken, her face wouldn't be red anymore. She had lost the tube top, and she would be clean if she lost again. Hey! You are a shame. Yi Daishan was anxious, and the concubines had been joking around. Rongrui reacted a little slower and was caught. The Emperor is forgiving. Rongrui was so frightened that Huarong lost her lust. The Emperor is getting worse and worse now. Not to mention, this time, there really was a miracle. Outside the veiled tent, there was a piercing and feminine voice from the little six. The Emperor, there are urgent reports everywhere. Chapter 425. The death of a famous general. One on the other side of the Yao River, the Korean Empire has gathered a large number of troops on the border. The reason is unknown, and Duga Kangsu is closely monitoring it. Jinghai, Mizora family's careful investigation revealed the news that the call for war in the Yanri Empire completely influenced the Emperor's will. It was only a matter of time before the Yanri Empire declared war on the Great Chinese Empire. According to reports, the two main fleets of the Yanri Empire already assembled on standby at Pingtung Pass. Dian's 200,000 army was also about to move, and Gong Tangfing was also paying close attention. After Mu Chunfing attacked and occupied Menglan Pass, he immediately withdrew his troops and stayed at Yulin and Pingtung Pass. The reactions of the major empires were all within Yi Daishan's expectation. His lips were cold and his teeth were cold. It was normal for several major empires to form an alliance and send troops again to put pressure on the Chinese Empire. The coalition forces want to attack the Chinese Empire. Of course, the most ideal attack locations are Pingtung and Yulin. Other places are not suitable due to geographical location and transportation difficulties. Gong Tangfing is responsible for defending Pingtung this time. The two passes of Yulin and Yulin are great achievements. In view of the failure of the Yulin Pass last time, Huai has strengthened the monitoring of the two borders. The two borders no longer accept refugees to settle down. The past population has been closely checked and the stay in the customs shall not exceed 3 days. Offenders are directly arrested. If no one guarantees, let's just evaporate from the world. Using such iron and blooded methods, there is no other way. At least, the travs from various countries who have entered cannot hide in the two major borders. They can only hide in nearby counties and cannot detect the situation of the garrison in the city. In early July, Zheng Zixia led the Third Army in an unbelievable roundabout, fought a beautiful ambush with Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf Army under Luoshui City, and encircled and wiped out the 100,000 Chu army who had reinforced Luoshui. clean. This is the tactics of encirclement and reinforcement proposed by Yi Daishanzi. The two main armies of the empire seem to be separated, but in fact they cooperated secretly, moved in a roundabout way, concentrated superior forces, and divided and annihilated the various Chu army. Regardless of whether you send out a large army, I will fight all the way. I will run after the fight, and continue to play peekaboo games. The tactics of a certain super-powerful man. Yi Daishan only needs to give this group of commanders a hint. There you can understand the mystery. Otherwise, how can you command an army of 200,000? He is also a wise man. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. The fighters are fleeting. If you ask for instructions again, you will miss the fighters. Therefore, the Emperor Yi has completely delegated the authority to the commanders of the major legions. You can make your own decisions on how to fight. It is necessary to eliminate the main force of the Chu army elite as a strategic general policy. At the end of August, Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia successfully cooperated 3 more times. Using the important town of Luoshui as a bait, they successively defeated the three-way Chu army and captured a large number of prisoners of war, with countless trophies. Luoshui defender Hu Hanran persisted for 3 months without food and support outside, and finally surrendered to the city. He was the first governor of Chu to surrender. More officials. Nearly 1 million people in the four-road army had exhausted all their forces. The Chu court was in chaos, and there was even more panic in the country. The mighty force of the Chinese Imperial Army made people shudder. The king of Chu once again ordered the recruitment of King Zhuang. This time, he reappointed the famous general of Chu Kingdom Pang Yi. Pang and Mu Yunfeng were both famous generals in the Chu Empire. Mu Yunfeng was the commander of the million allied forces, and Pang was the deputy. Mu Yunfeng died, and Pang was imprisoned by King Chu. Now, the situation in the Chu Empire is critical and King Chu has to be reactivated. Pang is only 45 years old, which is the peak of a man's life. However, 3 years of prison life has left him with a lot of illnesses. His body is severely weak. His head is grey, and he looks as old as 10-year-old man. Pang did not reject the order when he was in danger. However, he proposed 2 conditions. For the newly recruited 500,000 new army, he only left 100,000. The 100,000 frontier guarding the border between Chu and Yan, he wanted everything. And the empire had the most. The elite 5,000 Dragon Knight camp must also be transferred to his command. Luoshui's 4 defeats caused the loss of Chu's elite. The 500,000 new army recruited and formed were mostly old, weak, sick and disabled. He reluctantly selected 100,000 young men, the elite of the Imperial Army, and now only left the 100,000 frontier guards guarding the Chuyan border, with the old and the new. Hope that the 100,000 new recruits can grow up as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Chu state will be in danger. 5,000 Dragon Knight camps can be called the elite of the empire. Fox Xion's 20,000 Tiger and Leopardine Knights are like ghosts in the hinterland of the empire. The logistics supply line is seriously threatened. He must use the Dragon Knight camp to deal with the Tigers and Leopards. The Iron Cavalry can only fight decisively with the Imperial Chinese army at ease. The 5,000 Dragon Cavalry is the most elite and most expensive unit of the Chu Empire. It has always been in the hands of the King of Chu himself. Pang's lion opened his mouth, making him very embarrassed, but the heavy task of relieving the danger of the empire fell entirely on Pang Yi. Although his body hurts, he can only helplessly hand over Dragon Knight camp. Pang reached the 5,000 Dragon Knight camp, and immediately led an army of 200,000 to fight against the Imperial Chinese army. At the same time, the former Jinga veteran Marshal Tu Lightsai was ordered to take command and led a new army of 150,000 from Menglan Pass into the Chu realm. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia led the 2 main armies to sweep the kingdom of Chu, occupying a lot of places. Some important Zufu counties and towns need to be guarded by the army. The task of the 2 main armies is mainly to destroy the elite troops of the Chu army. If they divide their forces to defend the city, the troops must be dispersed, so a new army has to be drafted to guard. There are still some veterans in the Imperial military. However, in order to appease those tribes who surrendered to the Empire, the Emperor Yi Darking appointed Tulisper to be in command. Tulisper was once the Grand Marshal of Jingguo Bing and Ma, who has considerable military capabilities and has been in battle, but also enough to take on this important task. After Tulisper led his army into the Chu territory, his 150,000 new army was scattered to some strategic counties and towns. For important towns like Liuoshui, at least 30,000 soldiers were required to guard. After 150,000 recruits were scattered and sent to various guards, Tulikai led the remaining troops to march south. Zheng Zixia then captured Kuiyang, the southern important town of Chu, and he was ordered to lead his troops into the guard. At this time, there were only 40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry left by his side. Most of the cavalry were tribal warriors, and their fighting strength was good. On September 25, Tulipai led his troops to Yangguan market town. It was too late. He ordered a camp in the market town and set off in the morning. Marching all the way, people were tired and horses were scarce. The soldiers had dinner and lay down early to rest. A large number of scouts sprinkled out of the stab, and the soldiers were ordered to strengthen their guard, and then they lay down to rest. Lost dazed, he seemed to hear the roar, and sat down abruptly. What happened? Reporting Marshal, it's not good. The enemy is attacking. The soldiers ran into the big account in a panic to report. Enemy attack? Tulithorn was taken aback, hurriedly dressed and armored, and rushed out of the camp. At this time, the fire from the entire Yangguan collection rushed, and there were chaotic figures everywhere, roaring and killing sounds in all directions, from far to near. Assemble, assemble to meet the enemy. Tulipai shouted loudly, but the troops he led were all new recruits who had never been on the battlefield. They were attacked by the Chu army at night, and they had long been chaos into a pot of porridge, and they fled for their lives in a hurry. The sound of the trembling roar and killing gradually approached, and he was so angry that he chopped off a few deserters before being supported by the guards. Fortunately, the 10,000 cavalry were mostly tribal warriors, and most of them gathered quickly. Rush out! Tulikai yelled, and led nearly 6,000 tribal cavalry troops to break through to the north. 40,000 infantrymen have completely collapsed. Even if he has outstanding military talents, he can't save the defeat. He can only lead the cavalry to break through. Chapter 426 The death of a famous general. Tulitsai was worthy of the left and right arms that Nurchi had relied on. Although he was defeated by the Chu army at night, he did not rush, quickly assembled the cavalry, and decisively broke through to the north. Tribal warriors are known for shooting. Although it is night and cannot see far away, the knights don't care about it. As long as there are figures in front of them, regardless of the enemy or me, the bows and arrows far away can shoot. Rushing closer and cutting with swords, desperately break through to the north. The stab led the cavalry to rush forward, and defeated several intercepted Chu army infantry. Fang rushed out of the market town and was about to take a breath, the iron hoofs rumbling in front of him. The Chu army cavalry was crushed fiercely like a torrent of iron and steel. Warriors of the prairie, follow me and kill. Julai yelled loudly, brandishing his saber, and leading his guards to take the lead in confronting the cruelly crushed Chu army cavalry. His 300 soldiers were all warriors who followed him to fight in all directions. First, 2 rounds of fierce shooting, and 600 fierce arrows of shooting down over 300 Chu army cavalry, and then they threw their bows. Draw out the sword, roar into the enemy formation. The cavalry on both sides slammed fiercely, the violent impact of iron weapons exploded, and a stray spark appeared in the darkness, followed by a stern cry. The tribal warriors such as Tulitsai knew that at this time, they were in a heavy encirclement, and it was impossible to turn back and protrude the encirclement from the other side. Only by rushing forward desperately could they break a blood path and escape to the dead. Although they charged and killed bravely, this Chu army cavalry was also an elite cavalry who has experienced many battles. Many tribal war horses were chopped off their horses, and their hooves were not destroyed, and there was no bones left. After a fierce rush, the sudden thrusts suddenly felt pressured. They had already penetrated the Chu army cavalry formation, but his 300 soldiers had nearly half of their casualties. Before he could catch his breath, there was another earth-shaking rumble of iron hoofs in front of him, another fierce Chu army cavalry slayed, and Tulai Spur continued to charge the tribal warriors forward. The two sides clashed fiercely again. Roars, screams, the neighing of war horses, and the explosion of iron violent impact, and the knights on both sides were slashing desperately. This Chu army cavalry is obviously different from the cavalry that they have encountered before. Their attacks are extremely fierce, and their combat power is so strong that Tulisi feels a great deal of pressure. Tulai Spear can't remember how many enemies he has chopped down. The right arm holding the knife is numb, and the saber knife has broken several gaps. Fortunately, both sides are desperately urging their mounts to rush forward, even if it takes a long time. There is also a time to penetrate the array. Once again, the Tulai Thorn, who was busy with the siege, turned around and glanced back. Only a few soldiers followed him out of the siege, and most of them were still trapped by the Chu army, unable to stand out of the siege. Warriors, follow me, kill. Tulai Stab turned his horse's head and screamed and slammed back to the Chu army. He had to be handpicked by the emperor before he went on the battlefield. He would have suffered heavy losses before he fought head-on with the Chu army. Unable to rescue the thousands of cavalry who were trapped, he had no face to go back to the emperor. The Chu army did not expect that the Imperial Chinese army, which had already been heavily encircled, would come back again, and hurriedly separated the resistance, and the cavalry from both sides once again slammed. After a hard fight, the Stab led his troops to penetrate the enemy's cavalry formation again, leading the trapped cavalry to continue to rush forward and break through. When he once again came out of the encirclement, only 3,000 cavalry remained from the nearly 6,000 cavalry. Behind him, the Chu army cavalry with amazing combat power was chasing after him. The two sides started chasing on the plain. Seeing the sky was getting brighter, the people on the side were tired, and the chasing soldiers behind them got closer and closer. They gritted their teeth and shouted. After the 500 warriors stayed with this commander, the others continued to retreat! The enemy's cavalry is one man and two horses, and the horses that they are riding can be replaced with another one. The distance is getting closer and closer. If there is no one to cover, the remaining 3,000 horses will be overtaken and the entire army will be wiped out. Marshal, the remaining 24 soldiers, said in shock, after we are broken, you lead your army to retreat. Tulai's eye smiled miserably. Such a miserable defeat. Does this commander still have the face to go back? You go. This commander will take cover after the break, and those who disobey the military order will be killed without mercy. A group of tribal warriors shed tears, desperately urging their mounts to flee, while Tulai Liao led 500 riders to turn the horse's head to face the rolling iron and steel torrent. The desperate impact of the thorns and the 500 warriors succeeded in blocking the pursuit of the Chu army's cavalry at the cost of their lives. When the sky lit up, the battle at Yangguanji had ended. The Chu army was clearing the battlefield. There were corpses of Chinese Imperial Army soldiers everywhere. Weapons and armor were thrown on the ground, and 20,000 people were taken prisoners. Marshal, our army won a complete victory, killed 15,000 enemies, and captured 20,000 enemies. The general enthusiastically reported to Pang. How about the casualties of our army? There was no smile on Pang Yu's pale face. The scout discovered that there was an enemy army in Chuanyang. He immediately led 100,000 elite frontiers and 5,000 dragon cavalry to bypass Zheng Zixia's army, and the Starry Night arrived. I personally led the army to attack the Tulai Spurs at night, but did not expect that although the infantry of the Tulai Spurs collapsed, the cavalry resisted so stubbornly. They used 5,000 dragon cavalry to successfully break through one of them. For him, such a victory is not worthy of pride. The war damages of the existing side were quickly counted. Infantry casualties were nearly 5,000, cavalry casualties were more than 2,100. and dragoon casualties were nearly 1,000. Pang Yu's face became more and more gloomy, and all the new troops in the Thorns were new troops who had never been on the battlefield. Their combat power was low, and they had attacked at night with superior forces. There were still such casualties. The most elite dragoons actually suffered casualties. Nearly 1,000, 50% lost 10%. Such a victory is simply a tragic victory. Their warriors, after the thorny rate of 500 breaks, desperately counterattacked, causing a lot of casualties to the dragoons. Pang Yu's mood was very heavy. The Cypriot tribes were famous for their riding and shooting, and they had extremely high combat power. This is true, and the tiger and leopard cavalry of Fox Howlian crossed the Great Wall, making all tribes on the prairie shiver. The combat power is so high that it is impressive. In contrast, the combat power of the dragoons may still be inferior to the tigers and leopards. With 5,000 dragon cavalry against 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry, he had no chance of winning. Now the 5 pavilions have lost another pavilion, and the chance of winning has been reduced by 1 or 2 points. After clearing the battlefield, the heavy-hearted Pang ordered the army to assemble and retreat quickly to Jianghuai County. After all, Zheng Zixia's Third Army and Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf Army rested nearby, and the enemy was too strong to be as decisive. When the army withdrew to Zhangjiai, which was more than 20 miles away from Jianghuai County, scouts reported in a panic that Jianghuai County was attacked by the Black Wolf Army and the Third Army of the Imperial Chinese Army last night. The 100,000 army was defeated. Jianghuai County has fallen. Pang yelled, spouted a violent mouthful of blood, and fell straight back. All of them were so frightened that they hurriedly called to the army doctor to treat him. After some first aid, Pang woke up. His face was terrifyingly pale. He led an army to stab one at night. He never thought that his rear was also attacked by the combined forces of Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia, and the praying mantis caught the cicadas. The Oriole is behind. He is the praying mantis. Chapter 427 The death of a famous General 3 in Jianghuai County. The county government has become a temporary command post for Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia. The two are standing on the hanging military map and pointing. Last night, the scouts discovered that the famous general of Chu Kingdom Pang was stationing troops in Jianghuai. The two immediately assembled their troops and rushed on the starry night. They raided Jianghuai near dawn. The two main armies easily attacked and occupied the Chu army camp outside Jianghuai County, and took advantage of the situation to seize Jianghuai County. In this battle, 100,000 Chu army was defeated and a large amount of food, weapons and equipment, nearly 100 Parak fighting vehicles and other military materials were seized. However, according to the captives, the coach Pang has led 100,000 main frontier troops to sneak into Yangguanji. Both Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia were taken aback. According to the marching speed of the Tulai spurs, they should have arrived at Yangguanji last night and camped there overnight. After daybreak, the dispatched scouts reported that the Chu army was raided by the Chu army in the night in Yangguan market town. The whole army collapsed. The commander-in-chief, Tulips, broke through the remnants. After he personally broke it, none of the 500 warriors were spared. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia looked at each other, and they were silent for a while. Pang Yi, worthy of the famous general of the Chu Empire, had become more cautious and cautious in the face of such an opponent. At the same time, they were also excited to be able to fight such a strong player. The final decision, the Battle of Sex, must be recorded in the annals of the Empire. 3 years ago, the Million Allied forces invaded the Empire with a huge force. The famous General Mu Yunfing was the commander-in-chief, and Pang was the deputy. Yunfing was killed in this battle, while Pang was imprisoned by the King of Chu for 3 years. The reason for the miserable defeat of the Million Allied forces was not because of Mu Yunfing and Pang's military abilities. There were many reasons, such as command and dispatch issues, military discipline issues, plus Yi Dacian's extraordinary plans, and thunder chariots and explosives. With weapons of horrible lethality, such as the thunder and thunder, in the fierce battle of the army, The commander Mu Yunfeng was killed by the buried explosives. The whole army had no commander and each took control, and it was strange that it was undefeated. During this campaign, Pang Yu's reputation was greatly damaged, but the 3-eye prison will only make him more mature and stable. Zheng Zixia was silent for a long time before saying, "Marshal, this campaign, I'm afraid I can't lack the command of the fox." Mu Chunfing nodded approvingly. The Imperial Tiger and Leopard cavalry galloped outside the Great Wall, the Megatron Prairie, and several empires followed suit. They spent a lot of money to form an elite cavalry, and choose Dragon Cavalry was one of them. Pang led the Dragon Knight camp on the expedition, probably to deal with the Tiger and Leopard cavalry of Fox Xion. How can the Great Fox Commander and his Tiger and Leopard cavalry be missing in the battle that is recorded in the annals of the Empire? The 3 generals joined forces to increase their chances of winning by 10%. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia were more confident. They sent a messenger to inform Commander Fox, and at the same time they stood in front of the military map to check the terrain and formulate a battle plan. The emperors proposed encirclement and support. The 2 main armies clearly and secretly cooperated with each other. Both of them were impressed. Both of them deeply believed that the emperor's military talent is the first in the mainland. If he leads the army, he will fight invincible. But unfortunately, how can the 95 emperor be easily involved in danger? In Changshan, Pang Yu's 100,000 elites were hidden in the dense forest. The news of the fall of Jiangwei County made him feel bitter. He immediately ordered the entire army to withdraw to Changshan to hide. Drinking the bitter medicine juice, Pang Yu's heart is even more bitter. Yi Xinyan Guanji is a tragic victory, but Chu Jun needs a victory too much to boost morale. A tragic victory is also considered a victory. How much can it be? It boosted morale. However, the fall of Jiangwei County and the collapse of the 100,000 Chu army severely hit the soldiers of the Chu army once again. The enemy was too strong and he was striving to win a streak. In addition, Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia were all unrequited defeats. The general of 100 battles, Pang could only temporarily avoid the edge. Looking for a fighter. The 100,000 recruits temporarily recruited do not have much combat power. They can be recruited again if they are defeated. What Pang Ha take is the large amount of military supplies accumulated in Jiangwei County. The food and grass alone are enough to support the 200,000 army for a month. There are also the Thunderbolt chariots that nearly 100 capable craftsmen rush to build day and night. They have become the spoils of the Chinese Imperial army before they are put on the battlefield. The loss is so great that it is heartbreaking. This is his careless underestimation of the enemy. All the faults, he alone bears. He has sent someone to pass the memorial back to Chudu Shaochuan, waiting to defeat the invading enemy. He will accept the crime and be punished. Zheng Zixia, originally a promising general of the Chu Empire, was dismissed and left idle for various reasons. He switched to the Chinese Empire. He soon showed his military talent. This is a great loss to the Chu Empire, and the Emperor of China's he is even more admired by his vision and courage. Who says he is a faint and incompetent Daffa Jun? In the imperial capital of China, when the battle report of the defeat of the assassin in Tulai came, the entire emperor caused a lot of shock. According to the state funeral level, Yi Daishan gave Tulikai a grand burial, and named Tulikai as Yulihu, his descendants inherited, and at the same time, he decreed to recruit 200,000 new troops again, and appointed Bo Lingxian's son Tunis as the head coach, led the army to the occupied Chu land. The other imperial decree is aimed at Pang Yi. If Pang died in battle, all armies must treat his corpse well and bury him at the level of the state funeral of the Chinese Empire. The Tulaithorn retreated for the protection of the remnants of Mi. After the 500 warriors were personally cut off, all of them were killed. Pang ordered their bodies to be placed neatly on the flat ground, waiting for the Chinese Imperial Army to converge, before the Tulaithorn's remains could be transported back. Burial in the country. In fact, there is no need for the Emperor Yi to make an order. Mu Chunfeng, Zheng Zixia, and Hu Xiaoyan will do the same. Pang Yi is a respectable opponent. The best way to respect is to defeat him. How can he ruin his body? When the news came out in the Chu region, Pang Yi's thin face showed a sad smile. The Chinese Empire is strong and talented, and the Emperor is wise and martial. Based on Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf Army and Zheng Zixia's Third Army, coupled with the Tiger and Leopard cavalry of Hu Xiaoyan, was enough to sweep the entire empire, and he didn't have the slightest confidence in defeating them. To the south, Gong Dongfeng leads the Flying Eagle Corps. Pingtung and Yulin Pass are invaluable. Even if the four empires form coalition forces, they will not be able to put much pressure on the Chinese Empire. To the northeast is Duba Kangxu sitting in town, exerting pressure on the Korean Empire. In Jinghai, Ji Yuling, Lu Shaixun, and Yun Zongyang are in charge. Even if the Yanri Empire devotes all the power of the whole country, it is difficult to do anything. The defeat of the Chu Empire is only a matter of time. The Emperor of the Chinese Empire valued himself so much. Even if he was defeated and died, he has no regrets. In Jiangwei County, Mu Chunfeng, Zheng Zixia, and Fox Xiaoyan are discussing the combat plan against Pang Yi's subordinates. At this time, the King of Chu once again recruited a large number of new troops, of which 2 new troops of 200,000 were in the shape of a pincer. The situation is fiercely rushing towards Jiangwei County. The 200,000 Chu army, the 3 generals, did not take it seriously. What they were worried about was the 100,000 elite troops commanded by Pang Yi. That was the last elite force of the Chu army. They defeated it, and the Chu army had no more. The combatable army will sweep across the Chu realm when the time comes, and it will be like a cloud in the wind. However, Pang Yi's subordinates disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 428. The death of a famous general. For this phenomenon made Mu Chunfeng, Zheng Zixia, and Hu Xiaoyan uneasy. The 100,000 army just disappeared out of thin air. It is impossible to disappear. It just means that Pang hid them all in an unknown place, like a tiger hiding in the dark, waiting to attack, rushing out at any time to give them a fatal blow. The 3 of them once again stood in front of the military map, carefully examining the entire map of Chu territory. It is not easy to hide the 100,000 army. It is impossible to hide in the city. Then Pang can only hide his 100,000 army in the mountains. The search scope was narrowed down to the mountains. The last whereabouts of the Pang army collected from the scouts and a comprehensive analysis of the current situation. The 3 focused on Shangshan, Liuoshan, and Kanshan. Pang and his 100,000 elite must be hiding here. One of the 3 mountains. Mu Chunfeng immediately sent a large number of scouts to explore these 3 very famous mountains, and at the same time notified the black-clothed guards to closely monitor these 3 famous mountains. The news came to the imperial capital of the Chinese Empire, and the Emperor Yi Daishan frowned. Pang and his 100,000 elite, but a fierce tiger hidden in the dark, may give you a fatal blow at any time, which is disturbing. The Dog's Head army did not know how to say, the Emperor, how difficult is this? The army captured Shang Zifuking and forced Xiao Chun. The King of Chu would definitely not be able to sit still. Ashamed of my military advisor. The Emperor Yi Daishan laughed with joy. Sometimes, people really got stuck in the horns, always thinking about how to find Pang Yi's elite army, but forgot that there are better conditions. The king of Shangzi was taken down and the gate of Shaochun opened. The king of Chu must be frightened. If people are in a hurry, they will faint. The king of Chu must be anxious to recall Pang and order him to fight against the 2 main armies of the empire. Pang didn't dare to resist the decree, so he could only get out in the dark. This plan was presented by Waiwazi. When it was conveyed to Jiangwei County, it became a magnificent conspiracy of the emperor. Mu Chunfeng and the others could not help but admire the emperor. People are comparable. The 3 of them were also embarrassed for a while, and they were all stubborn. Such an easy thing was unexpected and embarrassing. At the moment, the 3 discussed. Zheng Zixia led the 3rd army to storm Shang's mansion. Mu Chunfeng led the Black Wolf army to cover, to prevent Pang Yu's army from attacking, As for the fox Xiaoyan, continue to lead his 20,000 tigers and leopards for thousands of miles. He rushed to counties and towns in the Chu territory, and waited until Pang was recalled by the king of Chu. On October 15, Zheng Zixia led his troops to attack the city of Shangzhou. Due to the leak of gears, the Chu army also urgently built and equipped many thunderbolt chariots, causing considerable damage to the siege of the Chinese Imperial Army. On October 20, the soldiers of the Third Army dug a tunnel to the city wall of Shangzhou, buried a large amount of explosives to detonate. The city wall of Shangzhou collapsed. Zheng Zixia led his army into the city, and the city of Shangzhou fell. On October 22, Zheng Zixia led the Third Army to force Shaochuan, the imperial capital of the Chu Empire. The Chu Empire shook the courts and the opposition. The king of Chu desperately conquered King Zhuang. At the same time, he even ordered 10 imperial edicts to force Pang back to his teacher. Relief. After 10 consecutive imperial edicts, Pang did not dare to resist his orders, so he had no choice but to raid 100,000 elites back to Shaochuan. When Zheng Zixia led his troops to attack Shangzhou city, he paid close attention and looked for fighters. Unfortunately, Mu Chunfeng led the Black Wolf army to cover on one side, and also to guard against his sneak attack. Pang Yifu had the opportunity to take advantage of it, but he had to be patient. But Chu the king's 10 imperial edicts shattered the last help in his heart. Zheng Zixia and Mu Chunfeng did not immediately force their troops to the city of Shaochuan. Instead, they carried out a large-scale sweep of the counties and towns outside Shaochuan, putting on a posture of dying Shaochuan. Before the soldiers of the Chinese Empire came to the city of Shaochuan, the king of Chu was also decisive and did not evacuate the city. He knew that if he evacuated, the city of Shaochuan would be destroyed without attack. Once Shaochuan fell, the counties and towns of Zufu would not wait for China. The Imperial Army has suppressed the territory, and the people have long been chaotic, and they have fallen without a fight. For this reason, he issued 8 consecutive imperial edicts, urging Pang to return to his teacher and rescue him. At the same time, he sent ministers in succession to persuade the Yan, Han, and Yan Japanese empires to form an alliance, and then form a coalition force to put pressure on the Chinese Empire, if it can be destroyed. In the Chinese Empire, everyone sits on the floor and divides the dirty. How could the kings of the 3 empires fail to understand the truth of the death of the lips and the coldness of the teeth? It is necessary to form an alliance to form a coalition, but if you let me send troops, why do you have to give me some benefits? After receiving the draft drawings and prototypes of the Perak chariot sent by the king of Chu, the Yan and Yan empires announced their alliance and formed a coalition. The king of the Korean Empire did not announce to the world, but frequently sent envoys to the Chinese Empire, urged Yi Daishanzi to step up and deliver the aid materials negotiated before. Yi Daishan sneered. When he was a fool, first took brothers' aid supplies, and when they got it, he turned his face and declared war on brother. This bastard. You want to set up an archway after being a bitch? Yi Daishanzi did not turn his face. He sent the minister to recruit the messengers of the Bangtsai country. He drinks and eats every day. To watch this scenic spot today and visit the monument tomorrow, he will use the word drag. If he is in a hurry, he will say aid to the Korean Empire. The empire is still gathering. Now the empire is at war with the Chu Empire. The materials are in short supply. It will take some time to raise the goods. Wait patiently. Once the collection is completed, it will be sent to you soon. We are a big country with civilized etiquette. How can we go back and forth? Shameless little people will do this kind of thing. Chu Jing, Shaochuan. After the 18 imperial edicts of the Chu king, Pang led 100,000 elites back to Shaochuan. During this period, Mu Chunfeng led the Black Wolf army to defeat the Chu army of the 2 kings of Qin. When Pang returned to Shaochuan, the king of Chu immediately appointed him as marshal of soldiers and horses, and ordered him to command the 300,000 army that had just been formed to fight against the two main armies of the Chinese Imperial Army. Tunisia also rated 200,000. The new army arrived in Shangzhou city to take over the defense of the city and take on the heavy logistical tasks. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia were able to draw up their troops and use two complete legions to fight against Pang Yu's army under Shaochun city. On October 30th, the Emperor of the Korean Empire reluctantly announced to the world, announcing an alliance and declaring war on the Chinese Empire. He was distressed for several days when he failed to get the aid of the Chinese Empire. On the 11th and 2nd, 800,000 coalition forces were built on the Yan, Han, and Yan Japanese Empire lines, and at the same time launched an offensive on the two passes of the Chinese Empire, Pingtung and Yulin. It was winter and the weather was cold. On November 10th, the armies of the two sides opened their positions under Shaochun city and engaged in a head-to-head battle. The Chu army is known as 800,000, but the total strength is 400,000, of which 3.7 million infantry, 30,000 cavalry, and a replenishment of 5,000 dragon cavalry elites. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia joined forces. The two main armies totaled 430,000 troops, of which 37,000 infantry troops, 60,000 cavalry troops, and 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry of Huxioyon were still far away in the northern part of the Chu Empire. It is estimated that the area around Xian County will not be able to rush back to participate in this historical decisive battle. Chapter 429 The Emperor's Fall. This traditional head-to-head battle not only tests the quality, fighting spirit, combat power and many other factors of the two armies, but also tests the military capabilities of the coach. Pang's command and dispatchability and mechanistic changes on the battlefield are impeccable, and the new equipment is a thunderbolt. The chariot also caused a lot of damage to the Chinese Imperial Army. The investment of the 5,000 Dragon Cavalry Camp once also prevailed in the right-wing cavalry duel. However, the Chu army eventually lost. According to Empire's military experts' comments on this battle, Pang's defeat has many factors. Although he has 400,000 troops, 100,000 elite frontiers can be worthy of a battle. The two main armies of the Empire are all experienced in battles. The elite, enhanced vitality, fighting spirit, and combat power are stronger than the Chu army, and with the vigor of consecutive victories, this is a defeat. Although the Chu army is equipped with a powerful thunderbolt chariot, the iron is doomed to break the gears of important parts of the Thunderbolt chariot. Each Thunderbolt chariot can only shoot 4 giant arrows at most. It also caused a lot of casualties to the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army's re-improved Thunder chariot not only has a longer firing range, but also has a more lethal force when the explosives explode, causing great damage to the Chu army, as well as heavy psychological pressure. Tanlai also caused great damage to the elite heavy infantry of the Chu army in close combat, and the poisonous rockets also caused a certain amount of confusion and psychological pressure on the Chu army, which had a certain effect on the outcome of the battle. The king of Chu intervened in the battle and was defeated again. Fox Xioyon's tiger and leopard cavalry was sweeping far away in County, the northern part of Chu, but it was only composed of 5,000 tiger and leopard cavalry and 10,000 wearing tiger and leopard cavalry. The tribal cavalry of the color standard battle armor, Fox Xioyon, and 15,000 tiger and leopard cavalry have hidden in the rear of the Imperial Army, waiting for an opportunity. Pang accurately estimated that Hu Xioyon and his tiger and leopard cavalry had long been hidden nearby. He had always restrained from sending the most elite 5,000 cavalry troops to battle, but the king of Chu was eager to defeat the Empire Army and repeatedly ordered the cavalry army strike out. The 5,000 dragon cavalry attacked prematurely, although they once defeated the 10,000 Imperial cavalry on the right wing. They were blocked by the long spear formation when they attacked the Empire's central army. The 5,000 archers used a long-range crossbow to cover and break the armor. He was able to carry heavy armor, and when he rushed in, he was chaotically bombed by the Sky Thunder, and the 5,000 dragon cavalry suffered heavy losses. Under the long-term attack of the dragoons and the morale was low, Fox Xion led 10,000 tigers and leopards to attack in a timely manner, defeating the most elite dragoons of the Chu army, and attacking the Chu army's large army. The long spear formation of the Chu army faced heavy casualties in front of the Imperial army's cavalry. The 5,000 tiger and leopard iron horses in heavy armor rushed into the formation and successfully smashed into the formation, and drove the Chu army's central army into the chaos in the Great Formation. The Chinese army is in chaos, and the battle has already been resolved. Although Pang personally led the battalion, he was already unable to return to the sky and save the defeat. The 400,000 Chu army was defeated like a tide, and a generation of famous General Pang died in the Chaos Army. The King of Chu and hundreds of officials fled from Shaochun in panic and fled to Siwu in one breath. They wanted to rely on Sawajiang as the basis for the final stubborn resistance. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia led their troops to busy Shaochun. 10 days later, Shaochun Guard Lang Wei surrendered. Afterwards, Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia divided into two forces, and swept the entire Chu region with a force of destruction. Many guards and chiefs from various provinces, counties, and towns also offered their cities to surrender. There were also tenacious resistance. Iron Hoof crushed. Next, there is no slag left. At this time, in order to put pressure on the Chinese Empire, the 800,000 coalition forces stormed Pingtung and Yulin. Gong Tangfing led the entire city to resist. With Jianxing and Thunder, the coalition forces repelled the frenzied offensive again and again. A coalition of 200,000 people even had the acquiescence of King Yan to cross the border and enter Chu to support the remnants of the Chu king who had retreated to Siwa. At the same time, Zufu counties that had not yet been occupied also sent troops of the King of Qin to Su. Chemical escort. It is easy to capture a city, but it is very difficult to manage it. Every time the Imperial army seizes a city, it posts an announcement to prohibit disturbing the people and kill offenders. In order to destroy the kingdom of Chu as soon as possible, Yi Deshanzi was too late to digest the occupied Chu land. There were guerrillas fleeing everywhere, and there were too many robberies to count. There were even more powerful troops who took the opportunity to raise troops, but they were all suppressed by the garrison with iron and blood. In a troubled world, you have to use heavy codes, no matter it is Mingjun and Yunjun. They all have a deep rhyme for this truth. For ordinary people, no matter which dynasty emperor is changed, as long as they have something to eat, have something to wear, not starve to death or freeze to death, whoever rules them will be the same. The fall of Shaochun marked the end of the war. However, it was already winter, and the winter offensive caused many inconveniences. After the two main armies advanced to the shore of the Siwa River, they stopped their attacks. The soldiers continued to fight, and they were already exhausted physically and mentally, too. It's time to take a break. The two main armies of the Chinese Empire faced off across the river with the remnants of the Chu king. The flames stopped temporarily, but everyone knew that this was only a short break. After the spring blossoms, the renewed flames of war will surely be fierce. Yi Deshanzi has been very busy recently, especially after the capture of Shaochun, the capital of the Chu Empire. He has very few wine ponds and there are too many things to deal with. Once the machine of war is turned on, all kinds of consumption are astonishing. The money burns painful. The people in the occupied territories must be comforted, food supply must be the first priority, and local officials must be appointed. Although the Royal Academy has graduated from term students, too many talents are needed, and they are not enough to be assigned. You have to reappoint some demotions from the original Chu Empire. For the local aristocratic clans, you have to carefully appease them and give them certain benefits, otherwise it is very likely to cause riots. The fighting in the Chu region temporarily ceased, but the fighting in Pingtung and Yulin did not stop at all. Hundreds of thousands of coalition forces continued to attack until there were two heavy snowfalls. Gong Tangfing melted the water with the snow and used a water handle. The severely damaged city wall was poured into a stronger ice city, and the Allied forces, which were frustrated, temporarily attacked the attack. In Pinyin City under the jurisdiction of Jining Mansion, a thick layer of ice has formed on the Yao River, and Duga Kangxia led a large army from the river to swing into the territory of the Korean Empire. A large number of thunder chariots were laid out, bombarded Anian City indiscriminately, and almost burned Ruodia Anian City. The city suffered heavy losses, and General An Yan hurriedly asked the emperor for help, but the reinforcements were ambushed halfway by the Imperial Chinese army passing by the city, and suffered heavy losses. The Korean Empire was shaken, and Emperor Han made an emergency nationwide mobilization, recruited a large number of young men, and at the same time ordered foreign troops to withdraw reinforcements. Duga Kangxia used a large amount of explosives to collapse the Anian city wall and led a large army into the city. After confirming that the army of the Korean Empire had withdrawn from abroad, he ordered the entire army to withdraw to Pinyin Pass. Before the army retreated, Duga Kangxia ordered the destruction of the city wall of Anting and plundered the wealthy households in the city. In such a harsh climate, he still used soldiers against the Han Empire. It was Yi Daishan who wanted to hit the stick fiercely. If he is not honest, he will beat you up in the spring of the coming year. Chapter 430. The palms of the palms and the backs of the hands are all meet at Andu Mountain, Fairy Peak. The cold wind is still crying, and the goose feathers are raging and the world is silvery white. Yanayu was pretty standing in the wind and snow, letting the bitter cold wind wind up the blue silk, fluttering clothes, hunting and hunting. She was wearing only thin clothes, but she didn't feel a trace of chill. The snowflakes flying in the air fell 3 feet away from her, seeming to be blocked by an invisible wall, and bounced off to the side. Yi Daishanzi was standing away from her wrapped in a thick fur coat, and he could see that Fairy Yan was in retreat and practiced with great concentration, and there was a breakthrough in her cultivation, which was enough to fight Leaf. The day after tomorrow, it was the 3-hour appointment between Leaf and Fairy Yan. Tan Ziyi had to come here personally during his busy schedule. The palm of his palm and the back of his hand were all fleshy. No matter which one was injured, he was very distressed. In the quiet room that was warm like spring, the military master Jijui was desperately rolling 3 inches of his tongue, drooling wildly, and Xini Uhua's face became more and more gloomy. There are only 2 people left in the magic gate, Jiling and Leaf, but they are the 2 most powerful. Moreover, they are still favored by that person. One is the Donggong Empress and the other is the Imperial Navy captain, who holds the military power. The wind and rain can be set off by flipping hands. It is strange that Xini Uhua's mood is not heavy. The emperor is still young and wise, but if he gets old in the future, she will inevitably do something confused. This is what she is most worried about. Moreover, at that time, there are more than 2 people in the magic door. What does the guardian think? Xini Uhua sighed faintly in her heart. In fact, she also thought of the possibility, but she was still holding a glimmer of hope. The only plan for the present is to let Fairy Yanayu enter the palace and assist the lady in the main palace to check and balance the Devil's Gate. Yuji's face was very serious, and there was a bit of awe-inspiring righteousness, which was beyond doubt. Xini Uhua couldn't help but sighed faintly again. She had already guessed this possibility in her heart. It was just that Yanayu's most outstanding disciple in the past century would be in charge of the Profound Sect, and the Profound Sect would surely develop to an unprecedented height. Seeing Xini Uhua picking up the teacup, Wuji resigned very wittily. He knew that the matter was of great importance and Xini Uhua had to think carefully before he could make the final decision. He held high the banner of righteousness and had an 80% chance of persuading Xini Uhua. Of course, it still depends on Fairy Yan's original intention. If she refused, it would be really a headache. In order to convince Xini Uhua, he racked his brains. If he fails, he will be gone. That night, the 2 masters and apprentices Xini Uhua had a long conversation. Xini Uhua was uncharacteristically and talked a lot. Yanayu just sat quietly, listening to her master's teachings. Her eyes were as clear as water. In the wing where Yi Daishanzi was temporarily staying, Leaf sat cross-legged with a calm appearance. When she saw her natural enemy Yanai again, she could feel that Yanai had been reborn, and her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds. Such opponents are just enjoyable to fight. Leaf has never despised any opponent, let alone a master of Yanai's level. She no longer needs to do any work now. It's just the heart-burning art of the demon gate silently, and it is enough to keep the Ling Tai clear and bright. Yi Deshanzi leaned close with a smile, and put his arms around her slender waist. "Aren't we better?" Leaf giggled and said, "Does it hurt?" "Yeah," Yi Daishan admitted honestly, turning his palms and sighing. "The palms of the palms and the backs of the hands are all fleshy. Can you feel distressed?" Leaf turned her eyes white and smiled and said, "I'm afraid you are wishful thinking and others don't appreciate it. Do you want to make a bet?" Yi Daishan asked, blinking. "What are you betting on?" Leaf stretched her waist and leaned back in his arms. She liked this feeling. At least, she could completely relax her mind without worrying about anything. "If I soak her up, your 3-year agreement will be cancelled. If it doesn't work, I will withdraw and leave it alone." Yi Daishan sighed. "I can't bear to watch you fight." "Okay, just gamble." Leaf readily agreed. The Xuanwen saint must be clear and jealous. Yanai is Xiniuhua's optimistic future leader. Even if Yanai is in love, Xiniuhua will not agree. This ghost the woman has a big temper and weird temper. Besides, with only one day, I don't believe you can really coax people. Don't regret it. Yi Deshanzi smiled and stretched out his little finger, but Li Fei's swinging eyes were drawn. "Are you a 3-year-old child?" Yi Daishan was in a good mood and grinned and said, "I concubine, there is nothing fun in this station, so let's practice Kai Gong." Li Fei's smooth jade cheeks suddenly became blushing with shame. The so-called practice is naturally a double practice. The practice of the inner family's true essence is still progressing very quickly, and, however, she didn't say anything, just bit her red lips with her teeth. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes were watery. She didn't know if she was a refusal, or is it the default. Overnight double repairs. Dragons and tigers are fierce, and the overly energetic Yi Daishan is practicing boxing in the courtyard. Emperor Xinju dominates the mainland with fierceness and dominance. The fist and wind pass, and the gusts of wind and thunder are implied, and the snowflakes follow the invisible inner strength. Excited dancing and flying. Yi Deshanzi played sexually, continuously urging the emperor's inner strength. The flowers and snow in the radius around him were all lifted up by his vigorous inner strength, and gathered into a huge snowball. The huge snowball was vacantly supported by the invisible inner strength, and it swiftly rolled and rotated in the air. Yi Deshanzi suddenly shouted, and his right palm slammed down. There was a bang, and the big snowball hit the snow heavily. In the sunken ground, it is condensed but not broken. The guards of the inner palace who were guarding nearby felt that their feet were shaking violently, and each of them was unsteady. They were shocked. After a long while, he knelt down on one knee, resting his right palm on the ground, and shouted in unison, "The Emperor." Heroic. Yi Deshanzi grinned triumphantly. Brother's skill seems to be getting more and more diligent. Double cultivation Heart-Chu is really amazing. He. The Emperor. "Please see Master Xing's hang," she said. "It is not convenient to come over, please move over." Xiao Luzi came in to report. "I see." Yi Daishan replied lazily, and Feng Nishang helped him put on a fur coat. Surrounded by a group of guards, the Emperor Yi came to the courtyard where Xingwu lived. A group of guards guarded the courtyard. The 8 dragons and tiger guards guarded the door. The little 5 and the little 6 followed him in. "I have seen the Emperor." Xinayu Huaji saluted the head. "Master Xingo don't need to be polite." Yi Daishan gave a big stab, and he was very proud. "Isn't Xuanwen interfere in royal affairs? I have to salute my brother today." In the spacious and clean room, there were only 2 people, Yi Deshanzi and Xiniuwa, and the little 5 and the 6 were like 2 stone sculptures behind Yi Deshanzi. The 2 of them could be ignored. No one knew what the Emperor said to Xinghua, and no one dared to ask. Anyway, when the Emperor came out, his mouth was grinning, he looked very happy and evil. Chapter 431 Peace of the Chu Empire. The emperor left Dandu Mountain surrounded by Yilinwei, and Xianzifeng regained the peace of the past. However, the heart lake of the ancient well that was never waved by the fairy, but there were waves of ripples. This cold winter can be described as turbulent, and both sides are making various preparations for the war after the beginning of spring. The cold wind blew the bones and the goose feathers and snowflakes raged. People who were busy for their livelihoods had to hide at home and warm themselves around the brazier. This is the coldest season of winter, but what is unexpected is that Mu Chunfing and Gong Tangfing will choose to attack across the river at this time. The Siwa River is turbulent all year round, which is actually a natural barrier. The two armies face off across the river. The Chinese Imperial Army not only collects fishing boats on the riverside, but also builds a large number of boats and bamboo rafts to forcefully cross the river. On the other side, the Chu army also invested a lot of manpower and material resources to build a crisscross fortifications. In order to encourage morale, the king of Chu said that the Siwa fortress was solid and no army could break it. But what the king of Chu did not expect was that the emperor of the Chinese Empire would use the two main armies as bait to attract the 300,000 troops he once again conscripted and formed in the Siwa city area, let alone the Chinese Empire. The lunatic emperor will attack in the coldest time, with Tunisian as the commander. The 150,000 Imperial Army of China forcibly crossed the Beijiang River from a tributary of more than 300 miles in the lower reaches of the Siwa River, captured Ba County, Feng County and other places, and advanced along the river upstream. Huxion's 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry also crossed the river from the Bei River to the plains of Pingchuan. The tiger and leopard cavalry and the cavalry, mainly composed of tribal warriors, exerted powerful mobility and terrible impact. Attacking the city and plundering the land, the Chu army looked out of the wind, either being defeated or surrendered. The king of Chu hurriedly divided his troops and built a line of defense in Chenzhuang area, while Tunis's army advanced to Kuxian area, stopped the offensive, began to build fortifications, and assumed a posture of long-term defense. Afterwards, Zheng Zixia led the Third Army down the river and moved to Chuoza to cross the river from the Bei River. Such a strategic adjustment caused a great headache for the king of Chu. The Siwa fortress was built with a lot of manpower and material resources. The Chinese Imperial Army did not forcefully cross the river to attack, but circled a large circle. Although the road was long, it attacked from the flanks. The Siwa fortress, which was known as impregnable, became a useless display. As a last resort, the king of Chu ordered the Chu army to attack Tunis's troops in the coldest season, hoping to defeat the 150,000 army of Tunis before Zheng Zixia's Third Army arrived in Kuxian, before he could free his hands against Zheng Zixia. Third Army. With such bad weather, one can imagine the difficulties of the offensive side. King Chu, who was almost desperate, could no longer take care of that much, and ordered the army to launch a strong attack. Relying on the counties and cities, Tunis defended according to risks and retreated in battle, which greatly consumed the vital force of the Chu army. After Tunis retreated to Jiangping County, he ordered the whole army to defend firmly and never retreat. A fierce offensive and defensive battle was launched in Jiangping County. There were 20,000 tigers and leopards cruising around the periphery. The Chu army could not encircle Jiangping County on all sides, and could only launch a strong attack from the front. The offense and defense were extremely fierce, and both sides suffered varying degrees of losses. The Chu army launched a continuous offensive in such a harsh climate, and it was already showing weakness. On the 30th night of the new year, Fox Xion led the Tiger and Leopard Iron cavalry to attack the camp. Tunis led the army out of the city. Taowei attack. The Chu army defeated. Afterwards, Zheng Zixia led the Third Army to arrive, joined forces with Tunisian, and marched towards Siwa, trapping the remnants of the king of Chu to death in the city of Siwa. Mu Chunfing led the Black Wolf army to cross the Siwa River and swept away Zhu County near Siwa. In the middle of March of the fourth year of the Chinese Empire, The king of Chu surrendered when Sewer City had no food and grass inside and no reinforcements outside. The surrender of the king of Chu also marked the demise of the Chu Empire. Hundreds of thousands of coalition forces had no choice but to retreat after attacking Pingtung and Yulin Pass for a long time. The king of Chu surrendered, and the remaining city guards in Chu also offered to surrender. The Yan army took the opportunity to send troops to the Chu Empire and invaded 15 cities including Tongyuan. Mu Chunfing and Zheng Zixia led the two main armies to fight under Tongyuan city and then stopped, and retreated to Xiangzhou city. The Yan army guarding Tongyuan city was relieved. In fact, this is also the imperial decree of the Emperor Yi Da. Xiangzhou is a big danger, easy to defend and difficult to attack. As long as the enemy is not lost, the enemy can be blocked under the city. However, the cities such as Tongzhou are now like chicken ribs. It is better to temporarily abandon and destroy. After losing the country of Yan, it was naturally taken back. Occupying such a large area all at once, just digesting it will be enough for you to have a headache for several years. The empire's finances are almost unable to support it, so you have to quickly close your hands. There are more places to spend money later. These were all suggestions from wise helplessness, and the Emperor Yi Da adopted them. Next, the major army regiments were rested and reorganized. The court appointed a large number of officials to enter the Chu region to guard the counties and towns of the provinces. At the same time, the Emperor Yi Da employed a large number of officials from the original Chu Empire and people from aristocratic families. This was also to appease the people of the old Chu. One of the coups. Throughout the war, a large number of homes were destroyed and the people were displaced. In order to appease the people of Chu area, show the emperor's grace, as was born to the common people, Yi Dacian ordered, amnesty the world only for Chu area, and exempted the Chu area. Annual tax. Only 50% of the tax is levied in the second year, only 70% in the third year, and the full amount is collected in the fourth year. At the same time, he ordered the original Chu army prisoners of war to cut down trees, rebuild Zufu counties and towns destroyed by the war, speed up the resettlement of the people who have begun to return, and dispatch a large amount of grain to ensure that the local people can fill their stomachs at a minimum and stop rebelling. Encourage local people to step up spring plowing and planting. And these require a large amount of silver as a logistical guarantee. There is not much silver left in the national inventory and can no longer withstand the toss. Yi Dacian can only start with the wealthy or wealthy families in Chu, and forcibly borrow it. The court will issue a debit note. It is a safety symbol to protect the whole family. At home, there are so many things to deal with that make people crazy. Fortunately, the Emperor Yi Da decentralized as much as possible and let the 6 departments take on more affairs, so as to reduce the pressure on the shoulders of Danj. The members of the Song clan, including the King of Chu, were treated kindly. King Chu was given the title of King Anl and lived in the imperial city of Anl House. This servant was also an old sexual ghost. There were too many concubines in the harem, with dozens of people. It's impossible for all of them to be stuffed into the Anl house. Tanzi only sent the Empress Chu and the 7 or 8 concubines whom the King of Chu usually favored, and the other concubines paid a settlement allowance and sent them back to their hometown. During this period, several Chu rebellions broke out in the occupied Chu land. They were led by old Chu officials or powerful family members. The reason was that they were dissatisfied with the tyranny of Yi Daishanzi. However, there were not many Chu people involved, and Yi Daishanzi's kindness gives them hope in their hearts. Who would do this kind of deceitful thing? Mu Chunfing led the Black Wolf Legion to suppress it with iron and blood, and chopped off a large number of people's heads. Not to mention that the Emperor Yi Dacian had been so soft-hearted that he didn't want to chop his heads anymore. Unanimous support. Chaotic times. You have to use heavy codes. Chapter 432. The demise of the Chu Empire made the only remaining empires of Yan, Han, and Yanri on the mainland nervous. Everyone knew the ambition of that lunatic faint king in the Chinese Empire. It must be to dominate the mainland. King Yan knows that when the Chinese Empire is relieved, The next one will be the Great Yan Empire. He successively sent envoys to the Korean Empire and the Yanri Empire. Chen said that the strong relationship between them is that they can only form an alliance to resist China. The empire's offensive was able to protect himself, and at the same time, he did not hesitate to use military force, and desperately formed a large army to build up heavy troops at Pingtung Pass and Tongyuan City to put pressure on the Chinese Empire. The Korean Empire and the Yan Japanese Empire took advantage of the sky and demanded assistance such as grain, silk cloth, and iron ore. According to reports, the Yanri Empire had already assembled a huge fleet to launch an attack on the Jinghai naval base of the Chinese Empire. Later, due to the drawings and prototypes of the Thunderbolt chariot provided by the King of Chu, the expedition was postponed, and all warships were already being replaced. Weapon: the Yanri Empire modified the Thunderbolt chariot and installed it on a warship, named Thor Cannon. The Korean Empire is also recruiting soldiers and forming a new army. However, due to national power constraints, only a new army of 200,000 people has been formed. While the King of Bangtsai received the aid materials sent by the Kingdom of Yan, he secretly sent messengers to send it. I came to the tribute, saying that the Korean Empire was originally a subordinate country of the Great Chinese Empire, but it was confused by the King of Chu before the battle, and I came to apologize and ask for forgiveness. Some ministers said that since they confessed their mistakes and apologized and admitted that they belonged to the tribe, they should show the magnanimity of the state of civilization and etiquette of the Great Chinese Empire to show the mighty power of the heavenly dynasty. Some ministers also said that these erratic and barbaric tribes had been sent troops to annihilate and were included in the territory of our Great Chinese Empire. There are the main battle faction and the comfort faction. Above the court, it is inevitable that there will be disputes. The main battle faction has the upper hand. Today, the empire is strong and the empires of the Henxu mainland, many ministers help to witness a powerful and invincible China university in their lifetime. Empire, a peacefully unified continent. The Emperor Yi Daishan had just changed his former strength and accepted the tribute of the Han Empire. He was very disgusting because of the volatility of the stick. However, before the Yan kingdom was cleaned up, he could reduce the pressure a little. Of course, he still issued a very severe warning to Stick Nation, but nothing happened. If this happens again, die. While the empire was digesting the occupied land, it entered a long period of rest and recuperation, and short-term peace once again appeared in the wild continent. During this period, due to the hard work of the Emperor Yi Daishan, Zheng Yinhong, Rongru, Bei Ailing, Yunaiyu, Feiyan and other concubines became pregnant one after another, which made him very happy. However, the situation began to surge again. After all the battleships of the Yanri Empire were equipped with Thor cannons, the Navy famous Commander Yamamoto commanded the two capital ships, a total of 350 battleships, and 400,000 troops entered the Jinghai. The intention of the Japanese pirates was obvious: to wipe out the navy of the Chinese Empire in the bud and not allow them to recuperate comfortably. In order to cope with the Yan Japanese Empire's offensive, Yan State also assembled heavy troops at the Kang and Tongyuan passes to threaten the Pingtung Pass and Xiangzhou city of the Chinese Empire. This time, the Japanese pirates dispatched two-thirds of the Guards fleet, and the Imperial Navy has only built 20 armored five-toothed giants, plus the 4 unarmored five-toothed giants previously built. Ships and hundreds of old warships can also form a fleet, but the actual combat experience is still insufficient to face the huge fleet of Japanese pirates. The situation was serious, and the Emperor Yi Da went to Jinghai once again and personally took the place to make arrangements. The chief naval governor Jiuling led the empire's first naval fleet that had not yet been formed to temporarily withdraw and enter the open sea to hide and move in search of opportunities. The original intention of Yi Daishanzi was to let the deputy governor Liu Shaixun lead the navy to temporarily avoid the edge of the Japanese pirates' hometown fleet. But Jiuling insisted that Yi Daishanzi had no choice but to let her control the fleet. Basically all the skilled craftsmen in the navy also retreated temporarily, leaving only the combatants to stick to the base. Jinghai City strengthened its fortifications as much as possible, and the nearby Zufu County and town were also prepared for defense. Because Gong Tangfing commanded the Flying Eagle Legion to guard Pingtongguan, and Mu Chunfing's Black Wolf Legion guarded Xiangzhou City, Zheng Zixia's 3rd Legion was also resting in the Chu area. The distance was too far to be able to be mobilized, so Yi Daishan could only move the side. The army and the young men of the neighboring Zufu formed an army of 400,000, and there were 20,000 tiger and leopard cavalry of the Fox Howling Cloud, and 3,000 feathers were guarded by the guard. Don't worry about the emperor. The chief governor knows the seas in this area well, and coupled with her superhuman wisdom, the slave believes that she will be able to surprise the emperor by surprise. In the luxurious bedroom, Mizururi was only dressed in a thin cloth like a cicada. Wings pink color gauze showed a wonderful figure. At this time, she was smiling and needing Yi Daishanzi's massage. She wasn't flattering and comforting Yi Daishanzi. She was confident about Jiuling's ability. With Jiuling's ability, she was enough to stop the Japanese pirate fleet from the open sea. Yi Daishanzi just smiled bitterly. He thought that Rimizuru was saying this to comfort him. He was always worried that Jiuling could not calm down and attacked rashly. Now that the Japanese pirates' powerful fleet battles, in case something accident happens, he will never forgive himself. Looking at the extravagantly decorated bedroom, he couldn't help rubbing his nose. This ghost woman would really enjoy it, almost as much as his palace. He was worried and nervous for Jiuling, and there were many ways to relieve him. He chose the most direct one, rudely overturning Gongzhang Ryui. The emperor, the slave will be sore and weak. How can I go to battle to kill the enemy? Gongzhang Lai whistled and served Yi Daishanzi to dress. Still there was a thick spring tied on his cheeks, as well as extreme satisfaction and satisfaction. Fear. I don't know how many times have passed since death. The beautiful feeling of life and death, heaven and hell, is unforgettable, making her really love and fear. And only the reincarnated true Dragon Emperor can have such a powerful fighting power. Yi Daishanzi took a shot on her attractive plump hips, and said with a smile, "Serve me well, you will count as a great achievement." This tossing can be regarded as alleviating the inattention and worry. Now, he has to reserve some energy to deal with the upcoming war. Xiao Yuzi's voice sounded outside the door. "The Emperor, the scout is here to report that the Japanese pirate fleet has entered the sea." Yi Daishan responded. The Japanese pirates came very fast. He slowly used his meal before he stepped out, boarded a watchtower of the fortress, and held his special binoculars to observe the sea. The invention of Qianli Shenyan allowed the scouts on the side to discover the enemy's situation from far away, and the commanders adjusted and deployed first. Observing through the binoculars, on the sea level, Japanese pirate warships appeared. Rilin's sails quickly filled the sea level. Chapter 433 Exploiting Strengths and Avoiding Weaknesses. The Japanese pirate fleet finally appeared, and the Emperor Yi Daishan ordered the scouts to continue to closely monitor its movements. He was holding the binoculars to observe the Yan enemy fleet, and the fragrant wind was blowing. Rimizuru squeezed to her side. "Zhao Didi said, the Emperor, the secret spy returns." Read. Yi Daishanzi still held the binoculars to observe the sea. Gongzhang Rikai showed loyalty and handed over the list of secret spies that the family was lurking in the island country. Although Yi Daishanzi accepted it, she still let her continue to control. Rimizuru pressed close to him, and said softly, "The enemy fleet commander is Yamamoto, formerly known as Yamamoto 56. He is known as the flower of the Imperial Navy. The infantry commander is Masashi Shiro Itaku, and the deputy commander is Nobuhide Abe. What? Yi Daishan was startled, and the binoculars in his hands almost fell off. "The Emperor, are you okay?" Seeing the Emperor reacting like this, Mizururi asked cautiously, "Has the Emperor heard of the names of those generals?" Those few names, Yi Daishanzi had never heard of them, and they were full of wickedness. At first glance, I thought it was those guys who came to this wild continent like him. "Emperor, Scout Urgent Report. Xiao Luzi presented the urgent report that just came from the scout again. Yi Deishanzi took the emergency report, glanced at it, frowning slightly. The Japanese pirate fleet divided into two groups, one way straight towards Jinghai, the other way turning, with the purpose of disembarking from the sea. The sea areas around Linhai City are mostly submerged reefs, where many fishing boats hit the reef and sank. The local fishermen call it Dead Sea. The shore is full of reefs. The coastal buildings are built on the reefs and are divided into two cities, but they are connected by a large stone bridge. There is only a 10-meter wide passage between the two cities, and the steep terrain is the most dangerous in the world. The seaside terrain is steep, and the troops cannot be deployed. The Japanese pirates don't really want to board from there, right? The Emperor Yi Jian didn't dare to be careless, and ordered a letter to be sent to guard against the Japanese pirates' sneak attack. The sandy land along the coast is too long to send troops to guard fortifications. In this way, the troops must be too scattered. He can only set up guards along the beach. If a Japanese pirate is found landing ashore, a beacon will be sent to the police. The Japanese pirates are good at naval warfare. The Imperial Navy has not yet been formed, and it is not enough to engage the Japanese pirates' huge fleet head. The Emperor Yi wants to use his strengths and avoid weaknesses to fight the Japanese pirates on land. As the Japanese pirate fleet approached, Rulin's sails could be seen with the naked eye, and the warships were connected one after another, filling the endless sea. The Japanese pirate fleet moored offshore and put down small boats. Then, a large number of soldiers climbed down from the ladder of the battleship, boarded the boat, and then paddled against the rocks with their oars. There was no movement in Jinghai City and the fortress. Only the forest-like battle flag was swaying in the wind and hunting. A large number of Japanese pirate soldiers have boarded the beach and formed a formation on the beach. A large number of small boats are still carrying soldiers and military supplies back and forth, and they are also carrying Thor chariots ashore. Yi Daishan desperately restrained his impulse to order an attack. If he wanted to fight the Japanese pirates, he had to let them go ashore and fight them ashore on a large-scale decisive battle. The more Japanese pirate soldiers who landed, the more lively the time. Tens of thousands of Japanese pirate soldiers fleeing into the sea. The scene must be spectacular. According to the scout report, the number of Japanese pirate soldiers who landed on that day is estimated to be 20,000. These Japanese pirate soldiers have set up camps on the beach to consolidate their beachhead positions, and have not attacked the fortress and Jinghai City. It is estimated that the Japanese pirate commander Shan Benyuan still feels that his troops are insufficient. I believe that in a few days, more Japanese pirates will land ashore. In the next 3 days, a large number of Japanese pirate transport fleets arrived, a large number of Japanese pirate soldiers landed, and the force reached 100,000. How many large ships are needed to transport 100,000 soldiers and a large amount of military materials such as weapons, equipment, food, and grass? It can be seen that this time the Japanese pirates really have made a big blood, and they will not stop if they do not capture the Empire's naval base. Yamamoto Gen and Itabashi Seishiro were very puzzled. During these 3 days, a large number of Imperial soldiers gathered on the beach to camp, and the soldiers of the Chinese Empire did not miss a point. What are they doing? Originally, they planned to land from another beach if they were severely blocked from the front landing. As a result, the abnormal situation made them suspicious. However, if there is no attack, there is no need to land from elsewhere, so as not to disperse the forces. Another fleet is recalled and continues to land from the front. The Japanese pirates assembled on the sandy ground have reached 150,000 troops, and a large amount of military supplies have been accumulated. The Emperor Yi Daishan still did not order to attack. Forbearance is a knife in the heart. This servant is very unbearable, so she has to dismantle Tengong's angry, dismantle her so much that she is sexy, begging for forgiveness. It is too much to bear, so I have to let the maids who serve next to me help him. For 10 days, The Japanese pirates assembled on the sandy ground had reached 200,000 troops. When all the soldiers were waiting to collapse, the Japanese pirates finally launched an attack on the Imperial naval fortress. 50,000 Japanese pirate soldiers set up a defensive array under Jinghai City, and 150,000 Japanese pirate soldiers, under the command of Masashiro Bankenshiro, launched a powerful attack on the fortress from the flanks. They put up Thor's chariots and fired at the fortress. The huge arrows with thick arms still caused a certain amount of damage to the stone walls of the fortress, and dozens of unlucky recruits were directly hit by the huge arrows and their bodies were torn apart, cracked and died in a terrible state. The veterans who have been fighting for a long time leisurely chat and laugh with their backs against the wall, and the new recruits who have reacted also learn to avoid. This is a war, and you must pay the price of blood to grow up. After 3 rounds of shooting, the extremely poor iron gears shattered, and the Shanlai chariot had to be replaced with new gears. The Japanese soldiers howled, wielded their sabers, carried ladders, and pushed heavy siege vehicles, arrow towers, etc. The siege equipment began to attack. On the head of the naval fortress, the giant crossbow of the Imperial Chinese army began to show its might, and the giant arrows with thick arms roared through the Japanese bandits, bringing out a smog of blood, as well as countless fragments and pieces of meat. Archer, throw shoot. After the Japanese pirates advanced to the shoot range of the bow and arrow, the commanding officer roared loudly. Like a rain of locust arrows soaring into the sky, the darkness once blocked the sun's rays. The rain of arrows sprinkled and marked a flower of blood. Many Japanese soldiers screamed and fell, and the heartbreaking screams rang into one. Under the cover of the shield soldiers, the Japanese pirate soldiers continued to advance bravely, and the archers shot arrows at the city to suppress the archers of the Imperial Chinese army. Due to the influence of geography and other factors, this island country is short of materials. The Chinese Empire is vast and rich in materials. For them, it is simply paradise. In the city, there are flower girls, gold, silver, jewelry and wine waiting for them to enjoy. The excitement was as if he had been beaten in blood, and his combat power was almost doubled. This is also one of the reasons why the Emperor Yidesha has endured without ordering a frontal decisive battle with the Japanese pirates. Even if he wins a decisive battle with the morale of the Japanese pirates, the damage of the enemy will certainly not be small. It is better to thwart his spirit and defeat me long, and then go to the decisive battle of sex. Chapter 434 Ninja Camp Attacks. The ground's offensive and defensive battles were extremely fierce. The Japanese pirate soldiers climbed up the ladder bravely, were shot by arrows, hit by the twisting stone Zimu, and those who climbed close to the city were knocked over by chaotic knives, was pierced by a chaotic spear, fell to the city, and the stern and miserable howling echoed for a long time. Some soldiers of the Chinese Empire were shooted by the strong arrows from the city, some fell to the city, some fell on their backs, and were quickly dragged away by their companions to clear space. In the offensive and defensive battles on the sea, the firepower of both sides was extremely fierce. The Japanese warships equipped with the Thor cannon increased their combat power exponentially. The warships attacked in turn, and their gears were damaged, and then they retreated and replaced them, and then went into battle. The huge arrows with thick arms posed a certain threat to the defenders, and the solid walls were filled with huge arrows. Of course, the Japanese warships also had to risk being hit by the garrison's thunder artillery and the risk of being shot and exploding. 2 warships were hit and exploded and sank within a few minutes. All the thunder artillery currently equipped by the Imperial Chinese Army are all gears that have been carefully improved again, and are more durable. The shot range is longer than the Japanese Thor's cannon, and it is bundled with explosives, which is more powerful. And it is more powerful. The lucky ones also lost their combat effectiveness due to injuries. They blew thick smoke and staggered out of the battle. Those who were unlucky directly overturned and sank. This time, the Japanese pirates were determined to capture the Empire's naval base. Not only did they madly attack on land, but also put a large number of warships on the sea to attack madly. The mid-air was full of huge arrows crisscrossing the sky, and the harsh whistling sound was chilling. Trembling on the head of the fortress city, an Imperial recruit shot through the body of a Japanese pirate soldier who had just climbed up. When he saw the blood spurting out, he was shocked. The Japanese pirate soldier was also extremely fierce. Holding the gun in one hand, the samurai sword in his right hand pierced the recruit's throat fiercely, and the two sides fought and died together. On the other side, an Empire veteran stabbed a Japanese pirate with a sword in the chest, twisted his wrist, quickly retracted the sword and took a step back. The Japanese pirate howled and stabbed a sword, but it stabbed in the air, and the whole person fell on the ground. The veteran said triumphantly, "Boys, if you still want to see the sun tomorrow, learn something. This is not a playhouse." A new recruit pierced his side and plunged into the shoulder of a Japanese pirate soldier who had just climbed up. He drew his gun clumsily, and the Japanese pirate soldier screamed and fell to the city. Although the recruit Dan's face was pale and bloodless in fright, his spear fell to the ground with a cry. "Boy, good job, promising. Pick up the gun." The veteran patted him on the shoulder. "What's your name?" "Captain Wu. Leader, my name is Lu. Fu." The soldier replied with a trembling voice, bending over to pick up the gun, his hand still shaking badly. The head of the corps grinned and comforted. "Are you afraid?" "It's all the same. When I killed someone for the first time, I was so scared that I was urinating my pants." "You are much better than I was back then, hee." After being so boasted by the squadron, Lu Fu's soul returned, and he roared yeah and stabbed a shot into the abdomen of a Japanese soldier. "A Fu is good. You all learn something." The captain yelled happily, and scolded the group of recruits. The offensive and defensive battles on the land were fierce. The Japanese pirate soldiers who had fought bloody chickens launched crazy attacks one after another. The defending army resisted stubbornly and did not retreat until the sky dimmed before the war stopped. The battle damage data was soon reported, and Yi Daishan couldn't help taking a breath. On the first day, more than 4,000 soldiers were killed, making his brows frowned. Of course, he also knew that it was normal for the recruits to go to the battlefield on the first day, and it was normal for the casualty rate to be so high, but the amount of this pension made him painful. On the second day, the sky was still grey and did not light up. The sky-shaking drums were already rumbling, and the Japanese pirates launched a new round of attack on the naval base fortress. Yi Daishan stood on the top of the city to supervise the battle, inspiring the morale of the soldiers. The little five, the six and the guards who were trembling in front of him, all pushed him away. The seventh emperor's heart technique gave him incomparable confidence. How can the Japanese pirate soldiers get close to him? This fellow was itchy hands, and even grabbed a long spear, and personally went into battle to kill the enemy. The iron spear of the 6 or 7 layers of Emperor's heart was beyond the reach of ordinary masters, let alone ordinary Japanese soldiers. A fairly strong Japanese pirate soldier had just climbed to the top of the city with a shield, and Yi Daishan drew his gun down. The Japanese pirate soldier suddenly shattered his shield and died, without even screaming out, "Kill, kill, kill." Yi Daishan thrived, with an iron spear as a stick, and with a few bangs, he smashed a few Japanese pirate soldiers who had just climbed up on the spot, smashing the small 5, 6, and other guards. Shocked with fright, the trembling wings stood beside him. If something happens to the emperor, they will have to bear the responsibility of guarding negligence. Who is not so nervous that their faces are pale and bloodless? Fortunately, the Emperor Yi Daishan smashed more than a dozen Japanese pirate soldiers. He never met a master. It felt not very fun. He aimed at the 4 Japanese pirate soldiers who climbed up the ladder and threw the iron spear in his palm, behind the bodies of the 4 Japanese pirate soldiers, but no longer shot. The guards quietly wiped a handful of cold sweat beads on their foreheads. The fierce offensive and defensive battle is still going on. A team of Imperial recruits, led by the veteran sentry captain, turns into the battlefield. When the Japanese soldiers retreat, No matter how many people are left, they immediately retreat to rest and replace them with new ones. A team of recruits, which not only allows exhausted soldiers to get adequate rest, but also allows recruits to grow rapidly. Actual combat training is more effective than training for 2 or 3 years in a barracks. Among the Japanese pirate army under the fortress, as the commander of the infantry army, Seishiro Banta was so gloomy and terrifying. He did not expect that the defense of this small naval fortress was so strong, the resistance of the Chinese Imperial army was so stubborn, and the empire was heroic. The soldiers have lost nearly 20,000 people in the battle, and the losses are staggering. Ishihara-kun, a thin Japanese pirate who was dressed in tight black clothes and half of his face was covered with a black scarf, bowed and responded, "You, lead the ninja camp to attack, and you must conquer the fortress." Shiro Banhengzing sent the Empire's most elite ninja battalion. Sea transportation was very inconvenient. The daily consumption of the army was amazing. He must capture the Chinese Empire in the shortest time. The naval base fortress, destroy the base. Hey! Ishihara-kun yelled, raising his right arm, making a fist, and then pointing to the fortress. When the formation was neutral, there were 500 ninja battalion soldiers wearing black clothes and masks. Holding various weapons, they rushed towards the fortress and flexibly avoided the huge arrows that were shot by the howling. The front of the city was solid, and Yidation was relieved. When he was about to leave, he raised his binoculars and looked down. With a strange cry in his mouth, the little 5 and the 6 guards became nervous again. Chapter 435 Ninja from the binoculars. Yi Daishanzi saw hundreds of Japanese pirates in tight black guards rushing towards the fortress. This costume is too familiar to him. Don't the Japanese ninjas in movies and TV dress up like this? Shiro Banhengzing jumped the wall in a hurry and sent a master. Yi Daishan said to the guards around him. The Japanese pirate dog jumped the wall in a hurry, and sent a master to attack the city. It's time for you to show off your skills, kill the enemy and do meritorious services. I have a reward. A group of guards responded in unison, and one after another pulled out guys to prepare for the battle. The 8 dragon and tiger guards squeezed in front of the emperor and surrounded him. The little 5 and the little 6 rolled up their sleeves. 10 fingers could not hold their fingers. Bend. Their hands are weapons of murder. Danzi called a high-ranking officer who was commanding at the head of the city and told him to go down and let the archers specifically shoot and kill the guys wearing black clothes. The most elite ninja battalion warriors in the Japanese pirate army were mixed among the soldiers, and they quickly closed to the fortress. On the top of the city, arrows are raining down, aiming at these ninja warriors. 2 or 3 powerful arrows, and you can also dodge or shoot with weapons in your hands. This arrow rain cannot be stopped, unless you are a super master, or it can barely last for a while. The ninja warriors who were approaching were shot and killed in an instant, and the Japanese pirate soldiers in their vicinity were even more stricken by the fish pond. They were also shot into big hedgehogs like a rain of locust arrows. After several waves of arrow rain fell, more than 50 ninja warriors had fallen. They learned well, grabbed the iron shield in the hands of the shield soldiers to block the arrow rain, hunched their waist and pushed under the fortress wall, holding the iron shield in one hand. Climbing up the ladder with one hand. You too. Do you know how to shoot arrows? Yi Daishan asked the little 5 and little 6 who stood in front of him. He wanted to hold the bow himself to make a shoot. However, if you haven't touched the thing, you still don't want to make a fool of yourself. Wonderful. Go back to the emperor. Slaves will meet. The 5 sons and the 6 sons immediately understood the emperor's meaning, and immediately grabbed the strong bow from the soldiers, opened the bow and set an arrow, and shot at a ninja warrior on a ladder. The powerful arrow that has concentrated on feminine inner strength is shooting, and the speed is many times faster than the arrow that ordinary soldiers shoot. A ninja warrior only feels that the cold light flashes sharply in front of him, and he has not had time to raise his shield. Tsuoju's boundless pain came, let out a stern cry, and fell straight down the ladder. Seeing that Xiao Luzi shooted down a ninja warrior, Xiao Wuzi was unwilling to show weakness and aimed at a ninja warrior who fired arrows. The ninja warrior was quite skilled, and when he heard the scream of Jin arrow breaking through the air, he immediately raised his shield to cover it. Atsushi's defeat of the revolution came, and the powerful arrow filled with feminine inner strength pierced the iron shield, penetrated into the chest of the ninja warrior, and pierced through the back. This arrow won a lot of applause from the guards, and even Yi Daishan's hands were itchy, but he hadn't even touched the bound arrow, so it's better not to make a fool of yourself. Several guards also grabbed the longbow in the archer's hand, pulled the bow to shoot the arrow, and shooted several ninja warriors. After a few breaths of effort, several ninja warriors leapt up to the top of the city howling, and their samurai swords stabbed the rushing guard soldiers. "Kill them for me." Yi Daishan ordered the guards to step forward. These pirate ninjas were so arrogant that he was very upset, as if there were no masters in the Chinese Empire, but it was a pity that the Gublai Cleef did not follow. Otherwise, a group of guards rushed forward with their swords, and under the chaotic knife, they chopped the Japanese ninjas into mashed meat. However, there was still a guard who was careless, was killed by the opponent, pierced into the abdomen with a sword, and died on the spot. On a ladder at the other end of the city, Shi Yuanjun was the first soldier, holding a shield in one hand, and an escalator in his hand. Climbing up the city head, he stepped on the city head, knocked out the iron shield in his hand, knocked a soldier defending the city into the air, and then threw it out. The iron shield knocked down another soldier who rushed up, drew out the samurai sword plugged on his back, howled and rushed forward, and knocked the other soldier over. This servant was extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, he killed 3 Imperial soldiers. A sentinel veteran came with a sword and was stabbed by him. A dozen recruits roared and rushed forward with their guns. Shi Yuanjun roared and blocked the grid with a sword, grabbed a pierced spear in his left hand, swiped the long sword in his right hand, and a soldier from the city guarding his throat spurting blood swirled to the ground. At this moment, another Japanese ninja climbed to the top of the city and slashed the guard soldiers who rushed up with Shi Yuanjun back to back. The fierceness of the two stunned the recruits for a while. Only after a delay, 2 more Japanese ninjas took the opportunity to climb to the top of the city, and cut down several recruits who were defending the city. The situation was a bit bad. Yi Daishan took an iron gun and killed him at the right time. Using the gun as a stick, he slammed into the forehead of a Japanese ninja. The Japanese ninja raised his sword to block the stand, and with a loud explosion, the sword broke and his head was smashed with an iron spear. Yi Daishan flew a kick, kicked the corpse down the city, and stabbed at Jun Shiyuan with a shot. When Shi Yuanjun heard the scream of the spear breaking through the air, his face changed in fright. Yi Daishanzi was often forced to feed by leaf, and the toss was horrible, and the level of this fight was increased by n times. He missed a stabbing, and the iron spear in his palm swept along. Shi Yuanjun was unavoidable, but he could only hold back with his sword. In the sound of the explosion, the sword broke and broke. Shi Yuanjun was vomiting blood and tossed by the fierce inner strength, and fell to the city without knowing whether he was alive or dead. The 8 dragons and tigers guards rushed forward, and all their swords came out, killing all the Japanese ninjas on this section of the city. Holding an iron gun, Yi Daishan brought the 5 small 6, 8 dragon and tiger guards and a group of guards from one end of the wall to the other, killing more than 60 Japanese ninjas, greatly reducing the guard. The pressure of city soldiers. Itada Seishiro saw that the most elite ninja battalion suffered heavy casualties. The leader of the battalion, Shiu Ankan, was killed. The soldiers' spirit was frustrated, and Mingjin hurriedly ordered Mingjin to retreat. Watching the Japanese soldiers retreat like a tide, the soldiers shouted in unison. Several recruits with blood on their faces stood on the battlements and urinated at the city. Soon, the earth-shattering rumbling drums rang again, and the Japanese pirates launched another attack. Before the Japanese pirate soldiers rushed in, a group of Imperial soldiers rushed to the city to take over from their comrades who had fought hard to guard the city. The soldiers who survived the brutal fight retreated to rest. They were exhausted physically and mentally. Some recruits were still cramping in their calves, while others squatted on the ground, vomiting desperately. The bloody horror scene made them impossible for their entire lives. Forget. This time, Yi Deishanzi had experienced a hand addiction. He personally killed more than a dozen Japanese ninjas, and the rest was banned by the Little Five, the Little Six, and the 8 dragons and tigers. He would sweat profusely and his body would be sticky. It's uncomfortable. The emperor moved back to the temporary residence, and all the guards breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor was the one of the 95. But he was personally involved in the danger. Why didn't their group of guards be frightened? Chapter 436 Wolves' Tactics. Until night fell, the tragic offensive and defensive battle of the day ended. Lu Shaixun quickly presented the battle report. The number of soldiers damaged in the battle was still similar to yesterday's data, even a little bit higher. But Yi Deishanzi was relieved. Tone: the battle that caused a large number of soldiers' casualties as long as it is when Seishiru Itaki puts the most elite ninja samurai into battle, and regardless of the damage of the Japanese pirates, those recruits performed very well and grew rapidly in a line of fire. I believe that the battle loss rate will be gradually in the last 2 days. Decline. The frontal battle in the base fortress was also fierce. A total of 9 large Japanese warships and 14 medium-sized warships were sunk. 9 of the existing turrets were destroyed, and the city walls were severely damaged. Soldiers and craftsmen are working hard to repair them. The wounded soldiers were all transported to Jinghai City for treatment. Ban Hengxing Shiro was unable to cut Jinghai City from the fortress and was trapped to death on all sides. Due to many constraints, he was unable to simultaneously busy and attack the fortress and Jinghai City. On the boundless sea, the huge fleet under the command of Abe Kihide was cruising on the surface, searching for Jiling's fleet, and the Chinese Imperial Army's fleet rushed into the open sea to escape. This is no secret. In order to destroy the fleet of the Imperial Chinese Army, Kihide Abe divided the fleet into 2 and cruised the vast sea for 2 full days, but found no trace of the Imperial Chinese fleet. Seeing that it was evening, Norihide Abe could only order his 80 main battleships to berth and rest overnight on Bailong Island, and the soldiers landed on the island to hunt the animals on the island. In the middle of the night, except for the sound of the waves hitting the rocks, the tired Japanese pirate soldiers had already fallen asleep. In the color of the hazy moon, on the sea level, one after another Chinese Empire warships appeared like ghosts, swiftly rushing towards the Japanese pirate warships moored on the shoal of the island. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The Japanese pirate soldiers cruising on the outer speedboats and 2 medium-sized warships discovered the Imperial Chinese fleet that was about to be approaching, and they dutifully sounded the alarm. Norihide Abe hurriedly ordered the fleet to set sail to meet, and the Japanese pirate soldiers hurriedly got up and entered their respective posts. With several loud bangs, 2 medium-sized warships outside were shot and burst into flames, and the flames reflected red in the air. Through the flames, Kaisib saw the huge battleship of the Chinese Empire pressing on his face, and his face was pale. These Chinese Empire people are too crazy. They sail and attack at night, and are not afraid of lost sailing or hitting the rocks. Fortunately, his subordinates are all elite and well-trained Imperial naval officers, and one after another warships quickly set sail and rushed forward to fight. Approaching the fire range of the Thunder God cannon, the oncoming warships of the Chinese Empire turned to evacuate. Rush up at full speed. Abe was exquisitely screaming. He has been looking for the fleet of the Chinese Empire. How can he let them escape? As the warship turned, its speed would definitely slow down, and the Japanese pirates' warship successfully narrowed a distance, but it had not yet entered the attack range of the Thunder God cannon. The battleship of the Empire of China, facing the enemy on the right wing, fired a series of dense arrows, and the 3 Japanese warships that rushed forward were shot and burst into flames. Chasing at full speed, Abe Norihide ordered the fleet to pursue full pursuit, and the two sides launched a chasing battle on the invisible sea. The Chinese Empire fleet bypassed an island, and Abe led the fleet in hot pursuit. On the several warships behind the palace, the watchman standing on the main mast suddenly yelled, "There is an enemy ship on the right flank quickly approaching." Turn to meet. The commander of the warship hurriedly ordered the ship to turn to meet the enemy. The speed of the battleships of the Chinese Empire that emerged from the right flank suddenly increased, and they quickly approached, and the thunder cannons fired and fired, blasting the 4 Japanese warships behind the palace to the sky, and then quickly turned and withdrew from the battle. Suddenly, there were not many Chinese Empire fleets. Only 6 ships. Abe screamed and ordered 10 warships to escape from the main fleet. The other 2 warships returned to salvage the soldiers floating on the sea. Lead the main fleet to continue chasing the Chinese Empire fleet that flees ahead. The 2 warships that were ordered to stay and rescue the soldiers hadn't rescued the soldiers floating on the sea. The watchman on the main mast called the police. 5 enemy ships are fast approaching from the right flank. The Japanese pirates have always been ferocious and combative, and they have strong combat power. They have not evacuated even when they are disadvantaged. The 2 warships greeted them and were eventually sunk. However, they desperately wounded a large warship of the Chinese Empire. Jiuling imitated Yi Deshans's wolf pack tactics, dividing the fleet into several battle groups, setting up an ambush in the middle, and eroding Abe Kisius' warship bit by bit. When there were 50 warships around him, Kisho Abe, who was furiously furious, felt bad, and hurriedly ordered to stop the pursuit and return to search for the scattered warships. Commander-in-Chief, chase after the enemy ship. Although it was night and the semaphore could not be clearly seen, the warship behind the palace did its best to report the situation to Norihide Abe. Retreat at full speed and get rid of the enemy fleet. Norihide Abe decisively ordered, fighting at night, with unclear targets, difficult and distant vision, and more danger of hitting a rock and sinking, so he should leave the battlefield first. Master Commander, a huge enemy fleet is found ahead. The watchman on the mainmast spotted the Chinese Empire's main fleet rushing forward and hurriedly reported. The vision was too far, and when the watchman discovered and reported the situation, the main fleet led by Jiuling had quickly approached. Fight with all your strength. As expected of Yamamoto Gen's deputy, Kihide Abe quickly made the right choice. In fact, turning to retreat at this time is tantamount to revealing the gap behind him. In the command cabin of the 5-tooth iron armor giant ship, Jiuling stood like a mountain, holding the twin barrels of Kianli eyes that the Emperor had just given her to observe the enemy's situation. Seeing that the enemy ship did not turn, but rushed up at full speed, she nodded slightly, and Abe was still a strong opponent worth fighting. Within a few breaths, the distance between the two sides quickly narrowed, and the Imperial Chinese fleet took the lead in firing, and a giant arrow with a thick arm whizzed out, blasting the 2 Japanese warships ahead of them into flames. If it's daytime, Jiuling will take advantage of the long range of the thunder cannon's fire and order the fleet to reverse, maintain speed with the enemy ship, retreat and attack, but this is at night, and the line of sight is difficult and far away, so he can only use it. The number and the advantages of front and rear flanking have started a head-on confrontation with the enemy ship. With 2 bangs, Jiuling's flagship was violently attacked. One of the huge arrows penetrated the 3rd floor of the ship, and the other shot the middle deck, blocked by steel, and stuck on the deck. The battleships of both sides were desperately shooting. After the short-range combat, although the deck of the 5-toothed battleship of the Chinese Empire was covered with iron armor, it could not stop the shooting of the Thor cannon and rushed to the front one. After the 5-toothed giant arrow hit more than a dozen giant arrows, the cabin flooded heavily and began to tilt and overturn. The sailors jumped into the cold water and rowed desperately to avoid the rampage of the warship. On the sea, burning warships reflected the red sky, reflecting the entire battlefield as bright as daylight. Chapter 437, Dark Night Battle. The surface of the sea was full of wood fragments and countless heads with floating heads. The screaming roar completely concealed the cry for help. In short-range combat, the gears made of high-quality steel from the Chinese Empire exerted the power of long-lasting attacks. The gears of the Japanese pirates broke after 3 or 4 shoots and had to be replaced. The replacement time was fatal in close combat. Yes, the cross-shaped rocket of the Chinese Imperial Navy was nailed to the canvas, igniting the canvas, and the sky bombardment thunder exerted a terrifying power. There were more than 10 warships, either sunk or engulfed by fire. Both long and close combat are at a disadvantage. Seeing that the enemy has suffered heavy losses, Kihide boarded the flags to leave the battle and retreat. At this time, the entire sea was full of burning warships, the fire was soaring, and the flags played by the flag soldiers could be seen clearly. 1 and 2 ships get rid of the entanglement of the enemy ships and attack the enemy flagship. Jiuling stood in the command cabin and gave the order. She kept looking for the enemy flagship while looking for the enemy flagship, as long as she sank the Japanese pirates. The Japanese flagship, the Japanese pirate fleet must completely collapse. The messenger raised his head and shouted loudly to the banner soldier on the mast tower. The banner soldier quickly issued a semaphore and issued the command of the chief governor to the battleship number 1 and number 2. The battleship A1 and A2 were the closest to Ab's flagship. After receiving the order, they both got rid of the entanglement of the enemy ships, and went to the flagship of Ab's boarding at full speed. However, at the same time, the other 2 Japanese pirate warships also discovered that Jiuling's 5-toothed armored giant ship was the flagship, and they rushed in unanimously. The commanders of the 2 warships held the same idea: as long as the navy flagship of the Chinese Empire was sunk, the whole unfavorable situation could be reversed. The 2 large warships with wings on both sides of the Daedalus flagship each got rid of the entangled enemy ships and approached them at full speed. At this time, the gear made of low-quality iron showed a very unfavorable side. The gear broke and had to be replaced. The 2 Japanese warships that rushed only had 2 or 3 Thor cannons capable of firing huge arrows. The Imperial Chinese warship that rushed into the interception was shot in succession. The hull shook violently, the cabin was pierced by a giant arrow, a large amount of seawater poured in, and the warship sank at any time. Rush at full speed. The commander did not order the ship to abandon, but ordered the severely damaged warship to rush up at full speed. With a bang, the 2 boats collided violently and both were damaged. The other Japanese pirate warship hit several rounds and ignited a fire. The commander of the Japanese pirate went crazy and ordered the sailors to shake their oars desperately and rush towards Jiuling's flagship at full speed. The commander of the Imperial Chinese battleship number 23 that intercepted unexpectedly screamed, "Want to sink the flagship of the governor? I want to be beautiful, tie the ropes, and send out a huge arrow." 4 giant arrows tied with thick ropes penetrated into the burning enemy ship, and the battleship number 23 sailed out at full speed, dragging the burning enemy ship to death, and then made up a round of thunder cannons and directly hit it. Booming. On the flagship, Kihide saw 2 Imperial Chinese warships rushing towards her warships. His expressions changed slightly, and he ordered to reverse and retreat. The Thor cannon fired to block, and at the same time ordered the flag soldiers to send a flag. He has always been ferocious and aggressive. He is not afraid to retreat, but he knows the important sex of a commander on the battlefield. The commander-in-chief of an army is the soul of the whole army. If he is killed in battle, the morale of the whole army will be low. Mission was defeated. In the current situation, the party has been attacked from front to back. Although at a disadvantage, it has not yet been defeated. The warships are still fighting. He hopes to lead the remaining fleet out of the siege. When retreating at full speed, a huge arrow screamed and penetrated into the command cabin. Abe was shocked and hurried out of the command cabin. The officers and soldiers in the cabin also fled in panic. With a loud bang, The blast of air shook Abe and others to the deck. "Hurry up and put out the fire." Abe Kaisu, who was lying on the deck, yelled loudly. He struggled to get up, but he let out a painful groan and lay down on the tide wet deck again, and there was a heartbeat from behind. The severe pain left him without a trace of strength. "Master Commander ... you ... wounded." Several soldiers rushed to help Kihide Abe. There was another bang bang. A huge arrow shot into the burning command cabin, and then a violent explosion sounded, and the broken wood was shot. The soldiers and Abe Kisiu were all exploded. The blast of air flew up, and the severely damaged warship quickly capsized and sank. The flagship sank and the coach Norihide Abe was killed. The morale of the Japanese pirates instantly dropped to freezing point. The commander of the warship ordered the retreat and retreat. Someone opened their heads and others followed. For a while, the remaining Japanese warships fled the battlefield eagerly. Jiuling led the fleet to chase and sank more than a dozen Japanese warships. In this battle, 58 main battleships of Abe Kisiu were sunk, and 17 warships had been damaged in battle. Get a complete victory. Before arriving by another main Japanese pirate fleet, Jiuling ordered the rescue of the soldiers who had fallen into the water, and then set sail to evacuate. Only countless floating pieces of wood remained on the sea, and many Japanese soldiers were struggling to call for help. If the other Japanese pirate fleet cannot arrive in time, these Japanese pirate soldiers floating on the sea will surely become the food of the beasts in the sea. On the flagship in the offshore waters of Jinghai, after listening to the frustrating reports of several battleship commanders, Yamamoto's cheek muscles twitched, and a fierce light flashed in his tiny eyes. "Asshole!" he cursed loudly, crackling, and slapped the officers on the slap. He wanted to slash all the defeated officers. However, at the time of hiring, he left their dogs for the time being. Life. "Hey!" The officers were slapped into pig-headed faces, but they straightened their chests desperately, screaming "hey" with claps. After Yamamoto vented, he began to calm down, saying that the Chinese Empire's naval fleet was not a climate, but he defeated Abe's fleet. It seems that, including him, the generals and ministers of the Empire underestimated the enemy. He suddenly remembered something, suddenly jumped up, and shouted, "Hurry up and send someone to notify Matsui and let his fleet of Bihang escort the transport fleet." Even the fleet of Norihide Abe was killed by people, not to mention the warships that escorted the transport team. If the logistics transport team was given, he had no choice but to withdraw his troops and return to the country. Logistics and transportation have always been a serious obstacle to the Empire's external expansion. On the third day, when the sky was grey and bright, the sky-shaking drums rang again, and the Japanese pirates once again launched a strong attack on the naval base fortress of the Chinese Empire. At this time, Matsui Kamitaro had just received the fiasco of Abe Kihide, and Yamamoto ordered him to escort the transportation fleet of Bihang University. He hurriedly ordered the fleet to turn to the North Sea and sail with all strength. However, the huge transport fleet of Japanese pirates coming from the local area was being fatally attacked by the Chinese Empire fleet. When Matsui Kamitaro's fleet arrived, the sea was covered with woodships and corpses, and none of the ships were seen. Chapter 438 Unexpected Crash. When the Emperor Yida received the good news from Jiuling's people, he let out a weird smile. "If the order goes on, you can use the Thunder. In order to lead the Japanese pirate army into a strong city, he strictly banned the bombing Thunder. Now, Jiuling successfully attacked the logistic transport fleet of the Japanese pirates. The Japanese pirates will immediately withdraw their troops. If the bombing Thunder is not used, there will be no chance. At this time, it was the 6th day of the offensive and defensive war. When pieces of bombing Thunder threw down from the city, large swaths of Japanese pirate soldiers were blown to the ground, and it was horrible. They were shocked by the terrifying lethality of bombing Sky Thunder. The face of Heng Xingxiao, who was under the command of the Chinese army, turned pale. The Imperial Chinese Army's Thunder deterred the world. He only heard that. He thought it was exaggerated by people. Today, he finally saw the true power of Thunder. The soldiers were already shivering, Their fighting spirit was low, and it was unwise to attack the city forcibly, so Shiro Banhengzing reluctantly ordered Mingjin to retreat. Seeing the Japanese pirates retreating, the Emperor Yi eagerly ordered his men to fire fireworks to send a signal to the Foxxioyon hidden outside. Report to the commander, the left wing of our army found that a large number of enemy cavalry is fast approaching. Scout Fakey reported. Shiro Banhengzing frowned, and there was a sense of anxiety in his heart. At this time, the soldiers of the whole army were shocked by the terrifying lethality of the thunder, and morale was low. When the offensive troops withdrew, the enemy cavalry appeared. He quickly made a decision and ordered the rear army to move left and forward, set up a large spear formation to block the enemy cavalry from charging into the formation, and the archers pressed the formation for cover. Commander-in-Chief, Yamamoto-sama's urgent. A soldier from Yamamoto sent an urgent item, and Masashiro Itaki opened it to see. His face changed suddenly. This news was a thunderbolt to him. The Empire's logistics transport fleet was attacked and the entire army was wiped out. The current stock of grain can only be consumed by the army for 10 days, and the army must be withdrawn immediately. With an unwilling roar, Masashiro Itaku shredded the urgent item to pieces, and was about to order the army to withdraw to the beach where he had landed. The gate of the fortress opened, and groups of Chinese Imperial cavalry gushed out like tide water, gathering on the flat ground. At this time, the rumble of iron hoofs moved from far to near, and the ground was shaking. It was the Tiger and Leopard cavalry led by Foxxioyon attacking from the left wing. Masashiro Itaki had to order the front and rear army to form a cover, and the Chinese army retreated to the beach. Originally, he wanted to retreat to Jinghai City first, and retreat with the 50,000 troops there. However, Jinghai assassin Yun Zongyang led the army out of the city. The decisive battle, the roar and killing sound shook the sky. He could hear it. Seishiro Itabashi's army was the first to be attacked by the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. The pikemen held long spears and formed a dense spear formation to resist the cavalry charge. But the Tiger and Leopard cavalry did not directly rush into the battle. When a group of cavalry rushed in, they suddenly turned and circled, and a wave of arrows shot out, and the spearmen without shield soldiers became arrow targets and fell in one fell swoop. Dozens of people. The Japanese pirate soldiers learned how to shoot. A team of Tiger and Leopard cavalry circled around to shoot, and the pikemen had fallen to more than 200 people, and the formation seemed a little messy. After another wave of shooting, the Japanese pirates' spear formation became more chaotic, and the earth-shaking rumble of iron hoofs gradually approached. The Tiger and Leopard light riding in front stepped aside, and the whole body was wrapped in thick iron armor. The armored men, as well as the horses under them, were also tightly wrapped in iron armor. Oh my God! The heavy cavalry, the Japanese pirate soldiers in the front row screamed in horror, and the whole array was commotion. The heavy infantry formed a dense array or could block the full-speed impact of the heavy cavalry. They were lightly armed infantry, and under the crush of iron cavalry, they all turned into meatloaf. Fear, like a plague, quickly spread to the entire rear army. The people in the front row desperately wanted to retreat. The soldiers behind were ordered to squeeze forward to resist the impact of the cavalry in a dense formation. The whole chaos became a mass. Stay steady, hold steady, the officer shouted loudly, brandishing his sword. Panic has spread to the entire army like a plague, and even the well-trained Jagged Legion cannot regain fighting spirit in the shortest time. Facing the torrent of iron and steel, the few Japanese soldiers in the front row collapsed. They screamed, threw away their spears and ran to one side. Someone opened their heads and others followed. The entire gun formation seemed to blow up. The colony of ants disappeared with a bang. The soldiers behind didn't know what was going on in front of them. Seeing their companions rushing for the first time, they also threw away their weapons, took off their armors, and ran away lifelessly. Foxxioyon led the 5,000 Tiger and Leopard cavalry in heavy armor and then rushed into the group of Japanese pirates who were fleeing in a panic. He thought there would be a fierce battle, but he did not expect that the Japanese pirate soldiers would collapse on their own. There is no suspense in this battle. Fox Xion is not interested in the Japanese pirates who are still resisting stubbornly. He led the tiger and leopard cavalry to crush the Japanese pirates who were retreating. Itaehing Seishiru didn't expect that his army would collapse so happy, and he screamed with anger. At this point, he didn't care about anything, and ordered the army to withdraw to the beach as quickly as possible. By the sea, small boats have been moored by the sea, waiting for the retreat of the army in response to Itabashi Ishiro. Offshore, Yamamoto Yuan, who was standing in the flagship command module, saw the chaos on the shore. His face was so gloomy and terrifying, and the battle ended in failure again. Will he still have the face to see people when he goes back? He lowered his head and stared at the military map spread on the desktop, but this time, he was looking at the military geographic map of the Korean Empire. The empire is surrounded by the sea. Although the vast sea has given the empire a protective barrier against natural dangers, it has also blocked the empire's external expansion. It must be land-based to successfully expand its external expansion. The power of the Chinese empire is too strong. It is difficult to grab other people's territory. Although the Korean empire is barren, it is still a land empire, and its national power is weak. If it can be occupied, it can be regarded as an ideal place for the empire to expand its territory. He made up his mind, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He didn't care about the defeat and the lack of logistical food and grass. Didn't it have been written in the military books? The soldiers can only find food if they fight desperately and seize the city of the Korean Empire. Under the beach, there were pirate soldiers desperately running to the beach. The collapse of the Gullah Ray triggered the collapse of the entire rear army. The front army was also greatly affected. After a few resistances, it completely collapsed. The 50,000 troops stationed under Jinghai City were also large affected. The army was charged by Yun Zongying, and it collapsed. The defeated Japanese pirate soldiers jumped into the sea desperately, swimming forward, and some scrambled to climb onto the boat, grabbing so fiercely that they turned the boat upside down. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of him, Yi Daishan would not react for a while. The Japanese pirates' combat power was extremely strong, and they were already displayed when they attacked the city. But he did not expect to collapse so quickly. I really don't know how to evaluate it. Chapter 439, Ghost Man on the Sea. There are all Japanese soldiers swimming desperately, and on the shore, there are Chinese Imperial soldiers who chatter and shoot with their bows. With such a dense target, if you shoot with your eyes closed, you have a great chance of hitting the target. On the beach, a large number of Japanese pirate soldiers who could not escape raised their hands and surrendered. They were tied into a long string with long ropes and escorted into the city. Of the tens of thousands of Seishiro Itachi, there were only more than 20,000 people who could escape back. The rest were either killed in battle or surrendered. There were countless spoils captured. Yamamoto gathered the remnants, and the fleet did not withdraw to the country, but advanced in the direction of the Korean Empire. When Jiuling returned with the fleet triumphantly, the people greeted her. Yi Daishanzi greeted her, shook her hand and said with a smile, "AI concubine has done a great job, and I must reward it heavily." Jiuling, whose jade cheeks were flying red, gave him an annoyed look. The emperor actually molested her in front of so many people. Fortunately, no one heard the other deep meaning of the reward. That night, the Emperor Yi Daking held a feast in the naval base, eating the soldiers in large chunks of meat and drinking in large bowls, which was so lively. Tossing till it gets dark, the hospitable Yi Daishanzi took Jiuling's slender waist and said with a smile, "AI concubine, I will serve you to shower and change clothes." Jiuling was shocked. She was spoiled again, but how dare she really let the emperor serve? Besides, this is all the work done by maids. The emperor is the one of the 95 people. How can this be the same? As a result, the Emperor Yi Daishan said that he was serving his concubine in the shower, but he became Jiuling serving him in the water. Afterwards, Gongzangle Hui died and had a face to join, and Jiuling could not bear it alone, so he had to go around with the emperor. After tossing the two for 3 full days, the Emperor Yi drove back to the imperial capital. He had his own tiger and leopard cavalry and Yulin Y guards along the way. Only when I returned to the imperial capital, an envoy from the Korean Empire asked to see him urgently. Yamamoto led his army and occupied several cities. The king of the Korean Empire sent a large army to regain the lost ground, but he was defeated by the army led by Ban Hengxing Shiro. The situation was critical. The emperor had to send an envoy to the imperial capital of China to ask for help, asking Yi Daishanzi to send troops to rescue him. Sending troops is a must. The Japanese pirates must not be allowed to occupy their feet on the land. Emperor Yi Daishan sent a flying cavalry to Jining and ordered Duga Kangxu to assemble an army to prepare for the expedition. Regarding the bamboo sticks that were delivered to the door, he didn't knock on the white and didn't knock. The Emperor Yi Da knocked a lot, and only then agreed to send troops to rescue. Upon receiving the imperial decree, Duga Kangxu immediately led an army of 150,000 across the Yalu River and marched towards Sanyunli and other cities occupied by the Japanese pirates. He was welcomed by the people of the Korean Empire along the way, and food and grass were all supplied by the locals. Before the winter, Duga Kangxu led his army to a decisive battle with Ban Hengxing Shiro's army under Sanyunli Castle, defeated Ban Hengxing Shiro's division, captured Sanyunli city with the spirit of the victory, and pursued it all the way until the Japanese pirate army was driven down. The sea had just returned to the country. Duga Kangxu didn't know how to describe the terrible situation in the place led by the Japanese pirates. It was simply a purgatory on earth, the surest slaughterhouse. On January 11th of the 5th year of the Chinese Empire, the western regions beyond the Great Wall. The people of the western regions have lived on this land bordering the desert and grassland for nearly 100 years, and they have long been accustomed to the raging wind and sand. After the prairie changed to a new sweat, the living conditions of the people in the western regions improved significantly. A large number of foreign prisoners of war were sent here to dig wells, excavate artificial rivers and a large amount of water conservancy, and plant one piece of protection forest after another. Although the desert cannot be successfully controlled, it also blocked the invasion of the desert to the greatest extent. Those Han Chinese who have migrated have also brought various advanced technologies, which have benefited them a lot. Their lives have been significantly improved, everyone can be allocated a small field, food and clothing are solved, and the new sweat is in their minds. The Almighty God. At this time, the cold wind shouted and snowflakes fluttered. Adura, the patriarch of the western regions, was sitting around the brazier, holding Xina's concubine, and drinking warm water and wine comfortably. Some tribesmen came to report that they found a stranger in the desert that they had never seen before and brought them back to the tribe for treatment. When he saw the alien, Adira couldn't help but open his mouth. The alien has never seen it before, with curly golden-colored hair, blue-colored eyes, and golden-colored beard. The skin is whiter than the whitest woman of the tribe. Which race is this person? Kind? The only one who can be sure that the other party is male. What language the other party was talking, gestured with his hands. I didn't know what he wanted to express. Adira didn't understand, and ordered the soldiers in the clan to take care of him. In order to prevent him from escaping, he was tied with an iron lock, and then went to the county office to report to the magistrate. The magistrate ran over to take a look and couldn't help but smile with joy. If he escorted this monster into Beijing, he would be rewarded by the emperor. Rewarding Adura and his people, the magistrate ordered Yarding to take away the monsters, got a carriage to load the monsters, and was guarded by Yarding and headed towards Xinyang Pass. When the monster was sent into the palace, the concubines, court ladies, and eunuchs in the palace all curiously watched the monster. The monster chuckled, gestured with their hands and feet, not knowing what they wanted to say. No one understood anyway. Come on, Untie him and give him more food. The Emperor Yi Daishan lazily ordered that the so-called monsters are actually ghosts. Could there be an unexplored continent? He originally planned to wait until the world was peaceful before sending an expedition to travel to the end of the sky and the corner of the sea to see if there were any new discoveries. Now, the appearance of this ghost has proved his thoughts. Although I was so curious in my heart, I still held it back forcibly and let the family eat first. All the court ladies and eunuchs got busy, brought food, and tremblingly presented it to the monster. Thanks, thanks. The blonde ghost took the food and gobbled it up. On the way, it was not that no one gave him food, but the food was really hard to swallow. Malapert. Yi Daishanzi smiled. He hasn't returned all of his English to the teacher yet, so he still remembers some common simple words. When these words came out, except Feng Nishang, everyone present was greatly shocked. In Xiaoni's mind, the Emperor is an omnipotent god. There is nothing in this world that can stump the Emperor. The Emperor will say birds. What is so surprising about the language? Oh, finally there is someone who can speak English. Thank God. The blonde ghost danced excitedly, and said to Yi Daishanzi. His tone and demeanor were very respectful. He came from a nobleman, so he could naturally see what place he was in. With such a magnificent palace, besides the Imperial Palace, where else could he compare? And the young man in front of him who can speak English carries an awe-inspiring majesty on his body. That is the innate power of the strong. Most people can't pretend to pretend. Just look at the awe of the people around him. Got it. However, those palace beauties are more prettier than the other, with different temperaments. They should be the beauties of the East. Presumably, they are all his concubines, right? It took a lot of effort for Yi Daishan to understand most of what Gilao said. In English, most of it was handed over to the teacher. It was pretty good to be able to understand the general meaning. The ghost is called George Downey, a nobleman of the Yannican Empire, the deputy commander of the Knights of the Guards of Emperor Nicholas III, had to flee to the east because the Yannican Empire was defeated by the allied armies of the princes. Downey was ordered to lead a team of warriors to explore first, opening the road, going through various risks along the way. His subordinates died one after another, and he himself fainted in the vast desert. As for Jonas gestures with his hands and feet behind him, with an anxious expression on his face, the Emperor Yi Daishan, who has limited English proficiency, could no longer understand what he wanted to express. That night, Emperor Yi Dafang hosted a banquet in the palace to entertain Johnny. He originally wanted a palace lady to serve him, but the palace lady knelt down in fright and kowtowed desperately. He would rather die than he would, so he had no choice but to give up. In the dead of night, it was rare for Yi Daishan to sit alone in the Imperial study and meditate. He didn't know how big the wild continent was. The sudden appearance of Johnny in the principalities he mentioned proved that besides the wild continent, there was at least one western continent. Conquer the world? This crazy idea flashed through his mind. Kublai Khan, the Yuan Empire's expedition to Europe, created the largest territory of the Celestial Empire, and he had to be better than him. Johnny must go back and return to his Emperor Nicholas III. Brother just selected a group of people to go and touch the truth first, to understand the basics of the others. The next day, the Emperor Yi Daishan summoned Feng Fu and Yi, and expressed his intentions. Even if he did not conquer the world, he still had to understand other people's living customs and conduct business exchanges. Feng Fu immediately went back and carefully selected 100 people from the black-clothed guards. These 100 black-clothed guards not only required loyalty, high martial arts, but also had to be particularly clever. The situation there, you have to learn the language there, etc., which can be said to be a heavy responsibility. Johnny woke up the next day, had breakfast, and even gestured to see His Majesty the noble Emperor of the Eastern Empire. Fortunately, although the serving eunuch didn't understand what he said, he could guess from his gestures that they were asking to see the Emperor. However, the Emperor was in early reign, so just wait. Johnny thought he couldn't understand the meaning of his gestures, So he was anxious and wanted to break into the Golden Temple. Dare to break into the Golden Temple? The heavy armored swords and guns guarding the gate of the temple were taken out. Dozens of sharp spears were placed on Johnny's body, and there were several long swords on Johnny's neck, which scared Johnny and raised his hands quickly, showing that he was not malicious. Chapter 440. There can only be one emperor in today's early dynasty. Apart from discussing normal state affairs, the Western continent is the final theme. Kiao regarding Johnny, Yi Daishan didn't want to conceal it, nor did he need to conceal it. All the people in the capital knew about it overnight. The ministers did not expect that apart from the wild continent, there was also the existence of the Western continent. Everyone was curious. The Manchu dynasty, civil and military, surprisingly unanimously agreed to send an expedition to learn about the civilizations of the alien races in the Western continent. After Yi Daishanzi left the court, the little eunuch dared to report that the blonde, blue-eyed and white-skinned alien asked to see him. Yi Daishanzi met George in the Imperial study room. Johnny. After performing the nightly etiquette respectfully, Johnny, dressed in the costumes of the Chinese Empire, asked the Emperor of the Chinese Empire to bring a pen and paper. He carried 2 charcoal pens on the paper with the activity of inventing and creating by the Emperor of Zongda. There are a few large circles, and a few English letters are written in one of the large circles. Yi Daishan could understand what he meant. It meant the Western continent, and the circle without writing was the wild continent. Johnny drew a small circle on the edge of the circle marking the wild continent, pointed his index finger to the small circle, and pointed to his chest, and then saluted, with a respectful expression, even with a begging expression in his mouth. He whispered a chase. The Emperor, this ghost meant that we wanted to cede the land for them to live in. Wai Wuji said cautiously. The servant was very alive, and understood what Johnny meant. Yi Daishanzi frowned slightly. Cut the ground? That's not what Johnny meant. It is possible to borrow. Well, you have to consider it carefully. Johnny gestured with his hands and said a big deal with great effort. The Emperor Yi Daishan faintly understood what he meant. The Yanaka Empire defeated the Great Duchy of the Western continent and the empire was divided up. Nicholas III carried more than 50,000. The tribesmen fled into the vast desert with no place to shelter. I hope that the great Emperor of China can give them a place to shelter. It took a lot of effort to understand what Johnny meant. The Emperor Yi Da couldn't help laughing. Borrow it? There is no such thing as a free lunch. The Emperor, no, Wai Wuji said anxiously, this is a problem for raising tigers. Yi Daishan nodded, expressing that he understood that brother would be so stupid to raise a tiger cub with no training clothes next to the couch. Furthermore, in the entire world, there can only be one great emperor who does whatever he wants, and one powerful Chinese empire. Johnny has been looking at the young emperor standing in front of him uneasy. Although the opponent's physique is not very strong, it gives him an incomprehensible sense of pressure. Those twinkling eyes are like sharp swords, piercing your lungs so that you have nowhere to hide. All the confidence and pride no longer exist in front of him, and the only thing left is respect and fear. He was full of incomparable curiosity and admiration for this magical eastern continent. He only looked at those buildings that were different from the empire and had unique styles. They were majestic and magnificent. They were as civilized and wealthy as the western continent, and even worse. Nothing less. Yi Daishan said calmly, "Dear Mr. Johnny, it's not impossible to borrow a place to live, but you must respect the laws of the Chinese Empire." This sentence is very long, and Yi Daishan's English level is still half-hearted. After repeating it several times, Johnny could not help but be stunned when he understood what he meant. Obeying the laws of the great Chinese Empire is a polite way of saying it. To put it bluntly, it means submitting to obedience. Would the proud Nicholas III agree? The answer is yes. With Yanajia's pitiful military strength, wanting to conquer this mighty empire is simply wishful thinking and rebuilding the Yanakan Empire in the desert with extremely bad living conditions. I'm afraid that you haven't built the city wall yet. Everyone in the family has already pressed over and wiped you out. Johnny didn't know what to do. He couldn't represent all the people of the Yanakan Empire. let alone His Majesty the Great Emperor Nicholas III. He had to accept the suggestion of Emperor Yi Dai and go back to Ming. During the 3 days of rest in the imperial capital of the Great Chinese Empire, during this period, Johnny was accompanied by a guide and toured some scenic historical sites in the imperial city. He couldn't help but sigh the civilization and wealth of the Eastern continent. The contrast between the Eastern and Western continents made him where he was. The Western continent is simply incomparable. People's technology is very advanced and richer. On the 4th day, the Emperor Yi Daking ordered 1,000 Yulin to escort Johnny on the journey. He was accompanied by 100 carefully selected blackguards. Their public identities were merchants, craftsmen, carpenters, etc. When he arrived in the western polar region outside the Great Wall, a team of thousands of people was formed by the local tribe to escort Johnny, and accompany him into the vast desert, where he went to meet Nicholas III, and Habayashi returned to the imperial capital. The heart of defense is indispensable. Emperor Yi Daishan drew a 50,000 strong border army from Zhenyang Pass to garrison the western regions, and at the same time recruited 30,000 young and strong local tribes to coordinate defense. The local tribes have been notified by the county government that there is another existence in the western continent. The blonde, blue-eyed and white-skinned monster is a race of the western continent. At present, the enemy are unknown. Therefore, the tribes have renovated and strengthened their residences. Defensive ability. After that, the empire continued to recuperate. And what to do? The Emperor of the 9 Lords still lived in the wind and snow, in the wine pond and meat forest, leading a happy life of the faint king. Today is playing mahjong. It's a lot of money. Of course, it's the old rules. If you put it on, you will lose one piece of clothes on your body. The concubine has learned how to do it well, and Shanxieru has played 5 games. On the first floor, there are N layers inside. Yi Daishanzi thought at first that her size had grown so much. It turned out that there was something different. This Nizai dared to wear an layer coat and came prepared. It's the first time for Xianran to participate in this kind of harem activity. She was even coaxed by the emperor and dragged by the concubines. She was inexperienced. If she loses another round, her bust will be gone. This will. Cheeks. The flowers are as red as the spring sun in March, especially delicate and moving. Xiao's eye is also quite scheming. Seeing that she is in a bad situation, her eyes blinked and she asked softly, "The emperor, the concubine is very curious, how can you speak the dialect of ghost?" Ghost, Guilao is what Yi Daishan called to the race of the western continent, and this has spread throughout the country. The concubines were equally curious and asked one after another. Yi Daishan chuckled and said, well, when I was pregnant, I dreamed of a husband who had a beard and mopping the floor teaching me." This guy was shamelessly pinched, because he hadn't said anything about the ghost for a long time, so he forgot a bit. The communication with Johnny was intermittent. Because they have seen too many miracles of him. Most of the concubines have believed in them. As for Feng Nishang, they are 100% believers. In this world, is there anything the emperor can't do? Chapter 441 I will punish you severely. After being entangled by the concubines, this mahjong couldn't be played anymore. Xianran took the opportunity to escape the catastrophe. After having been in trouble for most of the day, since it was time for dinner, I ate dinner with the concubines. Yi Daishan thought as he walked, thinking about which concubine's palace to go to tonight, but saw Qingji greet him. The emperor, the lady seems to have something on her mind. She didn't eat a bite for dinner. Qingji is Li Fei's personal maidservant and apprentice. She has already achieved a small amount of magic skills. She has always gone aside from the sidelines, and she has developed very quickly. The Emperor Yi Daishan was busy moving to the palace of Yangxin, and Leaf was named the Empress of the East Palace. She originally had her special dormitory, but she liked living in the hall of Yangxin, which naturally became her dormitory. "How do you hear, Zun?" Yi Daishan asked immediately when he entered, and he also touched Li Fei's forehead. With the existing medical technology, A small cold can kill him. Can you be nervous? The Emperor, the concubine is okay. Leaf smiled like a flower, but she couldn't hide the melancholy expression in her eyes. I know you have something on your mind. Why don't you tell it? We are also considered an old wife anyway. We can discuss everything if we have anything, right? Yi Deshanzi hugged her soft waist from behind. Softly comforted. Leaf wanted to speak and stopped, but she let out a faint sigh. The Emperor Yi spent a lot of saliva, and finally coaxed it out. It turned out that Leaf saw that the concubines were pregnant one after another, but her belly was still flat as before, and she began to feel uneasy. There are 3 types of unfilial piety, and no descendant is the greatest. Although she is a master of martial arts, she is still a woman after all. She can't give birth to sons and daughters. This is inevitably worrying and uneasy. If it is because of the practice of magic arts, then the master sister Jiling also practiced magic arts. Didn't she give birth to a fat son with a tiger head and a tiger brain? Is he infertile? The symptom turned out to be here, and the Emperor Yi Daishan couldn't help but laugh. If a later generation, with his miserable manner, he could deceive a daughter-in-law that women is already Amitabha, as for giving birth, he hadn't even thought about it. In modern society, there are too many cases where young couples are always romantic without having children. What are you laughing at? Leaf was ashamed and sad. Yi Deshanzi hugged her tightly, and said with a smile, the ancients have a saying. What is it called? Yes, called a virgin after marriage. Li Fei's eyes widened, she looked at him with a puzzled face, and a red cloud of shame loomed in her jade cheeks. Although she didn't understand the true meaning of a virgin after marriage, it must have something to do with her. Yi Deshanzi explained with a grin, it's a woman who dissected ... cough cough. In the past, my brothers drank beer and talked nonsense. When they talked about women giving birth, they all said that the woman who gave birth by caesarean section was a virgin after marriage. He wanted to comfort Leaf easily, but found that something was wrong, so he coughed desperately. Not to mention how scary the caesarean section is in this era of extremely backward civilization. Leaf was distressed because she was not pregnant. If she mentions the child, isn't it even more hurtful? The Emperor, are you okay? Leaf was taken aback by his sudden violent cough. She was stroking her chest and beating her back for a while, or else, Dr. Xuanzhao, come and have a look. Yi Daishan hurriedly said, I'm fine. He thought for a while, and suddenly he pressed to her ear, whispered in a low voice, mysteriously, and straightforwardly. Li Fei's face was red and her ears were red, her whole body was soft. Her expression was shy and uneasy, and she was somewhat suspicious. In short, it was very complicated. For a long time, she sighed faintly. The Emperor, are you not trying to make your concubines happy? Yi Daishan hurriedly swore to the sky, if I deceive concubine AI, God. Leaf was taken aback, and hurriedly covered his mouth with her hand. The concubine believes, the Emperor, you will never make such a vow again. There are gods who raise their heads 3 feet, chaotic swear poisonous oaths, and the sky thunders, and they will not die. Even if the Emperor says something against his heart in order to make her happy, she dare not let the Emperor swear such a poisonous oath. Well, what I said is all the truth. Yi Daishan didn't worry about Yi family Snow Queen. There were so many concubines in the harem, even if 4 or 5 concubines couldn't give birth, it wouldn't matter. Leaf nestled in his generous chest, feeling his body temperature, his healthy breath, listening to his powerful heartbeat, and slowly, a red cloud floated on her jade cheeks. She whispered, the Emperor, the concubine still wants to have a child for you. With a slap, Yi Deshanzi twitched a note on her attractive plump hips, and scolded with a straight face, dare to take my words as the wind in the ear? I will punish you severely. Leaf Jowdidi said, the Emperor, the concubines know their mistakes and are willing to be punished. At this time, her jade cheeks were blushing with spring, her eyes were silky, and she was obviously ready to accept the Emperor's punishment. Yi Daishan couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Leaf was born to be charming and swaying people's heart. At this moment, the love is moving, and it adds a bit of fascinating magical power. The Emperor, the concubine is going to give birth to a child for you. Leaf panted, her pink arms wrapped around his neck like a snake, and she became active. That night, the Emperor Yi stayed in the Hall of Nourishing the Heart and worked hard to complete Li Fei's plan of making a villain. After the dynasty was gone the next day, the black-clothed vice supervisor Feng Fu and Wai Wuji came together and presented the secret melodies that had been discussed for a few days. Feng Fu meant that regardless of whether Nicholas III would surrender or not, the empire had to make preparations first, and set aside a place to leave it to others, so as not to get busy at times and cause disputes with the local tribes. For that piece of land, she chose the northwestern edge of the border between the grassland and the desert. Although it is not fertile, it should not be too bad to avoid dissatisfaction in people's hearts. Secondly, the heart of defense is indispensable. The empire needs to build a few fortresses or a large city in the dangerous area later in the northwest, which can prevent sudden attacks by the tribes running in the vast desert and prevent ghosts from giving birth. Alienated in the vast desert where living conditions are extremely harsh, there are some small tribes living in it. Most of them are untrained. Some tribes have surrendered to the empire, but some have not surrendered, but there is no harassment of the border of the empire, and they are basically in peace. Yi Deshanzi didn't have time to pay attention to them for the time being. He had to wait until the three empires of Chu, Han, and Yanri were annexed before he had time and energy to focus on the desert, a land of death. Feng Fu also proposed to recruit local tribal warriors into the depths of the desert to explore the terrain there, and prepare for the future. She understood the emperor's thoughts. Since there is the existence of the Western continent, after the emperor unifies the wild continent, he will send troops to conquer the principalities of the Western continent, and the desert is the place where the army must go. The proposal was very good, and the eunuch Yidation immediately played it. After reviewing it, the eunuch sent it to the cabinet and submitted it to Elder Dan, and he arranged for officials to take charge of the matter. After blasting Wai Wuji away, Yidation led Feng Fu with a smile and said, "AI concubine's proposal is very good. I am very happy. I am thinking, how can I reward AI concubine?" Feng Fu was so ashamed that he threw off his big hand and ran out of the harem in a hurry. Chapter 442 Test failure. There was a loud bang, and the broken iron fired. Fortunately, everyone was hiding in a solid shelter, and no one was injured. Yi Deshanzi and others got out of the bunker, and the officials of the Scientific Research Agency and the scientific research elites who accompany them all looked ashamed. The experiment ultimately failed. This is the first cannon developed by scientific elites. The first two fire tests were successful, but the third fire exploded. The cast iron cannon was horribly exploded. Very good. Yi Daishan praised. The idea of artillery and guns is in his mind. Because the current iron smelting technology is not advanced enough and the iron quality is poor, it has been impossible to make guns and guns. He did not give the scientific research elites the slightest hint, but these scientific elites just smashed the artillery thing. Except for the reason of the iron, it can be said to be successful. He did not scold them for exploding the iron cannon. Encouragement was given. This is a gratifying phenomenon. How can he discourage the bold creation of scientific elites? Seeing that the expression on the emperor's face did not seem to be ironic, the person from the Scientific Research Agency was quietly relieved. Yi Deshanzi said, "I am very happy for your bold invention and innovation. This is a very successful invention. However, the Empire's iron smelting technology is backward, and iron cannons will explode due to iron quality." Everyone nodded one after another. This is indeed the reason of iron quality. The Emperor is a wise martial artist. Yi Deshanzi said again, "This invention should be recorded and archived first. After the iron smelting technology has made a breakthrough, the iron quality will be further improved before continuing the experiment. I fully support you." The Emperor Xi, the Emperor is wise and martial, forever. Everyone knelt down to sing praises, and their voices were neat and loud, as if they had been rehearsing for many years. This time, Yi Daishanzi was not ecstatic. He frowned and meditated. The quality of this steel has a great influence on Imperial science and technology, and the iron smelting technology must be improved. He said slowly, I heard a smelting master say before, there seems to be some smelting methods such as frying steel, 100 steel smelting, filling steel, and liquid crucible steel making. But what? I don't know the practice. In modern times, he has read some historical novels, was curious about the firearms of the Ming dynasty, and read some materials. This naturally involves the requirements of guns and cannons for steel. In his impression, he only roughly remembers the ancients' method of smelting steel. The specific I didn't take a closer look at it. The ancients are very clever. As long as they give a little hint, they will be able to find it out. It just takes time. Anyway, he has given hints to the elites of these empire scientific researches. It depends on their wisdom. Those scientific research elites who were singing the praises of their virtues had their eyes brightened. The emperor said these smelting methods were unheard of, but if the emperor said so, there must have been such smelting methods in this world, but unfortunately they have been lost. They were so curious in their hearts that they wanted to ask, who is the godlike smelting master? What's the name? However, no one dared to ask aloud. Yi Daishanzi encouraged him again, and then he drove back to the palace and patiently waited for the good news that these empire's scientific research elites would bring him good surprises. As I was thinking about when to implement the banknotes, the dog's head soldier and Y had no plan to come in and presented several large books, all of which were recorded in seemingly ordinary accounting income and expenditure data. It seems very ordinary and ordinary, but in reality it is very complicated and evil. This is because Y has no plan to secretly produce a large number of counterfeit coins, and then purchase a large amount of food and other materials from Yan State to collect all the domestic data. Yi Daishanzi repaid the sweetness of launching a currency war and made a fortune in the Chu Empire. Naturally, he would not forget that he also played this game on the Yan Empire. Of course, the Chu land has been occupied by him. Those counterfeit coins are still in circulation among the people, which has had a certain impact on local prices. Even if he wants to recover them, he can't do anything about it. Copper plates and silver are the main currencies nowadays. The people are poor and rarely have them. Go to the Imperial Bank to deposit money. If it can be recovered and put in the Chu country, it will be absolutely no problem. If it can't be recovered, it will be a double-edged sword that hurts both the enemy and himself. However, in order to deal with the Chu country, he doesn't care about that much. This kind of damaging matter can't be seen by the sun. Only Y can care about the few senior figures in black clothes who are responsible for the operation. Yi Daishanzi looked through it briefly, and nodded in satisfaction. It was just that in the past few months, a large number of counterfeit coins have been placed in various places in the Yan Empire, and a large amount of grain has been collected in the country to help conquer the Yan Empire. Fully prepared. During this period, Qian Bochen, a black-clothed guard in the western regions, was ordered to secretly recruit a group of young people from the tribes. After a little training, they were sent out to execute any of them. These newly recruited tribal black-clothed secret spies went deep into the vast and boundless desert to observe the terrain, draw topographical maps, and understand the local customs and conditions of the tribes. Yi Daishan was most concerned about the situation in the western regions, but the black-clothed secret spy who followed Johnny to the western continent had not yet sent back any news, so he could only wait patiently. Anyway, I was boring and bored after staying in the palace for a long time, so the Emperor Yi Da began to visit privately again. After several rounds by him, the imperial city was doing bad things and bullying others with force. After turning around for a long time, he didn't encounter anything that would make him beat up. His legs were a little numb when he walked. Get into a tea house to drink tea and listen to books. In the tea house, there are many customers who come to listen to books and drink tea. Yi Daishan is loc. He just sits in the corner of the last row and spends a few ounces of silver before he gives up his seat. After listening to it for a while, he couldn't help but smile. The storyteller was actually talking about his glorious deeds. Today, he is talking about his famous section in Liuxiangu. This kind of turmoil is the most talked about. What's more, the old storyteller is very knowledgeable, and he speaks vividly, which makes people never tire of listening. Even if there are many more times, those tea guests are still willing to listen. The matter of the emperor is generally not allowed to be discussed publicly by the civilians. This matter was previously reported by the Black Guard, and even the minister presented a memorial to ask how to deal with it. However, the Emperor Yida did not have a big deal and suppressed the memorial. People are helping you to promote a good reputation, and you want to cut their heads. Even the faint prince among the faint princes would not do such a stupid thing, right? Husi thought chaotically, and suddenly heard a crisp sound, but the old storyteller picked up a small wooden board and patted it heavily on the table. If you want to know the next time, please listen to Yufinke Oyang. Yufinke Oyang. Yi Deshanzi couldn't help laughing again. These storytellers were very good at compiling. At first, Bailing and other 5 women personally sent him out of the gate of Liuxiangu, which caused a sensation in the city. The next day, those storytellers immediately launched the 5 Bixon. Also ran over to listen to the bridge section of Fengke Oyang for a long time. Old gentleman, can you reveal a little bit? What is the 5 Phoenix K Oyang? Chapter 443 Women's Savior. The person who was talking was a thin and short teenager. Looking at his attire, he should be a small book boy who accompanied his master to study. Yi Deshanzi was sitting in the back row and could not see his face. However, listening to his voice, it was a bit like a female voice, soft and sweet, but this ancient continent was similar to the ancient China's Datang Empire. The man wiped the rouge, and the whole body was fragrant. It was normal, and even more men looked better than women. Even women are so beautiful that you shouldn't jump to conclusions before you see the other side's throat knot. But what is certain is that he and his master must not be locals, otherwise, would they not know the beauty of Yufinke Oyang? This pornographic incident has long been rumored. Only because the protagonist of the scandal is the emperor of today, it will last for a long time. The story is over. Many tea customers got up and left after checking out, but the Emperor Yida was here to rest, so he didn't get up, drinking tea while watching the leaving tea customers. The little boy who talked just now was very handsome, and his master was even more handsome. Yi Deshan's eyes fell on the throats of the two of them. The corners of his lips curled slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared. They are 2 beautiful girls disguised as men. Whose daughters are they? He looks so pretty, but I don't even know. The little beauty seemed to feel something. She turned her head instinctively, and ran into Yi Deshan's scorching gaze. Her heart jumped suddenly, her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly turned her head to avoid her, bowed her head and left. Yi Deshanzi made a follow-up gesture. In the tea house, 2 young people who looked like gangsters stood up and followed the master and servant slowly. Both of them are stalking experts in the black-clad spy. Then the master and servant are just ordinary people. How did you find out? After turning a few streets, the 2 enthusiastic master and servant walked around into an alley, and then flashed into the back door of a large mansion. The 2 black-clothed guards who followed looked at them and couldn't help being happy. This is the Annual Palace, the palace of the old Chu descended from King Song Zaiwin. The inside and outside of the palace are all their own people, and many black-clothed guards are inserted in it. Even the servant girls in the mansion have been bought off to serve as the eyeliner of the Black Guard. This arrangement by Yi Daishan was normal. Song Zaiwin, king of the old Chu Jiang, was not beheaded, his concubine was not charged into the imperial harem, and he also sealed an annual king, which was considered a virtuous ancestor. It's normal to send someone to watch you. If you don't be your annual king honestly, if you have a strange heart, be careful of the guy who eats on your neck. The 2 black guards slammed on the door, and then showed their waist cards. They are all their own people, so naturally they can talk easily. When I inquired, I realized that the two pairs of female masters and servants who were disguised as men were the old princes of Chu. After the originally scheduled Prince Zheng Yinghong was kidnapped by the Black Guard and dedicated to the Emperor Yi Da, the Prince of Chu Song Mufeng. In addition, he married Bailey Kuchen, the daughter of a distinguished family in Huiqing, as the crown prince. The day of Song Mufeng's wedding was also the time when the Chinese Imperial army entered Shaochuan, the capital of Chu. Song Mufeng asked for orders on the day of the wedding and led a large army out of the city to fight, but was defeated by Mu Chunfeng's Black Wolf army, the prince and groom. In the melee, Song Mufeng was shot in the chest by Liu Shi and was killed on the spot. Song Ziwin, the king of the old Chu Jiang, was placed in Anil Palace by the Emperor Yi Daishan, and some favored concubines were also sent over. As a princess, Bailey Kui was naturally escorted. Song Ziwin was named Anle Wang, but he was under house arrest at Anlefu. He wanted to survive, so he could only stay in the mansion honestly and worry about living in fear. Fortunately, he was not like the old Chinese Nantang Queen Lord. In that way, there was a very famous queen, Yi Daishanzi usually only was evil and absurd in his own harem, and there was no ridiculous idea to beat Song Ziwin's concubines. Song Ziwin is also well aware of his situation. He stays in the house to drink and relieve boredom. He is old and weak, but those concubines are in the good time of their youth. It is inevitable that they will be curious and wonder about the outside world of flowers and flowers. 2. Some concubines couldn't bear to be lonely, and secretly paid for the guards at the door, and pretended to go out to play, and the Crown Prince Bailey Kui was one of them. After detecting the information that the emperor needed, the two black-clothed guards immediately reported back. It's the Crown Prince of the Chu Empire again. Yi Daishan couldn't help scratching his head. The Bailey clan of Huiqing, he had the impression that he also appointed Bailey Cheng'an, the patriarch of the Bailey clan, as the prefect of Huiqing to appease the Chu people. He acted as the deputy of the governor and managed the local area government affairs. Bailey Cheng'an knows that the situation is over. If he does not honestly show his loyalty to the Emperor of China, his family will be destroyed. Aristocratic families have their own rules of survival. They have always put family interests first, followed by the country, and the world ranks last. Before, Bailey Kui gained power because Bailey Kui was the crown prince. Now, the Chu Empire is destroyed and the scenery is no longer the married daughter, the water thrown out, and Bailey Kui's life and death are completely ignored. Alas, this little beauty from 100 Li is actually quite pitiful, so young, if so vainly crossing, wouldn't it be violent to the heavens? No, I am the savior of the women compatriots, and I must rescue the little beauty of Bailey so that she can escape the sea of suffering and get happiness. Yi Daishanzi quickly found a grand excuse for himself. At the moment, you have to accidentally meet the little beauty of Bailey first, and it is best to make some accident, and then, brother will shine on the scene. The hero saves the beauty, and first win the favor of the little beauty of Bailey. The bad guy, he has his own secret spy costume. This is very easy. Although the story of the hero saving the beauty is too old, it is very useful. It can be said to be a great trick for bailing. With an order from the Emperor Yi Daishan, the black-clothed guards began to get busy, and the guards guarding the Anil Palace were notified and warned. They must not embarrass the prince, nor let the deputy guard Feng know about this, otherwise, click. This kind of thing, after all, can't be on the stage, and can only be touched and touched secretly. Yi Daishanzi dare not let Feng Fu know about it, but, speaking of it, it is quite exciting. A wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as stealing. It's better to steal than steal. He feels this game is very fun and exciting now. The next day, Yi Daishanzi took sick leave for himself, and he slipped to the tea house early in the morning, and the Pageant sat there waiting for the arrival of the master and servant of Bailey Kui. Since the master and servant told the story of Yufeng Keoyang so curious, he must sneak out again to listen. Everyone who guards the Anil Palace was notified secretly that no one dared to embarrass Bailey Kui, let alone take her money. It should be easy to slip out, right? The whole tea house has been booked by him, and people are not allowed to come in. There are a large number of casual guards and blackguards guarding them. Who dares to chaos? The old man tells the story. In order to eat a bite of food, Yi Daishan's shot is 100 gills of silver ingots, and he is so generous that the old man will drool, and when he encounters such a big gold master, he will naturally work hard. Anyway, he received the money, and he just waited. When the show started, the big gold master had the final say. Yi Daishan had waited for most of the day, and was very impatient, but Bailey Kiyui's master and servant did not show up for a long time. Chapter 444 A Good Friends Forever. What happened? Yi Daishanzi frowned, his expression extremely impatient, and the clever man had already ran to the Anil Palace to inquire about the situation. It turned out that Song Ziwin, the king of Anil, was ill, and the concubines were serving in the mansion, and Bailey Kiyui didn't dare to slip out. Then, didn't you think about meeting today? With a disappointed expression on Yi Daishan's face, he ordered people to go back to the palace to pass the decree, and went to Anlefu to diagnose and treat Song Ziwin with the first master of Xinglan Zhaoti. The reason why I sent Zhao Zhao to appease Song Ziwin was to appease Song Ziwin. I was magnanimous, and second, it was also a kind of warning in disguise. I was very clear about your every move. Don't play tricks. Song Ziwin got better earlier, Bailey Kiyui had time to sneak out, and he himself had the chance to encounter. Unable to wait for someone, Yi Daishan had no choice but to retreat. However, this tea house left a black-clad spy to stay for a long time. When Bailey Kiyui appeared, no matter when, he immediately reported it. Can't see the little beauty from Bailey. The Emperor Yi Daishan has been sluggish in the past few days, and the officials thought that he was sick and presided over the affairs of the state. Some ministers asked the emperor not to work so much. The dragon body was important. Therefore, many ministers went out to play and urged the emperor to take the dragon body as the most important thing. The ministers of the country will do. Half of it is concerned about the emperor's dragon body, and half, it is estimated that the emperor has paid off the sweetness of delegating power, holding power and will not let go. It is rare for the ministers to understand the righteousness and concern so deeply. The Emperor Yi also pretended to be ill. He didn't want to but frighten the concubines in the harem. All the imperial doctors in the palace were summoned and waited outside the hall for the emperor's treatment. Emperor Zhao is hailed as Xinglan's #1 master, and he is also the superintendent of the hospital, so he is the first to treat the emperor. Seeing the emperor winking his eyebrows, Grand Dr. Zhao immediately understood that the emperor was pretending to be ill. In this scene, he had to cooperate well, not to offend the emperor, nor to offend Queen Jin and other concubines, caught in the middle. If not as a human being, the guy who eats on the neck becomes uneasy. Pretending to be diagnosed. The final conclusion is that the emperor has suffered a cold. His diagnosis made Li Xiangming and Gixun a little uneasy. Yesterday, the emperor suddenly arrived. They served the emperor to take a shower, but they acted as mandarin ducks playing in the water. Moreover, for a long time, the emperor is suffering from cold and cold. The two became indirect sinners. Queen Jin didn't know it, so naturally she wouldn't find her heads. In this palace, who knows the emperor's absurdity and evil? Besides, in this cold weather, who would have thought that the emperor would play such ridiculous games as mandarin ducks playing in the water? The consequence of Yi Daishanzi pretending to be sick was naturally in front of Queen Jin and the concubines. He drank a big bowl of medicine soup that was frowning with bitterness, and then used the excuse to relax the muscles and invigorate the blood, and took the opportunity to sneak out. Palace, because the black-clothed spy who stayed behind in the tea house came to report. The master and servant of Bailey Kiyui came to listen to the book again. Yi Daishanzi asked Xiaozi to change his clothes, and said to Xiaozi, "Bring me a pot of clear water." Nima Zhao, doctor, put so much sugar, it's sweet enough for the population. After pouring a large pot of clear water fiercely, Danzi Yi, who had changed into casual clothes, slipped out from the side door of the palace. He was handsome and suave in brocade clothes and robe. Upstairs in that tea house, the old gentleman was twirling his tongue, re-evaluating the story of 5 Phoenix Koyang that had been so badly told. In the wide hall, there were only Bailey masters and servants who were disguised as men. There are 4 or 5 tea guests listening to book reviews seriously. These tea guests were all black-clothed escorts, who were ordered to protect the master and servant secretly. Yi Tanzi swaggered in and sat down on an empty chair near the table next to Bailey Kui's master and servant. There are new tea customers coming in, and, as if they are familiar, Bailey Kui will inevitably look over curiously. The Emperor Yi Daslu came out of the smile that he thought was the most handsome in his life, and he arched his hands in a very free and easy way. People make a courtesy. At least you have to pay the courtesy. Bailey Kui is now a pretty handsome brother-son. She also clasped her fists in return. Yi Shanzi smiled and nodded, turned to look at the old man, and listened to him seriously. A shop assistant brought a big teapot, poured hot fragrant tea eagerly, and poured a pot for the master and servant of Bailey Kui. Bailey Kui's heart moved slightly when she smelled the tea scent. Although the tea in this tea house was pretty decent, it seemed too low grade for her from a famous family and the status of a princess. She came here to listen to books, although she ordered a pot of tea every time, but never drank it. The tea has a strong, pure, and long-lasting fragrance. It is not an ordinary tea. Bailey Kui looked down and couldn't help but was taken aback. What was placed in front of her was a red-colored purple sand cup. The cup body is carved with flowers, birds and landscapes, exquisitely, and it is obviously made by famous artists. The price is not cheap. The ordinary teacup that was placed in front of him was taken away by the shop assistant at some point. The tea soup is fresh, clear, bright and clean, and it is very tempting, and Bailey Kui cannot help but take a sip from the teacup. The tea soup is full of taste, mellow and refreshing, as if something is chewed. It is endless aftertaste. Good tea. Moreover, it is definitely not the best tea that ordinary large families can afford. Bailey Kui couldn't help but raise his eyebrows lightly, turning his head to look. Yi Shanzi had been observing in secret. Seeing her looking over, he smiled and made a gesture of asking for compensation, and continued to seriously listen to the old gentleman's story. This son is very demeanor. Bailey Kui couldn't help being curious, and secretly looked at the other party. Young, handsome, free and easy, very gentle and graceful, with a faint smile on the corners of her lips, unspeakable kindness, self-confidence, and a strange feeling that she can't tell, which makes people's heart beat faster. Just by looking at his brocade robe and clothes, he knows that he is from a famous family. He is really the most favorite dream lover of the aristocratic daughters. If you want to come, there must be a lot of confidence, right? Suddenly, thinking of her current identity, she couldn't help but sighed faintly. Miss, sighing again. Xiaohua, a personal maid dressed as a book boy, reminded him, but his big smart eyes kept peeking at Yi Shanzi. Such a handsome, personable son, and his own lady are a match made in heaven, but it is a pity that good luck makes people. She couldn't help but sighed for the fate of her own lady, and sighed for her own fate. Bailey Kui frowned slightly, lowered his voice and said, "What are you sighing again?" Xiaohua sighed. "Miss, stop talking." Bailey Kui's eyes were reddish. She knew what Xiaohua wanted to say, but what could happen to her? Chapter 445 A Good Friends Forever. To the protagonist of 5 Phoenix Koyang is the sage of today, and he has already talked about it. With the storytelling that the old man has said for decades, this skill is quite good. He said that Beiling Fi Yan Kin Xiao, the ensemble is even more vivid and fascinating, as if the old gentleman was there at the time and was intoxicated by the 2 women's swordsmen. Swordsmen came out from Luxiangu, and it has already spread to all corners of the mainland. It can be called the divine comedy of the world. How could Bailey Kui never heard of it? She is also good at piano, playing the song Swordsman and Swordsman, but she has always been shocked but she can still find a confidant who is good at Dong Xiao, and ensemble swordsman and swordsman to experience the charm of it. There are also famous musicians in the Palace of Chu playing this piece, but I don't know why. She always feels that something is missing, and she can't perform the magnificence of this piece perfectly. Come to think of it, both Princess Beiling and Princess Feiyan are born in local terroirs. They must be knowing friends who can talk about everything, and they can play the piano and flute ensemble. They can play the kind of shocking, weeping and powerful momentum. Right? It's a pity that if I could be there at that time and see the peerless demeanor of the two imperial concubines and the playboy, it would not be a waste of life. What a pity. When the old man talked about how to make poems in 5 steps, and he wrote a poem for each of the 5 imperial concubines in one breath, Bailey Kiwi was deeply impressed. There are not many poems circulating in the folks by the playboy. But which one? Not a great sentence? Shui Tiaojtu is even more of a swan song of chanting the moon, and so far no talented celebrity dare to write a poem about chanting the moon. Presumably, each of the poems of the 5 imperial concubines is an affectionate poem, so that the heart secretly promises it. 5 good sisters working together as one husband is really an elegant and interesting thing that has passed through the ages. Thinking about everyone from the family, you are a daughter, but not even as good as 5 strange women who have fallen into the dust. Bailikiu can't help but sigh and sigh. Mister, do you know the verses of the 5 imperial concubines? Xiaohua was curious and couldn't help asking. The old man sighed. I don't know, but with the peculiar talent of the playboy, every poem he writes must be a masterpiece. Bailey Kiwi and Xiaohua both nodded in agreement. If it weren't a masterpiece, how could they impress the hearts of the 5 women at the same time? It is a pity that such a good poem has not been spread among the people. It is a pity. Bailey Kiwi inevitably has another whimsical chaotic thinking. Cherish the dandy, who is also the wise martial artist of the Chinese Empire. The talented emperor must accompany his concubines in the harem to chant poems to enjoy the moon. Let's enjoy it. Marrying the emperor is not necessarily a good thing, but if you marry such a talented emperor, it is completely different. There should be no regrets for the 5 daughters in this life, right? Stay leaning against the dangerous building. The wind is fine, looking very sad in spring, and the sky is gloomy, in the afterglow of the grass and smoke. Who is speechless, and intends to be drunk by the madness, to drink as a song, and strong music is still tasteless. The clothes became wider and he didn't regret it, making people haggard for Yixiao. Yi Daishan suddenly muttered in a low voice. Bailey Kiwi was stunned for a moment, her eyes gleaming brightly, and she couldn't help but blurt out his praise. A good line is getting wider and wider, but I won't regret it. It's haggard for Yixiao, a good poem, a good son. Yi Daishanzi said with a look of ashamed expression. I am ashamed. This song Fengqiu was given to Princess Yunayu by the playboy. Bailey Kiwi was stunned again, and shouted, the son and the imperial concubine Yunayu. Yi Daishanzi smiled and said, Zeixia and Princess Yunayu's best friend is a confidant, so I got this poem. Although it is not a masterpiece, it is a poem in 5 steps, and 5 poems in one breath. It is also a must in the ages. Up. This guy slapped himself hard. His face was not red, his heart was not beating. Both Bailey and Xiaohua nodded in agreement. The 5 steps into a poem is unprecedented in mainland history, and there are 5 poems in one breath, which is truly unique in the ages. Yi Daishan smiled and said, Xia Yixi Ocean, where does Xungtai study? Ah, Bailey Kiwi's cheeks are reddish. She just stayed in the mansion too dull. So she sneaked out to relax. How could she think of someone coming to talk to each other? And she said the name of the college casually in panic. Yingchuan. Yi Daishan immediately exposed an extremely respectful expression, and clasped his fist, saying, Yingchuan Academy, that's under the 3 most famous academies in the world. You must be a master of Mr. Ghost Brother, right? You will be worshipped by Xiaoxing. He pretended to hold his fists and hold his fist. Yingchuan Academy, located in the mountains of Wangchuan in the Chu region, is indeed one of the 3 most famous academies in the mainland. Mr. Gu is also a great scholar with great reputation in the world. What is more rare is that he is dedicated to most of the students who have never participated in political affairs, have been taught as officials, such as Zheng Zixia, the commander of the 3rd Army Corps of the Empire, came from Yingchuan Academy, and he is regarded as Mr. Gu's most outstanding disciple. Bailey Kui hurriedly returned the gift, blushing and said, "Brother Yi laughed. Where is it? Xungtai is the master of Mr. Gu." "Oh, I haven't consulted the name of Xungtai." Kui. Bailey Kui was impatient and wise. He deleted the 100 characters and changed the word to plum, which was foolishly passed. However, she felt very guilty for Yi Gongzi's enthusiasm. Brother Li. Yi Deshanzi clasped his fists. He was completely like a gifted celebrity nowadays, which is not suspicious. Bailey Kui's intention is so small that it is not a courtesy. People respect her from the heart. How can she be disappointed? But the guilt in her heart is getting stronger. Just trying to find an excuse to slip away, he didn't prevent Yi Gongzi grabbing her hand. "I have always admired Mr. Gu very much. It is also a fate to meet Brother Li today. Let's go and invite Brother Li to have a drink." Bailey Kui struggled for a while, but couldn't get rid of it. He had no choice but to drag him downstairs. People were full of enthusiasm, which is really not easy to evade. However, Xiaohua chuckled and covered her mouth. In fact, before the young lady came out of the pavilion, she often slipped out of the mansion and wandered out of the house in the guise of a man. She met some enthusiastic talents and gathered in 2s and 3s to drink poems in the restaurant. He even went to the brothel to Yinfeng Nongyu. These days, talented celebrities and celebrities all regard the walking in the brothel as an elegant and interesting thing. This is nothing more than normal. Yi Gongzi's enthusiasm reminds her of many interesting things in the past. Of course, her own lady can be happy, that's great. Since the lady married as a princess, since the king of Chu surrendered, they were imprisoned. Confined in the Anal Palace, she has never seen the young lady smile. Yi Gongzi is a wonderful person, and she is made in heaven with her, but it is a pity that fate is always making fun of people like this. Yi Gongzi was very enthusiastic, and Bailey Kui was so kind. Moreover, it was still early in the sky, and she could play for a while. She was not very nervous, and he pushed and half-heartedly held hands by Yi Gongzi and went to the drunk fairy floor. Chapter 446, A Good Friends Forever. 3 Yi Deshanzi ordered a table of wine and food, and the 2 of them met and chatted. Fortunately, Yi Deshan didn't mean to get drunk and eat tofu. He didn't frequently persuade him to drink, but just drank it at will. Bailey Kui's intention was secretly relaxed. Take a breath. However, after just a few mouthfuls, her cheeks were already flushed, especially delicate and moving. Yi Deshanzi smiled and said, "Brother Li is so handsome, so many women will be embarrassed." Bailey Kui coughed a few times to cover up. She was a woman. She was just disguised as a man. Fortunately, after a few glasses of water and wine, her cheeks were so hot that she couldn't see her blushing anymore. The 2 were drinking and chatting, and Xiaohua accompanied Xiaohua. She was standing behind her own lady, but she forced the Emperor Yi Deshan to sit down as well. Bailey Kui felt nothing. Yi Gongzi was enthusiastic and careless. Xiaohua has served her since she was a child, and she loves her sister. Xiaohua knew her identity, so she didn't speak very cleverly. She looked at Yi Gongzi from time to time with big smart eyes, and she also looked at her own lady, which was full of feelings in her heart. They are all talents. In this small chat, it is inevitable to involve poetry. Yi Deshan also plagiarized 2 Tang poems and song verses, which made Bailey Kui praise and respect at the same time. Yi Gongzi said his talents. This talent, although not shocking, it is beautiful, but it has also revealed its ugly appearance. In time, it will become a great master craftsman. Yi Daishanzi suddenly smiled and said, I and Brother Li hit it off right away. It's better to imitate the ancients and become brothers. Good friends are for life. It was so smooth, and accidentally broke a network term. Gay friend? Bailey Kiwi and Xiaohua both looked puzzled. Haven't heard of this term before, as if it should mean good friends. The Emperor Yi Dahaha laughed and said, well, it means a good friend. A good friend is a person who lives and dies in the same adversity and lives together for life. Bailey Kiwi smiled and nodded, but a touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. Good friends. It is a pity that we share weal and woe. Yi Daishan understood the pain in her heart and pretended not to see it. The two reported their ages. Bailey Kiwi was only 17 years old. Naturally, he called Yi Daishan's eldest brother. We will be good brothers who share weal and woe. Yi Daishan naturally put his arm on Bailey Kiwi's shoulder and said with a smile, Xiaoyi, your bones are too weak. Eat some. The enthusiasm of the elder brother made Bailey Kiwi quite embarrassed. However, the eldest brother clearly couldn't see that she was from his daughter's family. How could he blame him for such natural movements? Who made him disguise himself as a man? Satiated with wine and food, Yi Daishan settled the bill, and enthusiastically hugged Bailey Kiwi's shoulders. Xiaoyi, did you come to the Imperial capital for the first time? Brother, why will take you around today? There are many places of interest. The eldest brother is so passionate and caring, and his hospitality is difficult. Even if Bailey Kiwi is worried about being discovered after the time has passed, it is not easy to evade. In this way, the Emperor Yi Daishan enthusiastically hugged his worshipped younger brother and wandered on the bustling streets of the Imperial capital, introducing her to the local attractions and customs from time to time. By the way, Xiaoyi, have you heard the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai? No. Does it sound good? Bailey Kiwi couldn't help being curious. Think about it, the young girl who is only 17 years old is innocent, romantic, and lively and active. Although she is married as a princess, the prince is married to her. On the same day, she led her army to die in battle. Poorly, she had not yet repaid the taste of the wedding night in the bridal chamber. Although she is a nominal woman, it is difficult to conceal her inner innocence and activeness. Otherwise she would not sneak out and play in such a bold disguise. At the moment, the Emperor Yi Daishan took the Bailey Kiwi tea house and told her the basic love story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai while drinking tea. Bailey Kiwi and Xiaohua both listened very carefully. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever told them a story. Moreover, it is still a beautiful love story. Which girl does not like such a story? Don't want to have romantic and warm love? Oh, it's late. Xiaohua suddenly found that the sky was getting darker, and it was almost evening, and he was discovered by someone if he didn't go back. Bailey Kiwi had been attracted by the story told by Yi Daishan, but, as the weather was getting late, she had to go back and had no choice but to stand up and leave. Knowing her situation, Yi Daishanzi didn't force her to stay. He arranged a time and place for the next meeting. Yi Daishanzi called a carriage to send Bailey Kiwi's master and servant back. In the carriage, Xiaohua said, Miss, young Master Yi is very nice. Bailey Kiwi just sighed faintly. People are not only good, they are simply very good. Young and handsome, knowledgeable, humorous, kind and enthusiastic, and she is the perfect incarnation. If she has not been out of the cabinet, she must be secretly promised, but now, she is the status of the crown prince of the dead. Godly tease people. Xiaohua could only sigh helplessly. Yi Gongcai and her own lady were golden boys and girls, but it was a pity that they met too late. She yelled, then ... what will happen after that? After? Bailey Kiwi smiled bitterly. In the future, who knows what will happen in the future? Let's count as one day by day. If you can get acquainted with young Master Yi and become a brother and sister with him, you won't be in vain to live this life. She had made up her mind, so she would continue to associate with Big Brother Yi as Li Kiwi, and count as a happy day. She didn't want to think about the future, and she didn't dare to think about it. The master and servant returned anxiously to the back door of the Annual Palace, and Xiaohua knocked on the door tremblingly. The back door opened with a creak, and a mite-looking security probe saw the two of them. His faces were slightly startled, and then he made a silent gesture. Bailiqui's master and servant couldn't help being in a daze. They didn't understand what the other party meant for a while. Last time they sneaked out of the house, they had to stuff him 5 pulls of silver to get out. Today, if you put more silver, they won't accept it. They are still polite. Angry, the master and servant thought the guards were good-hearted. "Can't my palace want to go out to relax?" A woman's pleading voice came from inside the wall, and Bailiqui heard the voice, and he knew that she was the emperor's favorite concubine Hu. The emperor was old and in poor health, and the concubines were in their youth and were confined in the Anayafu, like a bird in a cage. Everyone felt lonely and wanted to sneak out to play, but they had to buy the guard at the gate, and they didn't know when they went out. "How many secret spies have you followed?" The first person to sneak out was concubine Hu. These gatekeepers took a lot of money from her, and usually let them go secretly. However, this time the weather is too late, and the guards refused to let them go. Concubine Hu entangled for a while before leaving helplessly. The guard guarding the door made a gesture of advance to Bailiqui's master and servant. The two women took a breath quietly, and ran in, before returning to their own room to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 447. At noon the next day, Yi Deishanzi and the master servant of Bailiqui met in the tea house where they were drinking tea yesterday, and continued to tell the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. The master and servant listened attentively. This kind of story is too romantic and touching. Bailiqui saw Xiaohua blinking, with a meaningful smile on his face. His cheeks could not help but become red. What Xiaohua meant, she understood in her heart. Isn't De Gong Yi the same as Liang Shanbo? Isn't she the same Zhu Yingtai who pretends to be a man? However, Zhu Yingtai is still the eldest daughter of Huang Wu who has not yet come out of the pavilion, but she is a widow wife. This life is really not ordinary suffering. Yi Deishanzi finished the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. At the end, he made changes. The two did not turn to the butterfly, but Liang Shanbo went to Beijing to rush for the exam and happily married Zhu Yingtai. It's so good to stick together all day. Zhu Yingtai gave birth to 3 children in one breath, and the couple enjoyed the family happiness. The ending is perfect. The master and servant of Bailiqui both open their hearts for the master in the story and lament for their own miserable destiny. "My son, are there any other stories?" Xiaohua is addicted to hearing this. "Why doesn't my lady like this kind of story?" she is asking Miss Dai. "Yes, there are so many beautiful and moving stories. They are too long, and I won't be able to finish them for a while," Yi Deishanzi said with a pure smile. "Or else, brother lives in 20th Street, you move in together, brother. Well, tell you a story by the way." Bailiqui shook her head in fright. If she has not yet come out of the pavilion, she might as well learn from Zhu Yingtai in the story, but she is already a widow with a different identity, and she is also the crown prince of the subjugated country. She doesn't want to give it for no reason. What disaster did Big Brother Yi cause? Yi Daishan smiled freely and said, "It's up to you. Brother welcomes you at any time." "Well, if you need help, just tell your eldest brother that in this world, no eldest brother can do anything." "Thank you, Big Brother." Bailiqui was warm in his heart. Although it was a bit exaggerated, it also showed that Big Brother Yi cares for her little brother. Little stars have begun to appear in Xiaohua's eyes. Yi Gongzai is such a rare and wonderful person. Alas, it's a pity that fate is such a trick. Today, I'm listening to Yi Daishan's story. Time flies quickly, and when it's time to break up, Yi Daishan still called a carriage to send Bailiqui's master and servant back. This is also Bailiqui's desired. She worries that Big Brother Yi knows where she lives and knows her true identity. This rare friendship will no longer exist, but she also knows that there is no impermeable wall in this world. Sooner or later, Big Brother Yi will know. However, she hopes that day will come later. On the 3rd day, it was still at noon to meet in the tea house. But the Emperor Yi Daishan did not tell a story this time. but instead invited Bailey Kui to visit the house. The so-called Yi Mansion is the golden house where Bailing Yu and others lived before, the private property under the name of Emperor Yi Da. Looking at Ruoda's mansion, there are not many people who are swinging and swinging. There are only a few servants. Bailey Kui can't help but be curious. Isn't Big Brother Yi still married? Impossible. For a man as good as him, there must be as many women rushing to marry as a Crucian Cup. Could it be that he doesn't like it? Yi Daishanzi laughed and said, the eldest brother's parents have passed away, and only one younger sister, who also married a foreign country. The eldest brother will guard this ancestral house alone. What he said was half the truth. The nominal father and mother had passed away, and the only younger sister also followed Chen Yuoking. As for the second half of the sentence, she was lying ignorant of her conscience. Men soak up girls outside. Everyone says that they are still single. Bailey Kui guessed from his words and concluded that this mansion still lacks a mistress. For unknown reasons, her heart suddenly jumped wildly. Yi Daishan led the master and servant in, and said with a smile, little meaning, just treat it as your own home, don't be polite with your eldest brother. Yeah? Bailey Kui nodded vigorously. She really liked this elder brother, and she wouldn't be polite to him. Yi Daishanzi was accustomed to pressing her shoulders sexually. It's a bit deserted, so, eldest brother hopes you can come over, so it's a bit lively. Ha ha. Bailey Kui slowly changed his habit from the previously nervous and shameful actions of his eldest brother, and even liked it a little. Brother Yes, care for her was natural from the heart. Moreover, Yi Daishan's generous chest made her feel unspeakably warm and safe, and the healthy breath made her feel a little dizzy and her heart beating. Great. But she likes the strange feeling that she has never had before. She also wanted to move over to accompany Big Brother Yi, but this is impossible. It can be said that she and Big Brother Yi are not in the same world. She didn't want to harm Big Brother Yi, so she could only find an excuse to refuse. Yi Daishan is not in a hurry. The most important thing at the moment is to win Bailey Kui's favor first. Now it is considered a success. At least, she is no longer wary of herself. Picking up girls, you know how to play with little tricks, basically no disadvantage. Of course, there are also examples of happiness and sorrow. Honest people also have honest people's luck. In modern times, Yi Daishan is the latter. Now the conditions are very superior. It can be said that he is unparalleled in the world. Naturally like to take the initiative. The servants in the house are all dressed as guards or black-clothed spy agencies. Even the chefs who were hired heavily have been developed into black-clothed guards. The emperor wants to entertain guests, so they naturally get busy. Soon, the cook produced a table of good dishes. Bailey Kui's master and servant helped with the meal. This was originally what the servants had to do, but the house was full of male servants, and there was no maid. Besides, she was willing to help Yi Dagong with the meal. Sitting next to Yi Daishanzi, tasting all kinds of delicacies, Yi Daich would also bring her vegetables from time to time, which made her feel warm in her heart. It feels like home. Thinking of her own situation, her nose couldn't help but sore, and she quickly lowered her head to prevent Big Brother Yi from seeing the teardrops in her eyes. Back to Anlifu, Bailey Kui lay on the bed lazily, looking listless. Miss Master Yi? Xiaohu asked in a low voice. She understood her own lady's sexuality. Although the lady was as sluggish as usual, the expression in her eyes was different. Hey! Bailey Kui sighed faintly. Yi Dagong's tall figure has been lingering in her mind. She knew that she liked Big Brother Yi, but she didn't want to hurt him because of it, and her heart was very contradictory. Xiaohu whispered, Miss, if you like him, why don't you let him know? Bailey Kui was shocked and scolded. Are you crazy? Xiaohua shook his head. Miss, anyway, you are a widow. Named Prince. Bailey Kui was frightened by her words and sat up abruptly. What Xiaohua meant, she knew in her heart. Anyway, you are also a widow. Since you like Yi Gongzai, don't just want a good night. Chapter 448. The great hero has appeared this winter. As soon as the Emperor Yi had gone, He slipped out of the palace and came to the Golden House to meet Bailey Kiwi. Although only chatting and telling stories, Bailey Kiwi likes this feeling very much. She carefully hides her sex identity, and maintains this friendship similar to Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai as much as possible. The grievances and sufferings over the years are deeply hidden in her heart. Except for the personal servant Xiaohua who grew up with her since childhood, she never tells anyone. She only finds a kind of spiritual sustenance and comfort in the Emperor Yi. I can't slip out one day. I still miss it. Although she knows that sooner or later, she will be discovered and the end may be miserable, but she can no longer care about so much. Anyway, her future will be equally miserable. It is better to grasp the present and live. Every day counts as one day. On this day, Bailey Kiwi's master and servant came to the Golden House, and the guardian Ding told her politely that the son was out of the house because of something, and he couldn't be sure when he would come back, so please feel free to ask them. Random means that Bailey Kiwi's master and servants can live here, and they have their own servants to serve them, so they can be regarded as half-masters. If the master is not there, Bailey Kiwi's master and servant are embarrassed to go in. Although Big Brother Yi said that this is also his home, please be polite, you can do whatever you want. The Hutong is long and quiet, with few pedestrians. Bailey Kiwi's master and servants are already far away from Yi Daishanzi's Golden House, and then when they appear in this Hutong, they will go to the street where pedestrians are constantly flowing. However, they are blocked by a few flowing gangsters. Hey! The little brother is more delicate than the older girl. These gangsters even molested the men, for fear that there would be that kind of strange cheer. What do you want to do? Bailey Kiwi is delicate and expensive. He has never encountered such a thing. She can't help but frighten her face pale and bloodless. He instinctively turns his head and looks at the end of the alley, but the alley is deep and long. Quiet. Yi Big Brother's house can't be seen. Let alone his unusually strong family members will hear it. Nothing, just want to have a little brother, drink a glass of wine, and make friends. The little gangsters approached with grinning faces, one of them even reached out a hand, but pinched Bailey Kiwi's cheek. Bailey Kiwi screamed, waved his hand instinctively, and slapped away the stretched wolf paw, and said in a trembled voice, in broad daylight, you, little brother, let's just drink and make friends. Eldest brother, I will love you well. The talking bastard's eyes flashed with a frightening evil light. My son, run quickly. Xiaohua opened his arms and bravely stopped in front of the gangsters, covering his lady's escape. Before Bailey Kiwi could react, a gangster pushed Xiaohua away and stopped in front of Bailey Kiwi, grinning and said, run. There is no door. Bailey Kiwi was so frightened that he stepped back and was forced by the gangster so that his back was stuck on the fence, and there was no way to go back. Stop. With a cry, the majestic Yi Daishan finally came out and strode forward. What do you want to do? It's none of your business. A bastard took out a knife with a sharp knife from his arms and played it a few times. The technique of playing was quite basic. Of course, the members of the Black Long team were responsible for assassinations and so on. Action, not a lot of skill. Get out. Yi Daishan yelled, punched out a punch, and hit the bully's abdomen. The little bastard screamed, covered his belly and fell, and the knife fell to the ground with a clang. Several other gangsters also took out their pocket knives from their arms, rushed to them, and chaotically stabbed at Yi Daishanzi, frightening Bailey Kiwi and Xiaohua and hurriedly covering their eyes. The Emperor Yi Da, who was a hero to save the United States, was alive like the King of Chu, and beat those gangsters into howling ghosts. A small bastard grabbed a knife and stabbed it out, but stopped when the blade was stabbing near Yi Daishan's left arm. Although it was acting, who would dare to really stabbing? It was the Emperor who wanted to cut his head. Yi Daishan was so angry that he almost didn't vomit blood. Nima, brother wants to play a bitter trick, but you dare not stab him? No way. He had to greet him by himself, let the knife pierce his arm, and knock the guy down with a punch. My son, please spare my life. The little bastard who was wounding with a knife was so frightened that he knelt down on the cold ground and cocked his head desperately. Get out. Yi Dacian was angry and funny. This heroic saving the handsome guy was full of flaws. Fortunately, Bailey Kiwi and Xiaohua were scared to watch by the shimmering knife in front of them. Frightened by Yi Gongxi's bravery, those gangsters were so scared that they ran away. Oh, big brother, you are injured. Bailey Kiwi, who had only recovered after a long time, found that big brother Yes' arm was bleeding, and she was immediately frightened. It's just a skin injury, it's okay, as long as you are okay. Yi Dacian smiled, his body suddenly weakened, and he fell forward. Big brother Yi. Bailey Kiwi screamed in fright, and instinctively stretched out his hand to help the person and hugged the fainted big brother Yi tightly. Xiaohua also hurried over to help, and it was difficult for the two women with small strength to drag and hug the injured fainted brother Yi, and very hard to carry Yi to his house. Several families heard the news and quickly took over. At this time, the hands and feet of the two women became soft and panting. Bailey Kiwi's opinion was bloody, and his hands and feet were so frightened, but worried that these family members would hurt big brother Yi with clumsiness, he still carefully applied medicine for big brother Yi himself. The two girls have been busy for most of the day. At this time, Yi Dacian also woke up, and the doctor just arrived. He pretended to look at it a few times, took the pulse, said it was bleeding too much, and fainted, and prescribed a few prescriptions for medicine. My own family Ding has a prescription and ran to grab the medicine. Big brother Yi, you ... Doesn't it matter? Bailey Kiwi's worried expression looks, she believed in the doctor's words. At that time, big brother Yi had blood on his arms, which was scary. It's just skin trauma, it's okay. Yi Dacian smiled and comforted, with a guilt in his heart. Cheating such a kind sister, isn't brother too evil? Lie down and don't move. Bailey Kiwi held him down, prevented him from getting up, tucked the quilt for him, and whispered, Big brother Yi, thank you. Yi Dacian glared at her, with a displeased expression. It is said that good brothers share hardships for life. Don't you treat me as a big brother? It's not. Bailey Kiwi shook her head quickly. She was grateful from the bottom of her heart. If big brother Yi didn't show up in time, she wouldn't dare to imagine the consequences. That's right, good brother, don't be polite, that's how you can get a job, don't you? Yi Dacian said softly. Bailey Kiwi replied in a low voice, touching his scorching gaze. Her heart jumped violently, and she hurriedly looked away. I don't know why, big brother Yi looked at his eyes, it seemed ... as if ... a little weird, making her strangely nervous. Could it be that big brother Yi? Chapter 449 The Emperor has harmed the good family again. Brother Yi was wounded for saving himself, and Bailey Kiwi, who was grateful in every way, was extremely gentle and caring for a woman, while the hero of grass care, Yi Dacian, lay on the bed, enjoying her tenderness. Brother Yi, why is there no maid in the house? Bailey Kiwi asked softly. Those men with rough hands and feet, how can they serve others? A strange man like big brother Yi should have a few clever, capable, considerate waiters around him. Alas, I don't know who has such a blessing to marry a good man like big brother Yi. Ha ha, this ... well, that ... it seems inconvenient. Yi Dacian squeaked vaguely, trying to get through. Bailey Kiwi held on to this topic, and said, what's inconvenient? Little meaning, your hand. Yi Dacian touched her smooth and tender little hand, it's so beautiful. Don't interrupt. Bailey Kiwi glared at him. This time, she was not shy and blushed. Big brother Yi just wanted to divert the topic, so naturally she didn't have any wrong thoughts. Small, you are so kind to your eldest brother. Yi Dacian looked at her with a smile. I smile more beautifully than a woman. Eldest brother, if I fall in love with you, then it will be troublesome. Big brother Yi. Bailey Kiwi gave him an annoyed look, her jade cheeks flushed, and her heart throbbed. This joke was a bit big, but she didn't feel any disgust in her heart. On the contrary, there was a little bit of disgust in her heart. Moming's nervousness and ecstasy. Big brother Yi, didn't you say that good friends will last forever? We are good friends, and we like them. What does it matter? Anxiously, she moved out all the things that Big Brother Yi had said before. Good pal. Yi Daishan coughed fiercely. What I said like he's not ordinary. Bailey Kiyui's cheeks are red again, and the careful head jumps more and more fiercely. Big Brother Yi refuses to marry a wife. Doesn't he like women, only like ... men? Yi Daishanzi saw what she was thinking, and reflected that she pinched her hand on her smooth cheeks, gritted his teeth and said, your eldest brother's sexual orientation is normal, not that bad and good. It's just what? Bailey Kiyu asked in a hurry. Why did she care so much? She didn't know. She was ashamed and natural for the intimacy of Big Brother Yi. This was the care and love of Big Brother for little brother. Hey, Big Brother now thinks you look like a woman. Yi Daishanzi scratched his head. This Nizai is as innocent as a piece of flawless white jade. Brother seems too evil. Bailey Kiyui's cherry lips moved, and when she reached her lips, she swallowed abruptly. She wanted to explain the truth, but she couldn't muster the courage. On the contrary, Xiaohua, who stood by the side, stomped her feet in a hurry. So good. How did the miss give up the opportunity? Bailey Kiwi can only pretend not to see it. Regarding the confession that is not a confession of Brother Yi, she feels sweetness in her heart, but she does not want to harm Brother Yi because of it. They live in two different worlds. People. Xiaohua was anxious and pulled the lady aside, and whispered, Miss, what's the matter with you? Didn't you say yes? On the night before, the master and servant had spoken their best wishes in the middle of the night. According to Xiaohua, since you like Big Brother Yi, what are you waiting for? As for any scruples, the status of widow has already been fixed anyway, and the sexuality has been let go, so as not to worry about the future. As long as the two are more careful, no one should notice. Bailey Kiyui's heart moved for a while, but at the critical moment, she was scared again. She was not worried about herself. Anyway, her future was so dark that she could not imagine. She was just worried that she would harm Big Brother Yi. Miss, Xiaohua stomped his feet in a hurry and desperately tried to persuade him. Anyway, he was just being the secret lover of Big Brother Yi. Let's count one day by day. You can die and spend this life in vain. Xiaohua. Bailey Kiwi shook her head desperately. She didn't want to, but didn't want to harm Big Brother Yi. After all, her identity was too special. The princess, that's all. She was the princess of Old Chu. When the accident happened, Yi Big Brother's reputation would be damaged, and his family would be ruined if he didn't make it right. The master and servant hid on the side, lowering their voices in a low voice, but with Yi Daishan's ear power, which was different from ordinary people, they overheard all of them. Xiaohua, this Nizai is quite open, and even cheats on her own lady. Hee. Brother likes it. Bailey Kiwi dare to be affectionate too, just worried that it will hurt herself. It seems that brother has to imply that brother has a strong backing in the DPRK, so that she can dispel the scruples and worries in her heart. Tanzi asked Xiaohua to call the family, and gave a whisper, and the family left. Not long after, Grand Physician Zhao in an official uniform came to the outside surrounded by several eunuchs, accompanied by a group of brightly armored Habayashi guards. Seeing a large group of Yulin guards huddled outside, Bailey Kiyui's master servant turned pale with fright, and did not dare to breathe. Emperor Zhao came in and explained politely, saying that Empress Ngong heard that the son was assassinated and ordered him to come and visit. Empress Ngong had ordered the Department of Criminal Justice and the Black Guards to investigate the matter carefully, and the murderer was to be brought to justice. Bailey Kiyui's master and servant couldn't help but stare. What is the relationship between Yi Gongtsai and Ngong Niang? However, with such a strong backing, even if you commit a crime, there is generally no problem. The master and the servant looked at each other. Xiaohua blinked her big smart eyes desperately. Miss, now, can you rest assured, if you can't make things right, you can also use this relationship between Big Brother Yi and Ngong Niang, and maybe you can see a glimmer of light in the future. Bailey Kiwi was also shocked at this time, and her phoenix eyes were full of colors. The Grand Physician Zhao pretended to take the pulse and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. He still prescribed a few prescriptions of the palace medicine to soothe the nerves and nourish the blood, and then left with the eunuch and Yilin. However, when Grand Dr. Zhao approached the palace, Feng Fu stopped him. The Emperor's recent whereabouts are weird and abnormal. She slips out of the palace every day. She is in charge of the Black Guard. How can she not know? Stabbing the Emperor's subordinates all came to the government office to plead guilty, and they learned about Chu. Feng Fu couldn't laugh or cry, and the Emperor was messing around again. This time the scourge was actually the old Chu Crown Princess Bailey Kui. It was too much nonsense that even the Dr. Zhao was called in to act in a cameo. Although it was a bit a trick performed by the Emperor, she was still worried about the Emperor's injury, so she stopped the Emperor Zhao from asking. The royal physician Zhao respectfully saluted and answered truthfully. He would rather offend the Emperor than the Imperial concubine who controls the Black Guard and holds the power of life and death. Feng Fu breathed a sigh of relief after listening to the description of Emperor Zhao, and then shook his head and smiled bitterly again. The Emperor is really making a fool of himself. This matter must be known to the Lady of the Palace. Chapter 450. In the Qianqing Palace, the concubines looked at each other, and the Emperor's mischief was absurd. Who of them didn't know? You can't even care about your imperial palace? Who dares to care about it? Fortunately, the Emperor likes the new, but he is not tired of the old, and the Emperor's combat power is also extremely fierce. Therefore, the concubines have reached a certain tacit understanding, and there is no competition for favor, and this harem has this peace. However, then again, the emperors of the past, which one is not a lot of concubines? In the last two empires of the empire, there were more than 160 concubines, not to mention, only the harem of the old Chu-descended king, the queen. There were more than 60 concubines, not counting them. There are hundreds of people who are talented in B, and there are hundreds of them. Now, there are not many concubines in the harem, right? Empress Jin smiled helplessly. This matter is really out of control, but, you have a fancy, just take it into the palace, have to play such a play, in order to win the beauty of the heart, and even play a bit of trick. In case of a miss, why not scare people to death? Her gaze was on Zheng Yinhong. Zheng Yinhong was regarded as the former prince of Chu, but he was kidnapped by the Black Guard and dedicated to the emperor. Bailey Kui was also the prince of Old Chu. Shouldn't Zheng Yinhong come forward? Empress Jin's gaze swept across Leaf, Feng Fu and Yan Empress, and they all shook their heads in unison. Queen Jin sighed helplessly, looked at Feng Fu, and whispered, "Then I have to ask my sister." In this matter, she also felt that it was a bit wrong to intervene in arrogance, so just leave it alone and let him go. But the emperor's absolute safety must be guaranteed. In this matter, she can only ask Feng Fu to take charge of the Black Guard. What? There is nothing to hide from Hai Yui's eyes and ears. Inside the Golden House, seeing that it was almost time to go back, Bailey Kui couldn't help worrying. Big Brother Yi was injured, and the mansion was full of Rohan-tagged male servants. How could there be no maid-servant to take care of? Xiaohua, how about you stay and take care of Big Brother Yi? Bailey Kui asked for a moment, and decided to let Xiaohua stay. No, Xiaohua wants to stay with Miss. Xiaohua shook her head resolutely. If she stayed, what would she do? Over there, the young lady's situation is already very bad. If no one is taking care of her, the concubines will be bullied to death. Bailey Kui sighed helplessly. Xiaohua whispered, "Miss, or else, just stay." How can this be done? Bailey Kui was taken aback. If someone found out that he didn't return overnight, wouldn't it fall down this day? The two masters and servants discussed it for a long time, but they couldn't reach a result. Seeing that the time was approaching, Bailey Kui had no choice but to leave. The next day it was not light. The master and servant tried to discuss with the guard guarding the gate, "Can you go out early to play?" What surprised them was that the guards actually agreed, and the money was still confiscated. At noon, the master and servant came to the Golden House again, and Yi Daishan had already prepared a pot of fragrant and appetizing hot pot mutton. For the first time eating such a delicious hot pot, the master and servant were extremely happy. Bailey Kiwi was very happy to accompany Big Brother Yi for lunch, which made her feel like home. This feeling is very good, knowing that it may not be there at any time, but for her, it is a kind of spiritual sustenance. I seem to have forgotten the ingredients. Yi Daishan suddenly patted his forehead, unintentionally revealing that this dish was made by himself. Bailey Kiwi stayed in a daze, and asked, Big Brother Yi, are you cooking? When I'm happy, I will cook a few dishes by myself. Ha ha. Yi Daishanzi smiled. My dear brother, the eldest brother will not hide it. But Bailey Kiwi's eyes moistened, and Big Brother Yi actually cooked for her personally. This sentiment moved her to a mess. The gentleman stays away from the kitchen? Yi Daishan smiled and said freely, well, for you, brother, what's the matter with the next time the big brother cooks? Brother, you are so kind to Xiaoyi. Bailey Kiwi was so touched that he didn't know what to say. Look at you. How come you look like a woman? Yi Daishan touched the handkerchief and gently wiped the teardrops that fell down for her. This rub was bad, and Bailey Kiwi wowed and burst into tears, frightening the Emperor Yi Daishan to be at a loss. What's the matter with this good job? Bailey Kiwi cried even more sadly. All the suffering and grievances broke out at this moment, crying so dizzy. I don't know how long it took. When she vented all of it, she realized she was in the arms of Big Brother Yi. Her two arms were tightly around his bare waist, and his chest was covered with tears of her own. Bailey Kiwi was so embarrassed that Fang wanted to break free, but gave Yi Daishanzi an arm tightly around his slender waist. Big Brother Yi! She screamed in shame, and the two men hugged each other. If this was going to be spread, wouldn't they be ashamed? Yi Daishanzi grinned and said with a smile, Autumn Yi, it's hard for you to hide it from Big Brother. Bailey Kiwi buried his face in his arms with embarrassment, and wrapped his arms tightly around his bare waist, for fear that he would leave. It turned out that Big Brother Yi already knew that she was a daughter, so that would save her the trouble of explaining, and she didn't know how to start. Big Brother Yi's chest is very broad, strong, and warm, which makes her feel unspeakably safe, and the healthy breath that smells very good. She really wants to snuggle in his arms for the rest of her life. Mysterious broken. Bailey Kiwi heard Big Brother Yi whisper in a low voice, Kiwi, Big Brother likes you. Well, Kiwi also likes Big Brother. Bailey Kiwi replied in a low voice, no longer concealing her inner feelings. She doesn't care what will happen in the future, she just wants to cherish the real feeling in front of her. She suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly turned her head and looked around. There were only her and Big Brother Yi in the warm room. Xiaohua didn't know when to leave, and Xiao Nizai was very witty. Yi Daishanzi held her cheek, and the wolf kiss opened decisively. Once people let go, they no longer have any scruples, and Bailey Kiwi welcomes it. Although she is a widow, she feels this feeling for the first time. She can't tell the feeling. Anyway, it's wonderful. She feels her soul floats away from her body gently, floating in the boundless sky. Swing. When it has developed to this point, everything will come naturally. Outside the house, the cold wind crying. Indoors, the spring is boundless. Although Bailey Kiwi is a widow woman, she is still a virgin. She has experienced personnel affairs and is unbearable for conquest. However, she must go back within the prescribed time and can only reluctantly get up and dress. Yi Daishanzi wanted to send her back. Bailey Kiwi shook his head hurriedly. To this step, she didn't know that she needed a lot of courage. She had already given her body to Big Brother Yi. She had no regrets in her life. She didn't want to harm Big Brother Yi because of this.